Chapter 101. Open-minded Alice. Duncan looked at Alice expressionlessly as if he were staring at a retard. The striking calm gaze of the Frost Queen from half a century ago was still entrenched in his mind, but the afterimage that should have been confusing was now attacked by Alice, a mentally disabled puppet. Forget the silliness. The mere fact that she was plucking on and unplugging her head from the neck was enough to drive anyone mad. Eventually, Duncan's sanity snapped. "What are you doing?" "Ah. Captain." Alice reacted later than she should. Quickly plopping her head back on, "Oh, I think there are a few hairs caught in my neck join, so." Duncan's face turned deadpan. "If you keep pulling your head off like that, then you better start thinking up new names for your hair. I already came up with some. If they fall, they'll be called William's End." It took Duncan a lot of effort to control his urge to yell and refrain from throwing the doll out of the cabin. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh and gradually calmed down. To be fair, Alice's appearance does bring a bit of joy to the lifeless ghost ship, but sometimes it's just too much silliness. Even the goat head couldn't keep up with the puppet's rhythm sometimes, so forget about Duncan, who could barely make the ins and outs of this one's brain. Who knows, the doll's head might be solid wood inside. Duncan's gaze swept over Alice, recalling back to the echo he saw in the past. He could be sure that it was the legendary Frost Queen Raynora that he saw, and the source of the lapse came from the puppet coffin. But what is the essence of those pictures? Is the coffin consciously telling me something? Are they passively recorded images? Or is it the memory of Anomaly 099? Is it a real fragment of history, or is there an illusion that's been distorted and corrected to a certain extent? He thought about the calm gaze the young queen made when facing him, then recalled the plea as well. "Whoever you are, please don't pollute history." To whom is this phrase addressed? Is it really me? Do her words cross over space and time itself? Or is it just a part of the illusionary echo that reacted when I tapped into it? And that voice asking the queen who she is talking to, who is that? This succession of reactions was so real that it would give shivers to anyone who experienced it. As for the end of the echo, those sounds coming from the darkness also made Duncan particularly wary. Queen Frost was executed by the rebels, and one of her crimes turned out to be the vain attempt of trying to let the Vanished re-enter the real world and building a second Vanished. There was also a hidden abyss plan, which seemed to be the reason for the rebellion. But these things, he had never heard the goat head mentioned before. That statue on the mapping table would often recite some great deeds of the Vanished to him. Such as how many ships were swallowed on which route or how much commotion it caused in which city-state, although 8 out of 10 of his words were unreliable. If a city-state ruler did collude with the Vanished, then there's no way the goat head would have omitted that story. That blabbermouth wouldn't be able to hold it in if something that big did occur. Unless the incident is false, a crime made up by the rebels to the queen. "Captain? Are you all right, Captain?" Alice's voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting Duncan's cranky thoughts. Duncan exhaled softly, forcing down the chaotic thoughts in his mind before turning to face the doll. He couldn't ignore how similar Alice and the Frost Queen looked, but the air and temperament were nothing alike. "It's okay. I just saw a little record saved by the coffin." He shook his head to dispel the strange emotion. "Record?" Alice's eyes widened in curiosity. "What kind of record is it?" "The scene relating to the decapitation of the Frost Queen half a century ago," Duncan said lightly. "I met her, she's exactly like you." Alice immediately subconsciously touched her neck over that remark. The puppet lady didn't know whether to feel nervous or not. After a long struggle, she finally spoke without holding back. "Could it be that I am really the Frost Queen? After being beheaded, I did not die, but was affected by supernatural powers and became what I am now." Duncan thought for a while and replied truthfully, "If you don't speak, don't move, and just lie quietly in this box, I would agree with your theory. However..." Alice was quick to pick up on the sentence and raised a brow. However, she quickly put this doubt behind her and turned to face the coffin. "Then did anything change after you burned it with fire? Did you manage to control it?" Duncan shoots a sideway glance at the wooden box and confirms the deep connection has faded, but the traces of his flame does remain. It's similar to what he has with the sun talisman, more complex and subtle though. Simply said, he had no idea how to control Alice's wooden box. In fact, he doubts there's even an option to control this thing. Nevertheless, one thing's certain, this coffin was very stable and tamed now that it's a part of the Vanished. "I'm not sure. Maybe we need further testing to know if it's safe." More testing is needed to determine if the decapitation effect comes from the coffin or from you. Duncan shook his head, but for now, I feel it's fit to leave it alone and assume it's like the other items on the ship. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the puppet beside him. The key now is you. Do you feel any different? Alice pointed to herself in bewilderment. Me? I don't. Why do you ask that? You and your wooden box are one. Both together adds up to make anomaly 099. Now that I usurped the authority of the coffin with my flames, I may have affected you to a certain extent. Duncan looked at Alice very seriously. He knew that the doll was slow to react, so he gradually got used to telling her the words needed. Move your body, tell me if something is wrong. Alice reacted consciously and quickly got up to check herself. Ran around the room twice, doing some jumping jacks, and finally hooked her finger in a summoning manner at her wooden box. The box did not move. It's not obeying. Alice was shocked and finally found the big problem. I normally only need to flick my finger to make it float. Duncan's heart jolted at this discovery. He did seem to feel some response from the coffin when Alice flicked her finger, but the coffin was awaiting his orders then. Raising his eyebrow, Duncan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Maybe it is due to being in contact with my flame. The coffin has already regarded me as a higher master. Alice jerked around to make a dumbfounded face at the captain, then her expression visibly turned aggrieved like a child that had its precious toy ripped from her. But it's okay. I can lift my restrictions on it. Duncan found it more awkward when he saw the pitiful face of the doll and quickly waved his hand. It will still obey your orders. Alice was stunned, then turned her head to hook her finger at the wooden box again. This time, she finally got the response she desired. The puppet lady immediately smiled and allowed her precious coffin to fall back to the ground before throwing herself into a hug with the lid. Great. I thought you wouldn't obey me in the future anymore. Duncan almost couldn't control his expression at the swift change in emotions. Sometimes. I really envy your open-minded attitude to life. Alice looked up, confused by the captain's sentence. Forget it, just be happy. Duncan sighed. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with you? No. Alice examined herself, there was nothing uncomfortable at all, and it feels like it's better than before. Better than before? I can't quite say what, but I think my body is relaxed. Peace of mind. Alice thought for a moment, trying to find words to describe her feelings. It's a bit like the feeling of reassurance when I used to lie in the box, but now I feel just as reassured standing outside the box. The puppet thought while talking and then flailed her hands up before the man could analyze the issue. It doesn't matter. It's not a bad thing anyway. Chapter 102. Goathead's Nemesis. Duncan had to hand it to this Gothic-styled doll. Alice not only calmly accepted the fact that her box had been transformed into a part of the vanished, she also tossed the idea of her being the Frost Queen to the back of her head in no time flat. It's a level of open-mindedness that Duncan cannot match. According to Miss Doll, she was so calm because it was beyond her control. So whatever happened in the past did, and she's not going to dwell on the issue since she's here now. I'm staying on this ship now anyway, and I'm not going to leave in the future. It's not a big deal for the box to become part of the vanished. As for the matter with the Frost Queen, that's even simpler. I don't even know her. Alice sat back down on the lid of her wooden box with a pleasant smile on her face. I don't know if I'm her, and I don't know what kind of person she used to be. Regardless, it was half a century ago. Let bygones remain bygones. It's just history now. It's good that you have a big heart. Duncan just looked at Alice's lilac eyes, then slightly nodded after a long silence. In the end, he remained hesitant about mentioning what the Frost Queen said to him during the execution scene. After all, even if it was mentioned, this puppet most likely knows nothing. It's good that she's so carefree instead. Let's leave it here. We now have a preliminary understanding and control of your coffin. Whether the decapitation effect is from you or the coffin, that will need to be tested further at a later date. Duncan exhaled softly. I'll go first. Captain, you go slowly. Leaving Alice's room, Duncan returned to the deck, where he gradually came to the captain's quarter. He's sorting through all the things he learned and needs some time alone. He originally wanted to find out whether the decapitation power of anomaly 099 was controllable, but in the end he failed to solve this problem and accidentally touched upon the incident from half a century ago. The Frost Queen, executed by the rebels, accusations of collusion with the vanished, and a mysterious hidden abyss plan, These things swirled in his mind and wouldn't disappear. And in addition to these, there was another thing that concerned him. Duncan reached out and took something out of his arms. It was a small hairpin shaped like a silvery white feather surrounded by waves. In any case, it doesn't look like something that a rough male seafarer would have. In addition, he kept getting this vague nostalgia when staring at this hairpin. It seems to have a special meaning for the once real Captain Duncan. Duncan's mind had questions, but he knew that the goat head could not answer the matter. Putting away the hairpin, he entered the mapping room, where the goat head was diligently controlling the ship. To Duncan's surprise, the Dove AI, who was supposed to stay in the bedroom, was with the statue and standing atop of the thing's horn while chirping merrily. "When did you two have such a good relationship?" he asks curiously. The bird flapped its wings and did not open its mouth, but the goat head with his obsidian eyes clearly showed a glint of desperation. "Oh great Captain! Can you get some fries the next time you take a spirit walk?" Duncan was stunned. "Why are you starting with the whole make some fries thing?" The goat head voice almost trembled as it grimaced. "Please, bring some fries back, if not to keep the bird's mouth shut." Duncan looked at the combination of bird and goat with complexity. After a good minute of confusion and amazement, he suddenly chuckled in amusement. "So you finally met your arch-nemesis. I went through 76 topics. 76. I exhausted my lifelong learning experience, gone through thousands of years of history, and issued poems of wonders, yet all I ever get in response is make some fries from this dove." The goat head exclaims in agony, his voice quivering with defeat. "How do you ever communicate with this bird?" "Simple, just talk to it less. If you don't talk to it, it will quickly quiet down." Duncan spread his hands out. "I guess you can't." The goat head thought for a moment and sighed. "Then I guess it's better if we stick to making some fires." Duncan was noncommittal and only beckoned for AI to come over. Fluttering her wings, the dove landed on his shoulder and casually chirped in delight. Nodding at the bird for doing a good job, the ghost captain returns his attention to the goat head, the ruler of the Frost City state from half a century ago. "Frost Queen Rhaenora, do you know anything about her?" "Frost Queen? The one that was executed by the rebels half a century ago?" The goat head was stunned for a moment. "I've heard about it, and it seems that we fought with them decades ago. But aside from this, there's nothing else to say. Why did you bring this up all of a sudden?" Duncan calmly peered into the goat head's eyes and knew there were no lies in the first mate's words. Goat head really didn't know about the Frost Queen, and the Vanished had no connection with the Frost City state. Not only was there no contact, but the Vanished even clashed with the guards of that city-state just as it clashed with ships from other city-states and other shipping routes. In that case, it can only mean the rebels made up the story of the Frost Queen colluding with the Vanished. The entire crime is fictional nonsense. Of course, it may be too early to draw this conclusion. After all, the event did occur over half a century ago. There may be twists and turns buried within history that no one knows about. The first mate may be telling the truth, but that doesn't mean the truth represents the entire picture. Duncan doesn't intend to overturn the case for the Frost Queen from half a century ago. He just wants to know about the Vanished and Alice. Did you know? Alice's appearance is exactly the same as the Frost Queen, and the so-called anomaly 099 is most likely born after the executed Frost Queen became cursed by the boundless sea, he said casually while teasing the dove on his shoulder with his fingers. And the main crime of the Frost Queen when she was executed by the rebels was collusion with the Vanished. The goat head appeared taken aback, a sight rarely seen thus far. Colluding with the Vanished. Do the foolish humans have to make up such a ridiculous reason for even betraying their monarch? After a few seconds, the goat head finally broke out laughing. He obviously thought it was ridiculous. "Don't blame me for laughing, Captain, those humans are just too stupid and weak. I wouldn't put it past them to blame the Vanished if they go out and drop on their head." Speaking of this, he paused before continuing, "But you say that Miss Alice looks a lot like the Frost Queen? This is really incredible. If Miss Alice was really transformed from the Frost Queen, that's a lot of irony in the story." "Yes, if they really have this connection, it is ironic." Duncan leaned back against his chair using a comfortable position. The Frost Queen had never been in contact with the Vanished during her lifetime, yet she was charged by the rebels using collusion as an excuse. Now, half a century later, Alice really did become the crew of the Vanished, the very crime those rebels placed on her head. "No wonder you rushed to find Miss Alice when you came back. Turns out you found some key information regarding Anomaly 099. The goat head immediately began to flatter the ghost captain. it's really worthy of the great Captain Duncan to return with a heaping mountain of booty. This reminds me, a navigator once said, or maybe a. Duncan immediately glared at the goat head to halt the rambling. Then taking the bird off his shoulder, he places AI down next to the statue. You two talk. Goat's head. In the central cathedral of the city-state of Planned, Vanna handed a document she had just signed to her entourage. Send this document to the Western Church. This is the last search warrant. The young guardian took the file and bowed. Yes, Inquisitor. Vanna exhaled softly, cracking her neck due to the stiff job of reading all day with the paperwork. She's feeling more tired than wielding the great sword she used to behead those heretics. I hope there won't be any more trouble tonight. The young lady Inquisitor couldn't help but grumble while stretching her waist. As if in response to her mutter, a slightly urgent and sharp bell suddenly rang from the direction of the main building. The guardian, who didn't have time to leave yet, stopped and glanced at the window in the direction of the main church. How come the hour clock is ringing at night? What could have happened? It's the summoning bell. Vanna quickly discerned the message based on the rhythm and timing of each ring. 7 consecutive short rings. It's coming from the tomb of the Nameless King. Could it be the discovery of a new anomaly or vision? Chapter 103. Tomb of the Unknown King. The bell rang 3 more times before Vanna arrived at the main cathedral, where she was promptly met by old Bishop Valentine. The old priest wore his status's black wardrobe and silently prayed to the storm goddess Gamina's statue. Inquisitor Vanna, Valentine said in a deep voice, the Cathedral of Storms has sent an order to summon the listeners. Sent directly from the Storm Cathedral. Taken aback, Vanna hurried over to the statue and immersed herself in the lamp's glow. Isn't the bell ring for a discovery of a new anomaly or vision? If it was a new discovery, the bell would not have rang 3 times in a row. Valentine shook his head. It was the gravekeeper on the other side of the tomb who sent us the news. There's movement from the unknown king. Although it was unclear what message he was trying to convey, it appears though, the existing list is changing. As he spoke, the old bishop turned his head and quietly stared into Vanna's eyes. This time, we need to send a listener into the tomb to get direct instruction from the unknown king. The current rotation is with us, which means the Storm Church will be providing the candidate among the faithful. It's not decided who will enter yet, but you and I are on the waiting list. Vanna fixed her mind and asked calmly, when do we leave? Now, Valentine nodded, motioning for the lady to follow. They headed behind the statue, where a door with sacred symbols was already open and waiting. Inside revealed a deep and long passage. The Shinnik passage is ready. Vanna first bowed to the statue, then followed the old bishop forward. The 2 devout followers passed through flickering lights in this long passageway until they eventually arrived at their destination. Here, a special secret room has been erected. Unlike the cement and brick structure of the main body of the cathedral, this small chamber was made entirely of stone piled up together to form the wall and the roof. At the center was a sunken fire pit that burned with a crackling flame. However, there was no fuel to speak of, only a flame that seemed to be conjured up from thin air. There was no furniture to speak of either, only the subtle sound of running water from nowhere. Every wall around them seemed to be wet to emphasize this detail, and even the floor had tiny streams of water flowing along the stone cracks. This gave the impression that this chamber was not some room in the cathedral, but rather, a waterlogged cave at the bottom of the sea. This would not be the first time that Vanna had come here. As an inquisitor of the city-state with a status equal to the bishop, she also has the right to use the Shinnik passage here. This seemingly inconspicuous room was the portal that connects the Shinnik channel. In every city-state's central cathedral, similar facilities are hidden away during their construction. Every recognized religion in this world had something similar. In this case, the priests of the storm goddess called this chamber the Flooded Caves. Of course, there are other names out there too. For the death priests that worship the god of death and life, they built something called the burial chambers with a more gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. Regardless of the naming and style though, they all served one purpose, to send the occupant's spirit into an extensive interconnecting network of the soul. This way, no matter how far or wide one was from the other, they could still communicate through the boundless sea. A miracle blessed by the gods. If not for this ability to communicate across vast stretches of water, the world as they knew it might not be here today. Back then, sailing across the sea wasn't so easy, and ships would often sink or lose their way. The door of the secret chamber slowly closed, and the dark and heavy metal barrier made a dull and heavy sound as the intricate runes intermingled and meshed together to form a seal. No living creatures could leave or enter after the seal completes. Vanna and Valentine stood together by the fire pit in the center. They bowed their heads, gazing at the leaping holy flame as they chanted the storm goddess's name. The illusory sound of water continued to come from all sides at first, then it grew, and grew, until droplets became waves, and waves became tsunamis. At the same time, mists had overtaken the entire chamber following the flame's increased ferocity. There was no visibility to speak of anymore, only plain white of churning gas and water. Vanna closed her eyes knowing the next step she needed to allow herself to be submerged in this water. The cold touch quickly dissipated as her consciousness receded. By the time she opened those eyes again, she was no longer inside that watery cave but in a vast square that was cordoned off by crumbling stone pillars. She could see beyond the square of course, but all there was were muddled, chaotic sparks in the horizon. As to what they represented, who knows? At least Vanna didn't have a clue. Focusing her mind after the brief distraction, Vanna saw that there were already many figures standing in the square. All of them were black phantoms with only silhouettes visible. Despite not seeing their faces, the familiar aura coming from each figure confirmed to the lady they were devout saints of the storm goddess. People like her who wielded great power over in the other city-states. Some were even stationed in the constantly moving main storm cathedral out on the boundless sea. It seems that we are the latest to arrive, a dark phantom approached flickeringly. Vanna didn't need to wait for the shadow to introduce to know it's Valentine. I was also the last to arrive during the last meeting. Do the saints of the other city-states live in the secret chamber? Vanna muttered. Every time the news of the summoning comes out, they would always somehow get here minutes before us. Ever since Saint Falson wrote first in the register of the Assembly Hall 20 years ago, they have all begun to compete in arriving early. Valentine shook his head. Seriously, it's incomprehensible. The goddess will not drop special attention to the individual because of this anyway. Vanna couldn't agree more with Valentine's logic. Then out of the blue, a sudden boom came from the end of the crowd, interrupting everyone's thoughts and conversation. Vanna and Valentine looked up simultaneously and were surprised to find the ground at the square center rising. The broken old stone brick was rippling like a wave of water. Within the layers of ripples, behemoths were growing rapidly upwards. First it was the pale spires, followed by sloping stone walls and quaint columns. Almost instantly, the object was completed before Vanna's vision, a huge building made of pale boulder blocks. It was a dull palace, an ancient building constructed during the lost eras. It had a pyramid as the main body with several obelisks and towers around it. No other city-state in the world was of this style, and its low and oppressive atmosphere did not at all resemble a building for the living. It wasn't so much a palace but a mausoleum. In fact, it was indeed a mausoleum belonging to some ancient and powerful civilization. Like everyone else, Vanna's gaze involuntarily fell on the bottom of the huge pyramid. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the mausoleum's door finally slowly opened. The heavy pale stone gate retreated to the sides, and an extremely tall figure slowly walked out of the mausoleum. It was the grave keeper of the tomb for the unknown king. In Vanna's view, it was difficult to say that he was still a living human. The gravekeeper's body was wrapped in layers of bandaged fabric, half charred a pitch black and the other half hanging with chains of runic shackles. Some of the shackles had even penetrated into the flesh to become one with the grave keeper, effectively becoming bones and nerve endings. This ancient being was like a terrifying mummy from ancient Egypt, but more warped and cursed in appearance. Although it was not the first time seeing this important grave keeper, Vanna still subconsciously took a second to inhale deeply to get her muscles to ease up. Then she saw the grave keeper walking straight towards her. The candidate has been chosen. Without hesitation, the being passed everyone in the square until he stopped in front of Vanna. Through the black bandages and runic chains, the lady could tell the grave keeper was watching her with that single exposed red eye. "You can enter the tomb." The grave keeper spoke, his voice hoarse as if coming from a corpse. Then he raised his right hand, which seemed to be charred by fire, and grasped onto a quill that flew out of the tomb with a parchment in tow. "Make a note of what you hear," the grave keeper commanded succinctly. Chapter 104. Notes. Looking at the quill and parchment handed to her by the grave keeper, Vanna took a small breath to allow her emotions to settle down. "How long can I go in for?" She raised her head and asked the grave keeper with firm eyes. The mummy-like figure lowered his head slightly and gave off an air of something that was neither dead nor alive. "A moment, or eternity," the icy cold voice says. This answer implies that the message to be conveyed from the tomb was short and singular. At the same time, it could also be very dangerous and cause the listener's death. Vanna nodded lightly and withdrew her gaze from the grave keeper. There's no need to hesitate now that it's come to this. The lady marched towards the huge mausoleum with only the decaying rattling of chains behind her to signal the Grava-keepers following. In front of the large slab of stone representing the entrance, Vanna stopped and gazed upwards to take in the desolate atmosphere. It was not the first time she had seen the tomb during a Shinnik assembly, but this would be the first time she had the privilege of seeing it up close as a listener. Vision 004, Mausoleum of the Unknown King. This ancient tomb located in a strange gap between time and space was not a vision controlled by the Storm Church, but rather an ancient thing that's guarded and shared by the various Orthodox Church in rotation. From outside appearances alone, it was a mausoleum styled after the ancient kingdom of Crete. The available evidence from multiple texts also supports this theory, however, no one knows exactly who was responsible for building this place. What was known by the people though was that the owner would occasionally convey messages to the outside world through this ritual. As seen here, the ritual would begin by sending a gravekeeper out to pick a listener. If there wasn't a suitable candidate present in the square, a random person would then be brought in from the outside world at will. In the age when Vision 004 had not yet been tamed, such random callings had taken the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. That was until a saint appeared 1,000 years ago. The brave soul not only broke the terrible cycle of death, he also returned alive to announce the first gift of the unknown king, the original ranking list of anomalies and visions. Then through repeated attempts and failures, the various churches finally figured out the sequential pattern Vision 004 uses. After that, this once lethal phenomenon had become something of an asset, a relatively safe means to gain intel that would otherwise be impossible to get without huge sacrifices. Enter the mausoleum and prepare to listen. The low, hoarse voice of the gravekeeper came from behind her, pushing Vanna forward out of her stupor. The sound of the stone door gradually closed behind the inquisitor, and the aura of the gravekeeper dissipated as well and reintegrated into the tomb. Vanna's alone now. Whatever happens, it's up to her to figure out. Pale flames burned on both sides of the corridor leading into the tomb. As Vanna walked along the illuminated path, her gaze swept across the walls and could vaguely make out the words that were clearly carved through fingernails. Go straight forward, cannot turn back. Do not ask the gravekeeper for the identity and name of the tomb owner. Do not run, do not shout, do not pray to any god. Be humble and reverent, but do not bow down. After entering the tomb, do not speak. These were records left by the countless past listeners over the years. In ancient times, the vast majority of those who entered this graveyard would die, with only 1% living long enough to leave behind these messages. Vanna knew every single line by heart, for they are something every saint of the church must learn. Precious gifts from her predecessors. But then Vanna suddenly came down with a curious question after reading these lines. She's heard of the warnings, but what about the other messages by those who have fallen into despair? They must have left something behind as well in desperation, right? Human nature is a complex thing. Before the major churches successfully controlled Vision 004, the gravekeepers brought hundreds of people here, if not thousands, without the world's knowledge. Among them were mere commoners without training. There's no way an ordinary citizen could withstand the cursed madness of being trapped inside a vision. Yet, she only saw the messages of those with a noble and resolute soul. Vanna was a little confused in her heart, but in the end, she did not call the gravekeeper to divulge her doubts. In theory, she could talk to the gravekeeper if she dared to, which does not violate the rules of the mausoleum. However, that doesn't mean there aren't risks involved. As the number rule in this world, never assume predictability regarding the supernatural. Heaving a long sigh to settle her mood, the lady marched forward until she was at the end of the corridor. A wide and quaint burial chamber appeared in her eyes. In the huge pyramid-like room, the pale stone walls sloping on all sides are carved with indistinct patterns. 2 rows of black-brown metal braziers are also distributed on both sides of the entrance, each burning with pale white flames that gave off a hazy grey smoke. However, there weren't any coffins like one would expect of a tomb, only a throne made of stone with its owner sitting on it. It was a headless body, which seemed to be a tall male based on the figure size. His limbs were firmly bound by chains, his arms and chest covered with thick black hair like that of animals, and his feet were deformed and twisted. There are also black scorched marks, indicating the body had suffered some sort of severe burn during the years. The body sat quietly on the throne, seemingly unresponsive to Vanna's visit. Remembering what she had studied, the lady quickly took out her parchment and quill the moment she saw the unknown king. Part of her was getting ready to record what she was going to hear, and the other part concentrated on repelling whatever mental pollution that might. Then Vanna jerked open her eyes again. She didn't know why or how, but she's currently outside the tomb on her back and staring upwards. There's the familiar crumbling pillars, the chaotic sky, and the gathered group of shadows of her peers in the distance coming over. You're awake, leave now. The hoarse and deep voice of the gravekeeper suddenly came from the side, causing Vanna to swing her eyes over to see what was happening. The tall mummy-like figure started to walk inside the tomb again, followed promptly by the loud sound of the mausoleum sinking back into the ground. Before Vanna could even begin comprehending, several of her peers had already made it to her side. The most obvious was Bishop Valentine, who helped the lady up by the waist. Vanna, are you all right? I saw you come out of the mausoleum and directly faint at the entrance. Vanna stammered as she stumbled to hold herself upright. The feeling of having her body drained of strength remained, but life was quickly returning, so it didn't take long for the mind to clear up. How long have I been in there? Only an instant, said one of the shadows of another saint. You entered the tomb, then the gate closed shut, and you came out again immediately. Vanna appeared startled and looked to Bishop Valentine for confirmation, which was reaffirmed by the old man's question, what about the parchment? Did you write down what you heard? Oh yes, parchment. Vanna was now fully awake and quickly realized she was still holding onto the parchment. But the next second later, her expression froze as she read the content. The original piece of parchment now only had a corner left due to being shredded about a few centimeters long, and there's only a few words scrawled on it. Anomaly 099 Puppet Doll. Chapter 105. After the dissolution of the assembly. Anomaly 099 Puppet Doll. This was the only information on the parchment after Vanna returned from the tomb of the unknown king. The moment she saw those scrawled letters, the lady's expression visibly slowed to a crawl due to how lacking it was. On top of this, she could feel Bishop Valentine and several others beside her appear stunned as well. After a short silence, the black shadow of one of the saints suddenly spoke in a deep voice, an existing anomaly has been changed. Out of the civilized world's awareness. It fell into the hands of the vanished. The other saint nodded afterward. It could be that the ghost captain did something. But what kind of change will this produce as a result? The saint who spoke before looked worried. The difference between puppet coffin and puppet doll is not just a few letters. This change directly alarmed the tomb of the unknown king, and even caused the gravekeeper to summon the listeners to convey this information. Several saints solemnly discussed this in low voices, their eyes converging on Vanna, who had gradually recovered by now. She got up with the help of Bishop Valentine and eyed the only piece of paper left in her hand. I don't remember anything about what happened in the tomb. I only remember walking through the tomb myself. It is normal to forget the experience of being in the tomb. This is the reason for the parchment and quill from the gravekeeper, to record useful information from the experience, Bishop Valentine said slowly. But there are only these few words on the remaining parchment, it's abnormal and not right. Vanna looked at her hands stunnedly, and for a long time, she didn't know what to say. Was the parchment torn by me? Theoretically, it could only be you. Bishop Valentine firmly looked at his peer. There will be no one else in the mausoleum. The gravekeeper never interferes with the listener's communication with the tomb owner, and the tomb owner will not do anything superfluous except to convey the intended detail. Vanna's heart was full of confusion, but before she could continue speaking, a low and solemn feminine voice suddenly interrupted from the edge of the square. The time for the end of the assembly is approaching. The saints immediately stood rigid and turned at the source. Likewise, Vanna swiftly corrected her mindset and took on a formal stance at the woman wearing a gorgeous dress. The female figure was not followed by any entourage, instead she stood alone with an air of authority. In addition, this person wasn't just some shadowy silhouette like the other souls present, rather her image was condensed and faintly showed the outline of her face. Vanna respectfully bowed in awe at the leader of the Storm Church, the papal crown of the main Storm Cathedral. Not only was the lady the representative of the storm goddess in the mortal world, her very soul had undergone qualitative changes, hence the ability to take on the complete human appearance here. Well done, Saint Vanna, the Pope nodded and spoke with her majestic but gentle voice that soothed the lady's frustrated mood. How much information a listener can bring out of the tomb has always been an uncontrollable thing, and many times, the information that listeners bring out is not limited to the parchment. You mean? Asked Vanna with a bewildered but curious face. The less detail that remains on the parchment, the more dangerous the conveyed message must be from the tomb owner. It is your soul's instinctive drive to protect yourself and everyone here. Do not blame yourself for this outcome. The pieces of information are sufficient for the Storm Cathedral to use as a reference for charting the next voyage and to pray for guidance from our Lord. Sure enough, Vanna's heart and mind gradually settled down after listening to the Pope's soothing words. She knew that this was not an unintended effect, rather it was the Pope's deliberate act of helping herself through the power of words and blessing. Disperse first, the graceful lady said softly, and this gathering is over. The Storm Cathedral will carefully assess the message conveyed by Vision 004 this time. If necessary, I will issue a parable order or resummon the saints at a later date. Vanna quickly bowed in gratitude before dissipating into the chaotic space, followed promptly by the others who disappeared one after the other from the square. In the huge assembly ground, the only one remaining now was the Storm Pope Helena and the crumbling pillars supporting the chaotic skies. She did not move, only standing there motionlessly until a rippling effect occurred to her side. A tall, thin figure appeared in her line of sight. The new arrival seemed to be wearing a robe. Like Helena, his appearance was faintly recognizable and not just a vague shadow. It's that of an old and serious old man. Immediately afterward, another figure appeared next to this old fella, a short and old Gramps as well with a kind smile. Banster, Helena nodded at the tall, thin, serious old man, then looked at the smiling and chubby old fella. Loon, what, when did the two of you get so free? Don't the Death Church and Academy of Truth have to patrol the border? The border has been stable recently, with reliable surveillance. The tall, thin old man known as Banster said succinctly. For the time being, we have entrusted the task of patrolling the border to a reliable person to do it for us. The short and chubby old man named Loon also nodded. This time I mainly came to see the situation on your side. It seems that the civilized world is not very peaceful. The last time a similar situation occurred in the mausoleum was also when the Storm Church was in charge of the tomb, Banster said expressionlessly, about 100 years ago. That's obvious, Helena said lightly, the last time would of course be 100 years ago. That time I was the listener who entered. I wasn't helming the Storm Cathedral yet, so I remember it very well. Yes, I remember it very well too. When you went in, the short and chubby Loon stroked his beard and recalled with emotion. You were also thrown out of the mausoleum immediately after you entered, and it took a long time to wake up just like the little girl today. The parchment you brought out of the tomb was only a small note too, and there were only a few scrawled letters on it. Helena, remember what message you brought out of the tomb a century ago? The helmsman of the Storm Cathedral went silent for a moment before replying softly, I remember it very well, Vision 005. The vanished. Loon nodded, that's right, you were the first to bring back news that the vanished turned into a vision. The few letters you brought back at that time were confirmed in just 1 month when the phantom ship whistled past the necropolis of the Death Church. Poor Banster here had to watch his newly built ships back then be swallowed into the void without getting the chance to cut the ribbon for their maiden voyage. The leader of the Death Church, Pope Banster, glanced at Loon expressionlessly after having the sore subject brought up. Helena didn't seem to hear Loon's last words, only standing there in deep thought before speaking. Whether it is puppet or puppet coffin, it is just an anomaly ranked in the lower 100, there's no comparison with something ranked 5th on the list. Yes, there is no comparison between the two, but you also know that the crux of the matter is not the information left on the note but the parts that were left out. The expression on Loon's face finally became serious. The name of Anomaly 099 changed from being puppet coffin to doll puppet is nothing special in itself, but we all know it's never that simple. The details that are missing are always the most fatal. The clue to go on is that the matter's related to that phantom ship, Helena said, but the other day when I asked the Lord for enlightenment. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped and shook her head, seemingly not planning to continue the topic. Why didn't Frem come today? She looked at the two figures in front of her. Isn't he always the nosiest of us here? Frem and his church of flame bearers are busy with a very important matter, the short and chubby Loon said with a smile. The leaders of the 4 Orthodox churches can't all come here at the same to make a splash. Something important? Helena raised an eyebrow, what is he doing? Patrolling the border, Banster said succinctly. Helena. Chapter 106. Duncan's Gift. The illusory sea water quickly dissipated like a dream at dawn when Vanna's spirit returned to her physical body. After a deep breath, she opened her eyes and saw that she was still standing in the rock chamber that looked like a cave under the sea, the magical flame still burning before her eyes. Looking to her side, the lady saw that Bishop Valentine was also coming out of it, evidence that she had truly attended the Chinook gathering. Subconsciously clenching her hand, she wanted to confirm if the parchment was still there. But of course, that's not possible since the item only existed in the spirit world and couldn't be brought outside. We have just issued a notice informing the captains that the puppet coffin is out of control, Bishop Valentine sighed, and now we will have to reissue a new notice to correct the mistake. Vanna rubbed her wrist and looked at the bishop thoughtfully. The question is, how will we write the announcement? We don't know anything except the name change for Anomaly 099. The old bishop did not speak for a while, apparently he also believed this to be a difficult problem. Vanna brought back the news from Vision 004, but the news only pertained to the name change. Perhaps she had indeed heard more detailed information from the tomb owner, but that's been deliberately left out so it's never coming out. At this stage, we can only first announce the situation that Anomaly 099 has been renamed from Puppet Coffin to Puppet Doll. At the same time, modify all the characteristics of Anomaly 099 to there may be changes, Valentine said after a long silence. It is an anomaly within the 100 ranks. There will be a chain reaction once triggered. Likely, the sealing conditions are also different now. If we continue to treat it as the old version, something bad and big will surely happen. Vanna nodded silently. For a while, the watery chamber grew eerily awkward without any of the two speaking. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time, the lady finally broke the tension. All visions and anomalies are numbered from Vision 004's messages, right? Of course, Valentine nodded. Why did you suddenly ask this? I was thinking, the unknown corpses in that mausoleum, the gravekeeper who always remains quiet during the venture, who the hell are they? Vanna pondered thoughtfully. They are clearly not humans, nor of the real world. I know they're not gods or foul creatures of the subspace either, so why can a vision interact with the outside world and help us this way? And the lists, how is the owner of the tomb able to determine the criteria? Valentine waited until the lady finished her questions before issuing a long sigh. Then with an old and solemn face, this is your first time entering the tomb, and like many others, they too would have similar questions after they leave it. Unfortunately, we have no more answers than you after all these years. I remember that you also entered that mausoleum. Vanna turned her head and stared at the old bishop curiously. What information did you bring out back then? Is it also related to anomalies or visions? Not really, Valentine shook his head, although most of the time the mausoleum announces things related to the supernatural, but in actual fact, the owner of the tomb will occasionally convey meaningless messages. No one knows for sure what the message will be, and the only way is to enter the tomb. But one thing is certain, what the tomb owner says will always be true. Vanna didn't remove her gaze because she knew there was more to this juicy story. Then what information did you bring out that time? The old bishop got all troubled and tied inside. It wasn't something useful, just a prediction. The old bishop's evasive intention was obvious, but Vanna was a persistent lady. She could smell the prize. What exactly is it, the specifics? Valentine shot a helpless look at his younger compatriot and spread his hands. On the 7th month of the 24th, plans weather will be sunny with a 6 degrees difference in the southeast. Vanna. Don't look at me like that. Sometimes it's like that. Valentine facepalmed in embarrassment. Anomalies and visions are unpredictable, and this unpredictability will manifest itself in all kinds of places. I happen to catch one of those unpredictability. If you're going to laugh, then can you turn around at least? I'm getting too old. I'm sorry. Vanna's face stretched into a tense line of contorted laughing muscle. Quickly turning herself away from the old bishop, she silently giggled to her heart's content. But to be honest, I'm a little envious of you. At least your turn got enough information to know it's a sunny day. I, on the other hand, don't even know if the news is bad or good. On the edge of the upper city, in an older single-family house, Heidi, the psychologist, looked at her father with a slightly cramped expression. So, you visited the student's home 2 days ago and spent several hours chatting with the student's parents. From that meeting, you spent a total of 20 minutes talking about the student's situation. Then when you left, you paid more than 3,000 solas to buy an old dagger and a fake crystal pendant made of glass. Morris sat behind the table with the fake pendant sitting on top with the tag removed. He's sweating like a little child that's made a mistake. But the pendant didn't cost money, it's a giveaway. Isn't it more problematic for you to treat it as a birthday present for me? Heidi couldn't help but facepalm herself. You even pretended that you carefully selected this. Morris thought about the issue seriously before spreading his hand helplessly. I really can't find a second real thing in that store, so I had nothing else to pick. Heidi. After confronting each other for a few seconds, the daughter finally deflated. Forget it, it's not the first time anyway. Why do you always fall prey to scammers? I didn't suffer a loss this time. It was Mr. Duncan who suffered. Morris protested immediately, I bought that dagger for 20% cheaper than the market price. Heidi was shaking her head and sighing when she suddenly showed a stunned face after hearing the name. The owner of that antique store is called Duncan. Ah, yes, his name is Duncan, Morris said casually. It has always been rumored that he is an alcoholic plus gambler, but after actual contact, I found that it was really just a rumor. That harmful gossip is outrageous. The man is clearly a humorous and knowledgeable person. Hey? Why do you have this face? Is there something wrong with the name? Heidi opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have been in contact with a very tricky case recently, which happens to be related to this name. I got a little nervous when I heard it. This is a very common name, so don't fret, Morris nodded, but then he grew a little concerned. What kind of case is it? It's not your specialty, don't ask. It certainly can't be the same person anyway. Heidi waved her hand. Can a frightening ghost captain and a store owner who runs an antique shop in the lower city be the same person? Well, if you say it like that, Morris sighed with relief when he heard this. He knew his daughter often assisted City Hall and even the church in dealing with some dangerous cases as an advisor. Sometimes even related to the transcendent in rare occasions where her skill was needed. Relaxing his posture, he gazes down at the crystal pendant on the table. Then do you still want this pendant? Yes. Of course I want. Heidi snatched the pendant on the table. It's not easy to get a gift from you, even if it is a giveaway. Morris pondered the issue again and suggested. Actually, you can pretend that I bought you a pendant for more than 3,000 salas, and that dagger is a giveaway, if that helps. Heidi glanced at her father while putting the pendant around her neck. If you really did spend 3,000 salas on this scam, I will tie you to my treatment room for therapy. Chapter 107. Super contagious. The gentle waves slowly rose and fell while the vanished sailed across the surface of the boundless sea. After many days of this, the ancient ghost ship remains lost and can't find a beacon or island to pinpoint its location. There seems to be no end to the long, arduous journey. Nevertheless, its captain still has many things to do despite the woes. Duncan returned to the captain's bedroom, where the golden sun mask still lay quietly on the table. Alice's affair could come later since the Frost Rebellion happened half a century ago. It's not like he could investigate the topic at a whim either. Rather than chase a distant issue, he has a more pressing matter closely related to himself that he wants to attend to. Duncan raised his head and looked into the mirror hanging from the wall. The green flame that once coated the reflective surface has long since dissipated, and the distant scene that once appeared in the mirror was gone. However, Duncan could still faintly feel the faint and vague connection. It's still there, the channel pointing to the magnificent cathedral in the center of Planned. This connection gave him a similar feeling to his connection with the antique shop owner and the white oak, but far weaker, more ethereal. He had to admit, this was more like some secondary channel that was indirect and not under his whim. Duncan closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to return to that dark space filled with countless starlights. At the same time, the brass compass hanging from AI's neck also opened a gap, revealing the faint green flame inside. Unlike in the previous ventures, he did not perform a spirit walk and maintained the critical state of entering and leaving to observe the flowing rays of light shooting across his view. Firstly, he immediately noticed the brightest star among the sea of lights, which pointed to the antique store and represented his other shell. That body was currently cleaning the warehouse and counting the goods in the inventory. Then through the hazy invisible mist of light, a much larger than normal starlight represented the white oak appeared. That's a connection he created by colliding with the steamboat with the vanished. Lastly, he found the faint and distinguished star that represented the newest addition. Duncan leaned over curiously, wanting to take a closer look at the cluster of stars surrounding it. But as soon as he got closer, he felt a subtle repulsion spreading out from the cluster of starlight. The force of this repulsion was not very strong. It seemed to be just a pure firm will to protect itself. Duncan believes that if he forcibly extends the ghost fire, he should be able to burn this subconscious protection down. But he immediately dropped the idea and kept his distance. The master behind this starlight should be the inquisitor named Vanna, a storm saint, a powerful transcendent being. Reckless contact may alarm the owner, or worse, even the god standing behind the saint. Without knowing much about the gods of this world, Duncan was not yet ready to take the risk. On the other hand, this faint sense of rejection may also be a reminder to him that these stars have their differences. He didn't feel repulsion when he first occupied the shell of that sacrifice, and he didn't feel repulsion when he occupied the shell of the newly dead cultist Ron, so why was there such repulsion around Vanna's starlight now? Is it because she is still alive? Or is it that everyone has an instinctive drive to resist erosion from outside forces? Or perhaps, her faith and blessing are sheltering her? Duncan stepped back a little, pondering the meaning of this discovery while trying to slowly extend his hand to the other cluster of starlight nearby. But he stopped at the last moment. There was no sense of rejection. Then he tried many more times at the other clusters, and each star never rejected his approach. Sometimes, he even sensed something new, an element. It's a vivid form of life, the instinctive trembling that cowers before the shadow of irresistible death. Returning to a corner of the dark area where the stars could not shine, Duncan rubbed his finger to summon a faint spark of the ghost flame. From the look of things, the increased number of times he spirit walked, the control and perception of this world increased as well. Now, he could even sense the existence of life from those starlights. Duncan frowned, then looked off into the distant darkness where mystique and wonder awaited. Out of caution, he had never explored beyond his means before, hence the misnomer that the starlights are all representations of corpses that had just died. But now, that's clearly not the case. There were not only the dead but also the living in these starlights. The Inquisitor named Vanna was also among these stars, and she was certainly a living person without a doubt. Does the countless starlight here represent all the living and dead in the world? Duncan furrowed his brow at the theory, wondering if that was plausible. But then he quickly shook his head to dismiss such an idea. It's too early to draw such a conclusion. Although there are a lot of stars here, although the population of this world is far less than on Earth, but within the scope of the eye, those starlights should not be able to match the population of this world. Besides, how would the stars define the number of the dead? There's also the White Oak here, a ship without the essence of life. But regardless of how the starlight here connects to the real world, one thing is clear, the vast majority of starlight will not show repulsion to Duncan's approach, only the light of Vanna, the saint, has the self-protective response to him. Perhaps this is due to the God she believes in. Duncan now got interested in the power of faith. It's a powerful force no doubt, but it also had a loophole he could exploit. Now then, there was only one question he had left to answer: when and how was this connection established? Duncan pondered carefully in the dark, thinking about what encounter he might have had with the Inquisitor to create this channel. After some elimination and speculation, he soon arrived at one extremely bold idea. Could it be that the first sacrifice that I possessed? Duncan recalled back to the first time he set foot on the land of Planned. He made a fuss at the venue and promptly left the scene shortly afterward. The event made it to the news as well. As it so happens, the paper reported that it was Inquisitor Vanna who oversaw the captured cultists who remained at the scene. Is that how? The more Duncan thought about it, the more plausible the theory got. He couldn't help but stare at his hands in amazement, stunned by how easily he managed to penetrate into someone of such authority. I might as well call myself the master of infections at this rate. I'm worse than those apocalyptic zombie films on Earth. Chapter 108. The illusory scorching sun. Duncan was now beginning to understand why the world would be so afraid of the vanished. Because, in a sense, this mobile natural disaster that was him and the ship really was like a plague. In a dark and chaotic space, Duncan quietly stared at the dancing flames in his hands, feeling the power contained in the fire that remained extremely docile to him. Fire is the most special existence in the world. It's not only a carrier of light and warmth but also a guarantee for the development of mortal civilization amid crises. The God's blessing on the poor souls living in this challenging world. And like in most fields involving the supernatural, fire occupies a unique position and role. In this case, his ghost flames seem to faintly carry something exceptionally dangerous, a characteristic even the transcendence of this world couldn't defend against. From the currently known information alone, the ghost fire has the property of polluting and distorting supernatural items, could also be used to occupy the shell of the dead, and could hide in the souls of the living. Even the power of saints cannot completely remove it. As long as the right time is right, the flame will burn in the soul and establish a secret passage to the vanished. This was equivalent to a plague that's almost imperceptible and incapable of being eradicated. At least for now, the power of the so-called saints has little effect in the face of this flame. Duncan exhaled softly. Now he doesn't know when this weak connection between himself and Vanna would come in handy, but at least for now, it seems that with just the right medium and some kind of opportunity, he could directly see and hear the situation around the saint. This was something he deduced after peeping from the mirror inside the ladies' room, a scum and perverted move, but who's looking? As for what exactly would be the appropriate medium and opportunity, The former could temporarily determine that mirrors and flames are suitable carriers of projection. Or in the professional term of the transcendents, they're called ritual props. Instead, it may connect them with the vanished. Duncan recalls the words he heard when the connection suddenly became established. The word vanished. Duncan had limited knowledge of the transcendence world, but when it came to names, it always held a special place in all the stories. And as it so happens, the name Duncan Abnamar and the vanished had power in this world. There was no need for further speculation. He's got the answer he wanted. The carrier was Vanna, and the activation key was the ship's name vanished. So long as there's a mirror or flame when the criteria are met, he would instantly get strengthened feedback from the Inquisitor and one-sidedly peep at the lady. The thoughts in his heart gradually calmed down, and Duncan also withdrew his gaze from the stars in the distance. He had no friction with the Storm Church or the young lady Inquisitor, therefore, he did not intend to use this connection to harm the other party or do nefarious acts. However, if this connection could bring him some valuable information every so often, then it's not a bad thing either. The dark and chaotic space and the sparkling light faded like flowing water, and Duncan opened his eyes again to find that he had returned to his bedroom. The golden mask, modeled after the sun, remains quietly there on the table with AI napping next to it. He did send the bird to chat with the bored goat head earlier, but it appears the latter didn't like the company and sent her back. After a slight hesitation, Duncan reached out and picked up the sun mask. Although he had some hiccups and unexpected encounters along the way, but things are now finally back on track. It's time he studied this sun relic. He first flipped the mask back and forth several times to confirm the details of the shape and the specific material used. While examining the item, he suddenly noticed that a corner of the mask seemed to be chipped. The broken part faintly reveals a dark color. Duncan frowned, and in the next second, the pigeon that was still napping on the table before suddenly jerked open its eyes. With a flap of her wings and a loud chirp, copper-plated. Copper plating on metal. As soon as Duncan heard the words from this dove's mouth, the chipped part on the mask instantly became more of an eyesore. Quickly picking the spot with his nail to study it further, he finally came to a conclusion that left his face defeated. It really is goddamn copper-plated on iron. This thing is not even gold-plated. The proof was the green spots in some areas. The mask has been rusting after spending time against the salty air. Isn't this a scam? The psychological gap between fortune to misfortune made Duncan lose his cool and mutter in disgust. He felt frustrated at the value of this mask. Whatever plan he had of reselling the sacred relic afterward just went out the window. Can they even do this? Isn't a sacred relic of a cult supposed to be precious and important? Even if it is a mass-produced one, but still. AI rolled her eyes at Duncan's muttering, fluttered her wings and shouted, "Are you daft? How can you be so shameless?" Duncan took a long moment to arrive at an understanding of what the bird meant this time. She's clearly referring to the antique shop where it's filled with nothing but fakes. You shut up. The ghost captain mopes and deflates. After that, he stopped paying attention to the bird next to him and instead focused on the golden mask. Once confirmed the item was nothing but a worthless mass-produced thing of modern factories, he intended to go all out in his following tests. A cluster of faint green flames rose up at the fingertip, covering the surface of the mask like flowing water once he touched it. Then gradually, the ethereal green flame penetrated and seeped into the iron relic. Mass-produced holy relics are still holy relics. Even if the real material of this thing was iron and copper, the runes inscribed inside it aren't. Since the sun priests could use this thing to communicate with their god, it means that he too could analyze the secrets according to the properties of a supernatural item. Duncan has considerable experience in the field of transcendent objects, and his main experience was setting fire to Alice's coffin box. The most recent test proved to be most effective. Feeling the flames gradually invading the mask inside, Duncan also concentrated his mind and begun to perceive the information that this item might contain. This was a mass-produced thing, and its characteristics would certainly not be comparable to Alice's puppet coffin. Nevertheless, Duncan believes it wouldn't be long before he understood its function and secrets. Perhaps even reverse engineer the product and usurp it for his own use. With this thought, he spied deep into the mask for the truth. But in the next second, things quickly spiraled beyond his expectations. A thunderous explosion suddenly rocked his mind as if his intervention blew open a passage. As he pushed open the door, vast overflows of searing pictures poured outwards, causing him to wince in pain at the feeling. It might be just a second, maybe even shorter, but eventually, flashes about a fiery fireball appeared. It hung in the dark space alone, dead and unmoving like a corpse that's been forgotten for eons. This was a real burning sun constantly releasing a huge gravitational force of a stellar body. In the astonishing heat and tearing gravity, Duncan faced the scorching star. He did not burn under its might because what he saw was nothing more than a phantom of the past, a bygone era that's no longer relevant or dangerous to the present world. Duncan stared at this round burning orb in amazement until it eventually spun to the other side. Then, he saw it, the grotesque truth of this star. On the back of the sun, there are billions of dark, pale fleshly tentacles curled up and withered together. They made up the outline of a pupil that was partly closed in the manner of the deceased. Whatever living creature this false star was, it's obviously been dead for an unknown amount of time. Usurper of the flame. Extinguish me. Please, a faint, ethereal, even hallucinatory voice sounded in Duncan's ears. Chapter 109. The Fire Usurper. A sudden sensation of a violent fall quickly stripped Duncan's spirit from the scorching creature. He didn't get to react at all when the grotesque giant left his view, but eventually, he found himself back in the chair of his captain's bedroom. The man's trembling, shaken by the sea of bloodied flame that's still fresh in his mind. After a few more seconds of silence and loss, he finally managed to calm his unsettled head to mutter the echoing words. Usurper of the flame, extinguish me, please. Duncan frowned, sure he had not misheard the whispering words. This is that round sun conveying his wish to me? That thing detected my snooping and sent an SOS for help? Duncan rubbed his temple, contemplating the implications of this distress signal. Undoubtedly, that thing was what the followers of the ancient true sun worshipped, what they called the real sun. To be honest, in the brief moment when he first saw it, Duncan really felt a stir in his heart at how incredible the star appeared. However, no matter how amazing and incredible it looked from his angle, it was still not the sun he remembered from Earth. Sure, the front end appears exactly like the cosmic-powered stars he knew as an Earthling, blazing and burning, but the backside was a darn eyeball. Then Duncan recalled back to the pale and dull tentacles withered around the pupils. The creature wrapped in the sun's shell does not seem to be in very good condition. In truth, Duncan had no question of the creature being dead. There's an intense breath of death oozing out of the body. Even from a distance, the sense of lifelessness was undeniable. It was simply a burning corpse of an ancient god. And the corpse of the ancient god was asking him for help, hoping that someone could come and extinguish the flame on his body. It's a truly contradicting and horrific notion, but in a world without logic, this somehow seemed fitting. Duncan sorted out his confused thoughts little by little, recalling in that brief moment of voyeurism that he performed, another interesting point had popped up. That was, the sun called Duncan the usurper of the flame. Is that indescribable mass of flesh really calling out to me? Did it really sense my approach? Or is it just randomly murmuring out? If the cry for help was really addressed to himself though, then the intent and meaning couldn't be any more obvious. Duncan lowered his head and gently rubbed his fingers, watching a cluster of green flame burning quietly at the tip, ready to usurp the other paranormal powers out there. In the next second, he dispersed the ghost fire in his hand. Regardless of whether the sun was really speaking to himself, this was not something he could tackle as of now. The group of cultists in the planned city-state are still hiding in the shadows, and he has no ability or position to deal with the sun god behind the gang of cultists. What's more, how could he know how to help that burning sun? Rely on this little ghost fire to burn that big piece of thing? He couldn't burn it even if he exhausted himself. Besides, the other party was just asking for help from himself, which does not mean the thing was his own ally. God knows what will happen after extinguishing the fire on the sun's body. What if the flame was some kind of seal? What then? The giant creature wouldn't necessarily return the favor like a human would. In fact, based on the way the cultists acted, he's more worried the creature would destroy him after the act. It's simply not wise to casually deal with a godlike thing without knowledge. Duncan shook his head and sighed in his heart over how little he knew. Perhaps, I will never see the real sunshine in this world again. The golden mask, modeled after the sun, still rested quietly on the table, its surface a little dull after his little venture. Picking it up, he traced the shape's outlines with his fingertip until a faint cracking sound hit his ear. The item was made out of iron with a layer of copper on the surface. Yet, it had started to corrode and decay like it had been through a million years of weathering. Before Duncan knew it, the mask in his hand had disintegrated to dust. AI jumped over, spreading her wings in front of Duncan and gesturing, "Happy, Pop, gone." Duncan didn't care about the bird's nagging behavior because he had a vague understanding over the outcome. This mask was just a fake after all, a mass production holy relic. There's no way it wouldn't have side effects. Maybe I'll have to find a way to get the real thing in the future. Looking at the ashes floating in the air, Duncan said thoughtfully. This thing can't even burn for 3 seconds at this rate. He didn't really plan to save any sun god, but he was still quite interested in the secrets kept by the sun cultists. Moreover, he was also curious about the history before the Great Annihilation, since he believed some extraordinary answer awaited him there. But as all researchers know, science requires great funding, and these cult sheeps should be able to provide him with plenty of wool to sell. After a short break and regaining his spirit, Duncan left his bedroom. The goat head, who was in a daze at the mapping table, immediately turned his head when he heard the movement from the bedroom. He first confirmed whether the dove had come alone or not, then when he saw Duncan, the statue noticeably heaved a relieved sigh. Ah, great captain, your most loyal first mate is here at your service and has kept a firm grip on the helm on your behalf. May I know if your long journey has gone well? I sensed your soul going off to a faraway place again, but it doesn't seem to be a city-state of humans. If you want to go far next time, you can actually in advance. How much do you know about the true sun god that those sun followers believe in? Duncan waved his hand and asked bluntly. After getting along with this goat head for a while, he has become more and more graspful of the other party's temperament. Not only was Duncan more confident in his captain status, but he was also no longer as cautious when speaking with the statue unless it's directly related to the vanished. Everything else could be casually asked, like now. Real sun god? The goat head became startled for a moment and then hesitated. Honestly, I don't know much. I only know that those followers of the sun god are crazy and stupid. As to the god's identity behind them, I don't have a clue. However, the blessing those mad fools get is indeed real. It does exist. It's the main reason their religion can spread so widely and far throughout the years. While speaking, the goat head gradually noticed the oddity. Ah, why did you suddenly mention this? Did you just? I was just thinking, what would those believers do if they found out the so-called god they worshipped was in fact being roasted by them? Their effort and overtime to get the blessing is nothing more than the byproduct of the corpse oil that leaked out. Wouldn't that be ironic? Duncan leisurely and confidently states, talk about one hell of a sadistic joke. A long silence swept across the mapping room, with the goat head not daring to follow up on that shocking subject. In the end, it was Duncan who broke the calm with an inquisitive look at the response. Why aren't you talking? Normally you would be commenting on this and that by now. The goat head spoke with defeat. The topic is too intense. I don't dare to add my opinion to it. I can only say the captain is wise. Duncan grew quite happy at one-upping the statue. He didn't know if it was an illusion on his part, but this goat head's evil and dangerous image no longer seemed so strong. In fact, everything on the ship was changing according to his perception. How to say it, more lively and better. Chapter 110. Coincidence. In the antique shop of the lower city, Duncan sits behind the counter with a weekly newspaper in his hand while reading the content. Suddenly, his eye blinked. Then from the somewhat dull eyes came a focused glint, followed by the fast flipping of the newspaper to the front page. The headlines on the front were marked by the recent events in the city-state. His Excellency Valentine, Bishop of the Storm Cathedral, would soon preside over a large-scale prayer. The other branches will also partake in the prayers and ring the bells and whistles to bless the city. And as a warm-up to this event, Administrator Dante Wayne congratulated the church on behalf of the city and offered various gifts last night. There's also the man's picture printed in the newspaper. It's a serious-looking middle-aged man with grey hair, tall and thin figure with a noticeable scar on his face. One of the eye was also replaced with a prosthetic one. That's clearly a mark of a near-fatal accident. Duncan's gaze slowly scanned the newspaper further and instinctively shifted the image in his mind to that of Inquisitor Vanna's face instead. The lady also had a striking scar on the face near the eye, which didn't affect the sight thankfully. According to what he knew, the city admin Dante Wayne was the uncle of the lady, and that both scars were the result of what happened 11 years ago. That's when the riot by the cultists happened and the factory leak at the 6th block. It's also the main reason both uncle and niece became such avid supporters of the Storm Church and actively fought to quell cult activities. They're also victims of those filths. This information wasn't a secret in the city-state, something that could be found in official records and folk rumors. That's how Duncan learned of it, by casually inquiring the neighbors and strangers. Another 11 years ago, and again the factory leak in the 6th block. Duncan silently turned the newspaper to the next page, gathering and combing through the various details he had been collecting in the recent period. Fragments of the sun, the fire in his niece's memory, Nina's recent nightmares, the accident that happened to Inquisitor Vanna and Admin Dante, and the girl Shirley who seems to be investigating the truth and has an unknown origin. All these things revolved around the factory leak in the 6th block 11 years ago, and now the sun cultists are in the city again. He also learned of the sun god being a godlike creature that imitates a sun, and the thing was still seeking help from the outside. Duncan didn't intend to deal with the sun god yet, but he did get a little worried that this nameless fire might end up catching Nina and burning his niece when he was not watching. To remedy this, he had ordered AI to scout the city early in the morning today, so it would be a while before the bird returned. As for Nina, the girl was busy packing her books upstairs right now to leave for school. It's getting lively in the morning with people passing his shop every second, a vitality he enjoyed. Uncle. I'm going to school. Nina rushes down the stairs while carrying her school bag over her shoulder. She also has a piece of bread prepared for lunch based on the wrapping he's able to see. Run slowly, don't fall. It's still early, you know. Duncan glanced at the girl helplessly and then remembered something. By the way, today is your day to visit the museum. Yes. I made an appointment with a classmate. Nina turned to face him with a bright smile. I won't come back to eat lunch and will go directly to the museum with my classmate. You find something to eat on your own, uncle. Got it, Duncan smiled and waved his hand, and slow down. Don't rush and pay attention to the cars on the road. Okay, goodbye, uncle. With the girl's crisp shout and brisk footsteps, followed by the jingle of the bell at the door, Nina's figure was gone and out of Duncan's sight. She crossed the road in front of the antique shop and raced into the morning light of planned. Alone again, Duncan recalled back to the previous home visit made by Mr. Morris and what was discussed. Nina had few friends at school, and most of her classmates didn't like to deal with her. But even if she has few friends, it seems that there are 1 or 2 classmates who have a good relationship with her. They're willing to invite her to the museum, so that's good. Nina also seems to be happy right now, which is of course a good sign. He inquired yesterday, and the classmate who was going to the museum with Nina was a quiet girl who also lived in the lower city. The two had only recently become friends and had a good relationship. Duncan put the newspaper in his hand down and mused about what to do next. There won't be anyone home until the evening, and today was another weekday, so there shouldn't be any business in the shop. It's a bit of a waste to stay here and look after the place when no one's going to visit. Maybe I can go around the city, and perhaps investigate something. First, sending an order to AI's location so that the bird would continue her search while he went out, Duncan put on his coat and hung the temporary rest sign at the door before locking up the shop. There were many people at the bus station when he arrived due to the peak hours for people traveling to work and school. Mixing in easily with the crowd, he first looked up the routes at the map hanging from the wall. His destination today would be the 6th block where the factory leak occurred according to official records. Once he was sure of how to get there, Duncan withdrew his gaze and waited patiently in the crowd. Buses came and went, and several steam-powered buses took half of the people on the platform by the time his ride came around. The rumbling and bustling steam contraption didn't give him much sense of reassurance in case of a fire, but he's not one to judge. Duncan followed the large crowd into the car and quickly found himself squished between others. He didn't get a seat, of course. Those were mostly reserved for the kids and ladies. Ultimately, he pushed his way into a corner near the back door and waited patiently for the bus to start. The severely overloaded car started with the hoarse and laborious roar of the steam mechanism, a signal for the conductor to begin the difficult job of collecting the fares from the riders. By the time the conductor got to Duncan, the poor fella had already been through the washer in how messy his dark blue uniform had become. The 6th block, Duncan flashed a friendly smile to the conductor. However, the conductor was visibly stunned after hearing Duncan's answer and asked again to confirm, "Hey? Where are you going?" Duncan frowned. "The 6th block. I see the line is going that route. Isn't the bus going there?" The conductor was stunned again and then looked up at the road map posted on the carriage next to him. Quickly nodding like a dream, oh, of course, we are going there. It's just that no one usually goes there, so I forgot." For Salas. Nobody usually goes to the 6th block? 11 years have passed since the incident, and the area around that factory has not been rebuilt? Duncan had some doubts in his heart, but he quietly bought the ticket and watched the conductor squeeze through the army of passengers like a warrior again. The next step was to wait silently for the bus to arrive at the destination. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes spying on him. It's brief and hardly more than a glance, but Duncan's sure it's not an accident. There's fear and a desire to dodge him based on his perception, which makes the ghost captain even more intrigued. In the next second, he saw a small figure trying to flee to the back of the sea of riders. Both of their eyes met in that instant, the latter freezing on the spot like a wooden statue. It was a girl in a black dress, who looked about the same age as Nina, and wore a peculiar collar around her neck with a small bell hanging from the collar. It's Shirley. Duncan slowly came to the other party like this and greeted the girl with a smile. We meet again. This time, are you going to school? Shirley somehow dared to squeeze out a smile there. Although she once said that she wanted to hug the big guy's thigh in front of the dog, but after realizing Duncan's horror, her smile had become uglier than crying. You. Hello. Chapter 111. Big Boss's Preaching. The bus during rush hour had always been crowded. If one's lucky then you might be able to stand at a spot without being squished, but in this occasion, there's hardly any space left to maneuver at all. As a result, Shirky's pipsqueak-like stature were forced into a pinch like a helpless hamster caught inside a trap. She's teary and sobbing inside at her inability to flee. If Duncan hadn't seen with his own eyes on how she smashed a room of cultists with a dog in hand, he would surely have bought that innocent and harmless act. He slowly squeezed over to Shirley's side and used his own adult figure to loosen a corner for them both to talk. Sadly, this didn't get repaid with a look of thanks, only further shaking and fear in that face. What are you so afraid of? He asks while glancing down. I'm not going to eat you alive. Shirley cried, you, actually want to cook me first? Duncan. He could probably guess why the girl was so afraid. After all, Dog had seen through some of the real him under his human disguise. No doubt the other party had passed on the terrifying discovery to the girl and left a deep impression on the latter. Duncan had no idea what sort of demon lord type of image he had in Shirley's mind, likely the same type a boat captain would have when meeting the vanished out at sea. Usually it's about writing a will in haste to leave some last words for the family, but even that was a wishful desire because such a will would normally sink to the bottom of the sea. Is that dog with you now? Duncan asks after recalling about the dark hound that should be somewhere. Ah. Dog usually hides in a place where others can't see, Shirley gulped and replied uncooperatively, then lowered her voice again, but he does know about what's happening here with me. Oh, I'll say hello then, Duncan nodded, I still had a lot of questions when you departed last time. As soon as these words came out, he felt Shirley shudder some more like a frightened rabbit. Relax, Duncan sighed helplessly. He seemed to have vaguely sensed a stressed gaze coming his way from the girl's shadow. There's no need to be so tense around me when talking. I have no ill will towards you and Dog. That's good to know, Shirley nodded stiffly. Then as if to deliberately appear more relaxed, she tries to find a topic until her gaze falls on Duncan's shoulder. You didn't bring your dove with you this time. Pets are not allowed in the car, Duncan said casually, and I let him go hunting. Let the dove out to hunt. Shirley looked at Duncan dumbfounded. Broken for words, the girl nodded vehemently, right, you're absolutely right. The dove is quite suitable for hunting since her eyes can see so much while flying. Shirley's train of thought had started to wander off in weird ways to the point where she didn't even know what she was spouting anymore. Eventually, it was the conductor's voice from the front of the carriage that interrupted the rambling. 6th block. Who is getting off the bus? When the conductor's shout came, Shirley was obviously relieved as she jumped to her feet at the rescue. She shouted back to answer the conductor and squeezed forward while making sure to bid farewell to Duncan. I'm getting off here. It was great seeing you again today. Then before she could finish speaking, the poor child saw Duncan also squeezing over with a face that was like a demon toying with a soul. I'm stopping here too, Duncan said expressionlessly. Shirley instantly took on a twitching expression on her face. Knowing that it would be inappropriate to say that she didn't want to get out of the car now would be impossible. The big guy might be playing a prank on her, but she really didn't want to test the theory. The girl filled in the missing parts on her own and grew more fearful than ever. When the conductor started to urge them to get off after the delay, she actually shrunk her neck in and began to march towards the exit with a look of demise. Wait a minute, kid, did you buy a ticket? The conductor suddenly asks out of the blue. Shirley was stunned for a moment, looking at the conductor in the dark blue uniform with some disbelief. Clearly, the lass never expected someone to ask her for a fare, which didn't go unnoticed by the conductor. You didn't buy a ticket, I remember now. I know this child. She may have just lost the ticket. Duncan's voice suddenly came from the side. I'll buy one for her. The conductor turned her head to look at Duncan suspiciously, then back at Shirley with a skeptical face. In the end, she just nodded and accepted this arrangement since it's none of her business to pry. Okay then. Duncan took out a few coins to make up for Shirley before following the other party out of the carriage to an empty old station. The entire bus was packed with passengers, yet only the two of them got off in the 6th block. Duncan first scanned the surroundings, but what he saw was only the most ordinary scene of the downtown neighborhood. Although the surrounding buildings were older, and there were not many pedestrians on the pavement near the station, it was nevertheless not as completely dilapidated as he had imagined. The old frontage shops were also opening as one would expect normally, and the sparse pedestrians were also walking the streets with an infrequent vibe. Overall, it's a secluded, underdeveloped neighborhood, but nothing strange or out of the norm. The factory leak accident that happened here 11 years ago seems to have left some residual effects. Still, the extent of the impact is not as serious as I thought. After taking a general look around the surroundings, Duncan withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Shirley again. The girl didn't try anything after leaving the car, only motionlessly standing there like a small trapped animal in a cage. Truly a person that's given up on resisting and leaving it up to fate. Duncan couldn't help but want to chuckle when he saw the other party's well-behaved and harmless appearance. If he hadn't been baptized by the fighting heroism of this violent girl, he might really have been blinded by her harmless appearance. He shook his head to dismiss the humorous thoughts. So why are you visiting the 6th block? Shirley immediately straightened up. I heard it has a great view. Duncan eyed the girl up and down. I've wanted to ask since earlier. You're pretending to be well-behaved, right? I'm not pretending. Shirley stood even straighter than she had just now. I've always been very well-behaved. Duncan shook his head, not wanting to point out how poorly the child's acting was. Turning to look over at the distant street, he spoke in a seemingly casual tone. 11 years ago. There was a factory leak here. They say that cultists were behind the accident. Shirley blinked with confusion. Why did you suddenly mention this? Enough. Why play the fool? You were inquiring about the event from 11 years ago during the gathering with those scientists. Duncan shot a sideway glance to check her reaction before starting forward. This is the place where the leak occurred, according to the official records anyways. Shirley was stunned for a moment, then quickly kept up with the man's pace from the rear with those short little legs. Are you also investigating the matter from 11 years ago? It seems that after confirming the big guy really doesn't eat people, at least not for the time being, and the two sides have the same purpose, she had also grown a little more bold. That's right, I'm a little interested. Duncan nods noncommittally to only stop a few steps later. Turning to look at Shirley with a curious light, do you often evade bus fares? Shirley literally dropped her jaws. Duncan knew what was going on as soon as he saw the girl's expression. Shaking his head, it's not good to avoid paying your fares. Shirley almost cried when she heard this. She's been lectured by Dog in the past, by the neighbors' uncle and aunties, and even by the police of the city, yet she never would have imagined one day she would be lectured by an evil god-like entity about a bus fare. When did bigwigs of the shadows become so high and mighty this year? Chapter 112. Rundown Street. The temporary calm as the two walked together did not bring any peace to Shirley's mind, instead, it only caused more fear and depression. The girl knew the emotion wasn't entirely her own, but instead it was from Dog, who remained hidden in the shadow. Dog's scared, and as a result, his emotions are interfering with the host body in a symbiotic manner. In order to alleviate the oppressive feeling in this silence, she muttered in a low voice, actually, I wouldn't have been caught in the past for dodging my bus fare. Dog will help me hide and get past the conductor. You mean the disguise that Darkhound made for you? Duncan raised his eyebrows, remembering that Shirley had used some kind of disguising power during the venture into the cult den. From the looks of things, that ability has the power to confuse one's cognitive perception. It doesn't feel reliable at all. The last time you got caught too, and now this time, the conductor saw through it as well. Shirley immediately wanted to protest over the opinion but knew better than to argue. Under normal circumstances, she and Dog's disguise wouldn't fail, but when near a terrifying and horrifying being like Duncan, it's only natural something goes wrong from the immense interference. Stuffing the resentment of being told her powers are unreliable, Shirley forces a dry laugh and nods, ahaha. You're right, you're absolutely right. Duncan shook his head, not caring what thought the child had in mind. Changing the topic again, why are you paying attention to the accident from 11 years ago? Shirley suddenly fell silent as if not wanting to respond out of instinct. Then pursing her lips, the girl realized there was no point in hiding the truth before this being from subspace. Actually, it's nothing special. I'm only trying to understand things related to my parents. After speaking, she quickly added, an existence like you must find this topic boring. I know, mortal attachment is stupid in your eyes. No, I understand, Duncan interrupted the girl before she could go further. Having ties to your family is important. Once said, he grew more serious in his face to emphasize he was not lying. So your parents were involved with the leak back then? Or did they get drawn into the mess by being attacked by the cultists? Shirley looked at Duncan with some surprise, not quite understanding why such a boss like him wouldn't just eat her and show so much compassion. Giving an honest nod, they went missing 11 years ago. Okay, saying they're missing is a bit pretentious, they actually died, they died in vain. Afterward, it was only me and Dog left. The girl's voice weakened into a murmur at recalling these unpleasant memories. Thankfully Duncan had a better sense to let the atmosphere deteriorate further. How did you and Dog meet? Those scientists say you're a follower of the Annihilation sect. Do all believers like you summon shadow demons? I'm no follower of that sect or any sect. I only believe in myself. Shirley reflexes shouted in denial but quickly corrected her volume to a cultured and polite level again. Me and Dog, we met 11 years ago. Duncan suddenly stopped and stared into Shirley's eyes. 11 years ago? So. It was after the so-called factory leak. Shirley quickly stopped, lowered her head and explained, I can't remember the specifics, and Dog also said he can't remember either. He may have been summoned by some Annihilation disciple, but the person who summoned him must have been killed by the guardians of the Storm Church. Then before I knew it, I was inexplicably tied to Dog as partners. Shirley definitely hid a lot of details in how vague she made the story out to be. Even so, Duncan didn't intend to pry for more since it's normal to be self-preserving. In the face of an irresistible force like himself, it's already asking a lot to have the child confide so much without torture and the like. Duncan shook his head to dismiss the unpleasant feeling inside over the sad story and turned to look around. According to what he noticed, aside from the fact that there are very few locals in the neighborhood, there's a striking detail of lacking children and young adults. There are no kids playing on the road at all, only seniors and middle-aged folks are walking about. These old districts are all like this. Shirley took it for granted and didn't find it depressing. Those who have the ability have all moved to the crossroad area. Those that remained were either too old or too poor to afford better housing. On top of that, there's no school in these parts, so children wouldn't stay here unless they want to spend an hour or two commuting to the other districts every morning. Listening to Shirley's thoughtful analysis, Duncan just nodded noncommittally. He could fully relate to the situation. Back on Earth, many parents would leave their kids in the countryside while working in the city to save on expenses. Commuting long distances to attend school was a norm for those without financial backing. While in thought, Duncan's gaze suddenly noticed a gray-haired old man sitting in front of a shop closest to them. The old-timer was basking in the sun and didn't bother to hide his intrigue at the strangers who decided to visit his neighborhood. Good morning, Duncan greeted the old man after coming over. We are from the 4th block. Mind if we ask you a few questions? How do we get to the local church? He didn't really care where the church was. That's merely an excuse to start a conversation. Church? The church has been closed for a while. God knows where the nun ran to. The old man basking in the sun sobered up a little from his laziness and straightened his back. It's strange and rare to find an outsider willing to come here. What is your purpose for this visit? We're here to see a friend, Duncan said casually. Is it that rare for someone to come here? Why is that? It's that damn factory, of course. The old man complained indignantly, seemingly dissatisfied with the deserted state of the neighborhood. How many years has it been? The factory is still in that dilapidated state, so it's obvious everyone would avoid this place. Nobody is going to take a chance on a polluted area. Duncan and Shirley exchanged a look with each other, surprised by the clear-cut reply. But I read in an old newspaper that it's been cleaned up, did it not? That's what the newspaper says. The city admin also said they will revitalize the industrial zone here as well. The old man huffs and puffs with discontent, and the results? The city's west side is getting worse by the day, and our factory is still in ruins. Let me tell you, this area used to be bustling with life when the factory was still running. Our 6th district was among one of the richest neighborhoods you can find in the lower city, and now things are in the gutters. As soon began his rant of complaints, the old man didn't want to stop because it's rare to find a pair of strangers willing to listen. Thankfully Duncan didn't intend to sit around and wait. By the way, I noticed there are no children at this place. Did all the young people move away? Move? No one has moved from here in years. You think the rent in the other districts are that affordable? The old man shook his head. There are no young folks around because we haven't had any new children at all, and all the youngsters from back then have grown up. The old man sighed, lamenting how far his home had fallen. This place hasn't had a child born for 11 years. Shirley exclaims. 11 years without a newborn. Duncan's eyes finally widened slightly in surprise. You're certain? Do you think I'm lying? I've lived here for most of my life. The old man rolled his eyes. If I say there's none, then there's none. This is all because of that factory leak. The land near it is polluted. Duncan didn't speak and slowly straightened up his posture with a new light in his eyes. He's certain something's off about this place now. Next to him, Shirley was still growing warier of the place and pressed for more information about the factory. However, the old-timer seems to have run out of patience. Waving his hand irritably, he mutters another slew of complaints while skipping around the girl's desired answer. It's time to go, Duncan said to Shirley suddenly, distracting the cranky girl from attacking the old man due to the runaround. Thank you, sir, for talking to us. Oh, you're welcome, the old man waved his hand. Be careful and walk slowly. Chapter 113. Looking for a fire. Shirley seemed a little resentful walking on the road. Why didn't that old man answer my question? When I spoke to him, he acted like he hadn't heard me. Is being short so unvalued? I think the main reason is not that you are short but that you keep chasing others to ask about the factory. Duncan slightly turned his head and glanced at the girl. Instead of wasting time on a local who is unwilling to cooperate, wouldn't it be better to see the factory with your own eyes? Shirley pursed her lips and said nothing more because the factory that had been abandoned 11 years ago was already looming into view at the end of the street. In the lower urban area, many factories are located near the residential areas or separated from the residential areas by only a wall. The limited landmass and the blockade of the boundless sea doomed the city planners to being unable to spare enough land for the placement of industrial facilities. As a result, the concept of industrial relocation and suburban resettlement doesn't exist in this world. Besides, most people in this world have no time to consider what health risks industrial pollution brings. For the general public, the improvement of city-state safety brought about by the development of modern technology was obviously more important compared with the risks brought by factories' gas lamps, heavy firepower, steam networks, potions, and mechanical ships. These things have increased the population of the new city-state era by nearly 3 times compared to the old era. Anyone who understands the operation mechanism of the modern world could clearly realize the fact that factories are the foundation and blood of modern civilization. It has long been impossible to separate from the city-state. In fact, according to Nina's textbook, these factories and facilities were not even clustered in the lower city. Although the city planners are doing their best to move those facilities that are too dangerous to the edge of the city-state, some things still have to be set up in the heart of the city. Take the bell tower and central steam core for example. They're all essentially huge machines, containing terrifying energy and great risk, but they still have to be placed next to the main cathedral. In Nina's engineering and mechanical textbooks, the authors of the textbook have a special explanation for this. People have to endow the sacred steam with sanctity, and rely on the power of the cathedral to ensure the timing of the clock tower. Machines are not just machines, they are also the sacred and pure heart that supports the operation of modern civilization. People should place these pure steels where the gods watch to prevent the shadows of subspace from polluting their oil and bolts. As Duncan recalled what he read in Nina's textbook, the man couldn't help but sigh inside. This weird and outrageous world is constantly challenging my worldview. Eventually, he and Shirley had arrived outside the grounds of the abandoned factory. There's nothing more than a collapsed wall acting as a barrier between the residential housings, but more striking than that, the perimeter around the factory was a barren wasteland. Nothing was growing here. No grass, no plants, not even the signs of insects crawling about in the dirt. In a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it doesn't make sense to leave this plot of land uncared for. The scar from 11 years ago should have been repaired after so long. It's strange that it's been left in this decrepit state. The land in the city-state should be very precious, he said thoughtfully while standing at the edge of the barren land, it's unreasonable to leave it like this. Didn't that old man just explain why? The pollution hasn't been cleaned up yet. Shirley didn't seem to notice how wrong this was. Some pollutions can only be healed through time and patience. Maybe, Duncan shook his head, not fully agreeing with the opinion. Then he shifted his gaze between a series of pipes and tanks on the edge of the factory, trying to restore the original appearance of the accident that had erupted here in his mind. He saw several sections had ruptured, and the base of one tank had collapsed, giving the scene an impression of a beast crushing the buildings. Judging from these images alone, it seems pretty likely that there was a leak here. But Duncan still furrowed his forehead. The old man basking in the sun said the residual pollution around the factory had tainted the 6th block, causing there to be no newborns in the past 11 years. Yet, there were no warning signs around the factory nor patrols and guards in place. That didn't make sense if the pollution posed that much danger. Although it was not a significant abnormality, these little details still puzzled him. Are we really going in? Shirley's voice sounded from the side, and her face seemed a little nervous. There may be real pollution here. Can't Dog give you some advice? Duncan glanced at Shirley. This place is deserted, and you can let that dark hound come out to breathe. I don't believe that you are really afraid of the so-called pollution here. The tension in your eyes is too fake. Dodging Duncan's inspecting gaze, Shirley raised her hand and agreed. Okay, the main reason is that Dog's condition is not very good. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the crackling sound of the flames rang out, followed by a pitch-black flame spreading along her arms until it covered half the body. The flames condensed into chains afterward, and the figure of a hound materialized from the smoke and flames at the end of the chains. Duncan watched the process curiously, and only after Dog showed up did he smile and nod to the hound. Long time no see, Dog. You ran away quite fast last time. We were in a rush, don't take it to heart. The hound clamped his tail as soon as he appeared, and when he heard Duncan's voice, his whole body became half an inch shorter. He's carefully lowering his head while trying to contract his limbs. Do you have any orders? I'm good at many things, grabbing a plate, sweeping the floor, and coaxing a child. I can do a lot. Before the dark hound could finish speaking, Shirley had already covered half of her face next to him. It's as if she's implying that finding someone else more cowardly than herself here is embarrassing. On the other hand, Duncan couldn't help but chuckle at this amusing display. Raising his hand, he points to the factory in front. I don't have any orders. I only want to borrow your eyes for a bit. You're able to see what others can't, right? Take a look at that factory and tell me what's wrong with it. Oh, my eyes are enough to warrant your attention, hee. Dog immediately went off on his flattery while not forgetting to explain his findings. I've actually been observing the factory for a while now, and I didn't see anything. The same as before, an abandoned. Dog's voice abruptly stopped, and then he changed his stance into a threatening one while issuing out a low growl. But as quick as he was alarmed, Dog looked back up with a confused shake of the head. Sounding all puzzled, hey. Seeing this situation, Shirley was a little nervous. Dog, what did you see? I don't know. For a moment just now, I seemed to see a fire. It seemed to be a huge fire, rushing out of the factory like a huge wave, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The hound's voice was full of doubt, but Shirley flew into a rushed excitement. Are you sure you saw the fire? Really a huge fire? Dog shook his huge skeleton head. It's just a fleeting flash of an image. Maybe it's an illusion. I'm a shadow demon. It's normal to occasionally have a little hallucination and be mentally abnormal. But the fire is different. Shirley said hurriedly. We searched for so long and finally found the clue leading to that big fire. There's no doubt about it, Dog. It must be here. In the middle of Shirley's exciting words, she suddenly felt a large hand press down on her shoulder. Tensing into a stiff rock, she slowly turns to face the source, where Mr. Duncan is quietly watching her. Why did you react so strongly to the fire? Duncan looked into Shirley's eyes and asked slowly. Shirley opened her mouth. It's nothing. You're also looking for a fire from 11 years ago, aren't you? Duncan didn't care about the girl's attempt to change the subject. He had already thought of something due to Shirley's abnormal reaction just now, a fire that doesn't exist in any official records, but you have personally experienced it, right? Shirley's body stiffened some more while she gulped. You, how could you? I'm looking for it too, Duncan smiled. It seems I have come to the right place. Chapter 114. The erased traces. In front of the dilapidated and abandoned factory, the dark hound dog gazed at the collapsed factory with those empty eye sockets as if trying to observe the ruins in the real world from another dimension. Shirley stood beside her partner with a nervous face. It wasn't until she was confident Duncan wasn't going to eat her did she ask the hound, "Dog, is there really no residual pollution here? If you're referring to chemical leaks in the general term of what people think, then don't worry, there's none of that. The pollution was washed away long ago." A hoarse and deep voice came from the hound's throat, "but if it's pollution in the supernatural sense of the field, then I can't say." "Did you find anything?" Duncan asked on the side. "No, not really," Dog lowered his head slightly, "I just saw a moment's fire, but now there is nothing. It might just be some kind of reverberation, a memory left over by the ruins and frozen in time. Many supernatural powers leave similar traces in the real world, but to find out what kind of supernatural power it is, I'm afraid we will have to go in and take a look." "Then let's go in," Duncan nodded and walked towards a gap in the abandoned fencing. "You two follow behind me." Shirley hesitated but still stepped forward to follow. On the other hand, Dog shook his head from side to side to tell himself this was real. Then, as he followed as well with the chains rattling due to the motion, he curiously asked with caution, Why are you also interested in what happened 11 years ago?" "Ah, of course, I'm only asking out of curiosity. A big person like you must have his own plans in mind." "Because I'm interested," Duncan interrupted the hound, "don't be so nervous in front of me. It makes me uncomfortable." Okay, we're not nervous." Hearing the obviously nervous answer from the other party, Duncan just shook his head helplessly. Then shifting his sight to Shirley with a curious look of his own, "You have a big fire in your memory, but only you can remember this fire, right?" "Uh-huh." Shirley nodded. She had already realized something by this time. "Based on your attitude, you also know about that fire, right? So that fire really existed, didn't it?" "Yes, I know, so I'm even more curious now about who erased the traces of that fire's existence." Duncan lightly nodded in confirmation. At the same time, his mind was also full of thought. He never thought that things would develop so coincidentally, nor did he expect that there would be a third person in the city-state of Pland who knew about the fire besides himself and Nina. His chance encounter with Shirley, the joint investigation between the two sides, the fire that was erased, the hallucination of Dog just now. All these things seemed to be pulled together by invisible forces, just like planets revolving around the sun. This feeling of being manipulated by invisible forces has already made him vigilant. Nina's textbook has roughly described some common sense in the transcendent field and mentioned that powerful anomalies or visions often have the power to interfere with the development of reality. For example, it could even lead to certain events like weaving scripts in a play. Also, if there are too many coincidences, then it's no longer a coincidence. All these clues are omens to be wary of, which often means a person involved has been affected by an anomaly or vision without their knowledge. In the face of this invisible push and influence, my ghost fire is effectively useless. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shirley. The girl and Dog are currently carefully watching for any movement from the ruins of the factory. She seems to have no superfluous and complicated thoughts at all, or maybe it's because of the big terror next to herself that's causing this. Regardless, Duncan had no idea why. "This looks like an ordinary ruin," Dog's low voice interrupted Duncan's thinking. "I don't sense any sign of supernatural power present." At this answer, Shirley raised her head and looked up at the crisscrossing pipes and distorted ceiling beams above their heads. This was the first room after they entered the factory, which had been badly damaged in an accident from 11 years ago. Most materials had either been snapped or ripped. Now, all that remained was the skeletal structure of the building. However, except for these traces of an explosion and collapsed structures, there's no trace of a fire though. "It doesn't look like a fire happened here. I can't find any scorch marks or melted metal," Shirley muttered thoughtfully. "Yes, this is the biggest problem," Duncan's deep voice suddenly came from the side. He had also been watching the environment and found the destruction unfitting. These damages don't look like they've been through high temperatures, more like a sudden release of a huge force that blew everything apart. All elements of the fire have been erased somehow. It's far too clean to be normal. Dog immediately follows on Duncan's deduction. "Yes, the way it looks here now, it's like all elements related to fire were deliberately erased, but because they were removed too cleanly, they left a more striking mark of a blank." "Erased?" Duncan muttered softly, then slowly walking deeper into the factory building, eventually finding a twisted hunk of machinery next to a hole in the wall. Immediately, his eyes jerked wide in shock. Fire! A monstrous fire! A raging sea of red had risen from the opposite side of the hole connecting to the barren waste outside the factory. Everything was burning, from the air to the ground, nothing was spared. Not the factory, not the streets, and most definitely not the housings. Everything had flared into a billowing smoke of cinder with frenzied crowds fleeing for their lives. Truly a scene straight out of hell itself. This terrifying and fiery scene caused Duncan to flinch due to the intensity, but in the next second that he blinked, it was gone. Dog picked up on Duncan's unusual behavior and immediately asked, "What did you find?" "I saw the fire just now," Duncan replied quietly, "but it's gone again." "It seems that the reverberation here is very strong," Dog analyzes. "It reproduced again in such a short time period. Only a powerful supernatural force can achieve something like that. If I had to guess, the sun fragment those scientists are looking for did appear at this place before. I wonder what is the rule in triggering this reverberation." Duncan didn't say anything. He just slowly returned to the position where he had seen the echoing remnant of the past and stared thoughtfully into the hole. "There seems to be nothing here." After a moment of thought, Duncan suddenly raised his hand and gently rubbed his fingertips, summoning a cluster of green flames from nothing. Dog reacted instantly at the sight of the green flame. Shrinking his neck in, the hound took several steps back with the chains shaking due to the shivering bones. Likewise, Shirley also backed off with her companion and looked in horror at what Duncan was doing. You're really planning to cook us? What are you afraid of?" Duncan glanced at the pair expressionlessly. "This is not for roasting you." He then points his fingertips downwards to allow the green flame to trickle down to the ground, causing a rippling effect on the concrete floor. In the next second, the entire area of several meters under Duncan's feet had fallen under his control. Shirley looked at this scene in disbelief. Ah! Wherever the flames swept over, something would suddenly appear from the originally empty spot. It was ashes, patches of greyish ash that could be vaguely made out to be human form. Suddenly, Shirley thought of something, and she raised her head and looked around at the empty factory. Under Duncan's conscious control, the green ghost flame swept through the entire factory like a fresh breeze. As a result, the traces that had been erased finally reappeared briefly in the eyes of the visitor. Chapter 115. The source of the invisible curtain. The dark green flame was like a floating light and shadow, sweeping across the entire factory in mere seconds. The disturbance was like a gust of wind, blowing off the curtain veiling reality to reveal the secrets underneath. Ashes, humanoid ashes, shapeless ashes, scorched walls, melted roofs, distorted and brittle machine shells after being scorched by the molten flame. The entire factory area was like a fiery purgatory that had cooled down not long ago. Shirley stood blankly in the center of the wreckage, her eyes a little dazed while Dog quietly scurried over to comfort the child by supporting the unstable figure. Soon, the green ghost fire faded, and everything in the factory returned to what it was before. Duncan stared down at his hands with some regret. This was after all just an ordinary body, there's no way it could be compared to the real one on the ship. The fact that it could invoke such a wide radius was enough, he's not going to expect anything longer than a few seconds of casting. But even so, such a small reappearance was enough to reveal the crucial truth. "I knew it. There was a fire. I knew I wasn't mistaken," Shirley murmured. "I've been looking for it for 11 years, and it turns out to be here." "But this fire was wiped out," Dog whispered, "and there is some kind of force that's woven a curtain around the reality here, filtering out the traces of the fire from the world. This curtain can even block the sight of a shadow demon like me. Is it the sun fragment? Or the guy who brought the fragment to the city-state in the first place?" Shirley frowned in thought, and then she suddenly noticed that Duncan had been unusually quiet. "What do you think of this? This is still not the same fire scene I remember." Duncan shook his head without waiting for Shirley to finish. Sweeping his gaze over the facilities in the factory, he tries to recall the details of the fire that's in his memory about how he carried Nina in his arms. "Not here." "Hey!" Shirley was startled. "The fire you remember is not here. The details are too different," Duncan said quietly. Calmly walking out of the factory, he observed the dilapidated street in the distance with a sharper glint, or more strictly speaking, the entire 6th block. None of this seems quite right. Shirley subconsciously glanced at Dog and asked her partner, "What do you think is going on?" "How do I know? I'm just a dark hound." Dog shook his head. and 11 years ago, I was more confused than you. Duncan heard Shirley and Dog yapping in the back and turned his head. Is this factory the only suspicious location? Maybe, perhaps, Shirley said unsurely. Anyway, according to what I've found, this factory was the center of the chaos 11 years ago. Duncan didn't fully believe that's the case. Over the next 2 hours, the three of them inspected all the still accessible areas of the abandoned factory. Strangely, apart from that curtain that covered reality, they found no traces of other powers or transcendent objects in place. This is quite strange. After completing a rough inspection of the last building, Dog finally voiced the suspicions in his heart. The curtain that covered the first site must be the handiwork of the supernatural, but we searched the entire factory area and did not find the source at all. This is unreasonable. Does there have to be a source? Shirley asked curiously. Duncan was also curious in his heart, but he didn't show it. Instead, the guy maintained his sullen face while quietly waiting for the hound to explain. To think the only one among the three of us that's an expert in the supernatural field is an undead dog. Dog didn't have too many thoughts about himself being the star of the show. As a shadow demon, much of the knowledge regarding the transcendent realm was nothing more than common that everyone should know. So, he explained without putting on air, the power that hides the fire is obviously a power that's continuously running, meaning there must be a power source to fuel this veil. We can be certain of this point after witnessing Mr. Duncan's flame lifting the curtain on reality earlier. The source may be an anomaly, or a powerful transcendent being, regardless whatever or whoever, it must exist somewhere within the city-state. As he spoke, the hound raised his head and scanned the distant streets with those empty red eye sockets. We didn't find the source of the curtain within the factory grounds, suggesting the thing supporting the veil is projecting power to this side from a distance, or, we might have only lifted a corner of the curtain, that the entire phenomenon is at such a large scale that... As Dog went on his rambling, he suddenly stopped like he's afraid of what the answer might imply. Sounding nervous now, if it is the second situation, then this is not something an anomaly can cover. It might even be a vision, an unknown vision. The sun fragment is certainly not an ordinary anomaly. According to the scientists, the fragment is the corpse of the sun god. Shirley cuts in suddenly. This may be a means for the sun fragment to hide itself. So an anomaly that has the ability to think for itself? In order to prevent being controlled, the fragment took the initiative to erase its own existence from the surrounding environment. Dog mused with a look of a scholar. That can happen. We can't rule out that possibility. If it really is the remains of a god, the ability might be due to it awakening. Shirley rubbed her chin in thought over the theory, seemingly in agreement with the dark hound. But then the girl suddenly exclaimed after realizing something, "Wait a minute, Dog, when did you become so knowledgeable? You freaking can't even read." "I'm a shadow demon. A shadow derived from flesh and blood of the Netherlord from the shadows. This knowledge has been imprinted in my memory since birth, okay?" Dog rattles the chains impatiently to emphasize to his partner that he's not useless, and speaking of not being able to read, how can you call me out when you're in the same boat as me? While Duncan watched the pair quibble like a true family, Shirley eventually remembered where they were and stopped. It's not the right place, and most certainly not the right timing after noticing the angle of the sun overhead. Exclaiming out of the blue, "Oh no! It's noon." Duncan raised his eyebrows. "Do you have other arrangements?" Said Shirley nervously, "I have to get home before noon." Duncan skeptically eyed the girl in silence. "Didn't you say that your parents are no longer around? Who else will lecture you when you get home late? Not a curfew. I have an appointment with someone else." Shirley quickly waved her hand in defense. After the experience of exploring the factory with this great and terrifying being, her daringness seems to have been bolstered. We continue next time?" Duncan glanced at the dark hound next to him, who immediately cowardly shrunk his neck back and spoke, "You have the final say. If you want to continue exploring, Shirley and I can." "No need," Duncan shook his head, "we won't get anything by continuing on this spot anyways. Wait until I find some new clues, then we can keep going." Shirley suddenly showed surprise in her eyes as if not expecting how easygoing this person was at heart. "Then, me and Dog can leave first? But how will you find us in the future?" Duncan just showed a friendly smile. "If we are fated, we will meet again." Unlike the frank and kind appearance the man portrayed, he didn't like to leave things to something as elusive as fate. Between the chains of Dog and Shirley, there's an elusive and hidden spark of green flame quietly burning in secret. This was the result of his deeper understanding of the ghost fire after accidentally establishing contact with Vanna last time, which could be considered a small attempt despite being an accident. Now, this mark released on his own initiative was stronger than the flame that remained on Vanna's body but gentle and harmless. Shirley suddenly felt a chill inexplicably run down her back. But she nevertheless controlled her facial expression and said goodbye to get out of there. Chapter 116. Everything is normal. Shirley left quickly with Dog while Duncan shifted his gaze from the distant intersection and landed on the factory's ruins again. After the ghost fire faded and the invisible curtain closed, the factory had returned to its previous normal appearance. The traces of the fire were completely erased, and the ubiquitous ashes also gone, hidden into the nothingness like it had for the past 11 years. Duncan's gaze slowly shifted upwards, past the factory roof until it reached the sky. He imagined, picturing a veil like a blanket, quietly covering the surroundings and obscuring the truth under reality. Although there are not many residents remaining in the 6th block after the incident, there are still thousands left. Yet, under the eyes and noses of thousands still living here, the invisible curtain obscured the truth for 11 years. Thinking of this, Duncan suddenly furrowed his forehead. The truth in the factory is a fire, and Dog also confirmed that there is no chemical pollution residue around the factory. Since there is none of the so-called pollution, then why did the entire 6th block not have any newborns for so long? If the real problem isn't due to chemicals leaking, then it must be a different contamination. Is it some force from the transcendent realm preventing the birth of new babies? Duncan looked thoughtfully at the sky. Looks like the invisible curtain is bigger than I had imagined. We ran out. Really ran out. In a leaky and dirty alley some way out from the 6th block, Shirley carefully poked her head out of the alley, cautiously observing whether there were police patrolling the roads nearby. It's not that we ran out. It's the big boss letting us go. Dog replies while hiding underneath a corner of the wall where the shadow was at its thickest. It's all the same meaning. Shirley waved her hand, then plopped her ass down on the ground without caring about her own image. That scared me to death. I was so scared that I almost couldn't breathe. I had to not swear, pretend to be good, and... Dog, can you say something? I know, I see more than you can, did you forgot? The voice in the shadow spoke faintly in a squirming manner. How does it feel? Isn't walking with a smiling shadow of subspace more tiring than dealing with a group of vicious policemen? Don't say it, I'm getting the shivers just remembering. Shirley rolled her eyes and shot a blaming look over. It's all your fault for scaring me so badly last time. If I had known nothing, then I definitely wouldn't have today. Hey, why do you think a big boss like him is walking about pretending to be a normal person? He even squeezed onto the bus like everyone else, and even bought the bus ticket. I never thought we would bump into each other again in this fashion. The hound was silent for 2 seconds. Maybe it's just a hobby, or maybe it's been staring at you. This is what I'm most afraid of. We have now dealt with that existence, so the connection will only get more deep and entangled. Shirley shuddered some more and asked cautiously, you mean, we will really meet again? Please spare me. Have you forgotten what he said when you parted? The hound sighed, he'll find us. Shirley went mute there, only lowering her head in silence like she didn't know how to take it. Then after a good full minute, it was Dog who broke the silence. What? Scared now? Regret it? That's a little too late now. I reminded you there's nothing good in dealing with the transcendents and the ones they fight. Look at us now. We're stuck dealing with a force beyond human imagination. If you had listened to my advice a few months ago and didn't investigate the old stuff, you would still be living peacefully. Regret my ass. Shirley lowered her head some more and viciously interrupted Dog's voice. I regret nothing, and I won't into the future. Don't say such annoying stuff again. Okay, I won't say it. Have you rested enough? It's almost time for us to leave. Didn't that new friend of yours make an appointment with you? I'll wait 2 more minutes. Shirley pulled her hair while muffling the next sentence. My legs are a little weak, wait a bit. Dog was left speechless. Instead of bashing her partner for being more cowardly than him now, he issued out a hoarse purr and wriggled out of the corner and into her shadow. At lunchtime, Vanna took a huge bite out of the gem-coated bread and took no time to finish off the rest of the slice. She choked due to the fast eating, but nothing a large glass of wine wouldn't solve. Vanna, eat more elegantly, and don't drink wine as water. Uncle Dante's voice came from across the table, his tone helpless and pleading. Heretics don't wait. Shortening my mealtime will help in sending those heretics to meet the goddess. Vanna glances up and retorts while already stuffing her mouth full of another item, which only makes it worse in the eye of her uncle. And this is not a banquet outside. You should also pay attention to etiquette at home. Sooner or later, you will not be able to get married. Dante looked at his niece, who was already of marriage age, with worry and urgency. Most would have at least brought a boyfriend home at some point, yet their family had none of that. It is better to say you're already unable to get married anymore. Vanna's ferocious eating finally slowed down after that. The young female inquisitor looked all embarrassed while objecting, the duties of the inquisitor. The Storm Church does not prohibit priests and nuns from marrying, and the inquisitors also have normal families. I have also read and recited the Storm Codex. Dante shook his head. Seriously, are there really no suitable candidates? Vanna lowered her head and poked the bread on the plate with a dinner knife like a meek child. The main problem is that there's no one capable of beating me. When you go back, ask if you can take the oath back. Dante sighed deeply. You never should have sworn those oaths and so casually, especially the first one about must having a strong man as a partner. Why didn't Bishop Valentine stop you back then? Vanna's head drooped a little lower again until it's on her shoulder, but due to her tall stature, even her defeated posture was enough to be 2 heads above her uncle's. Sounding muffled and weak, there is no way to take back the oath easily. It is a sacred agreement made in front of the goddess. Besides, I am not someone who makes an oath so casually. Almost all female guardians have taken one. It's a symbol of our bravery bestowed upon us by the storm, proof that the goddess. Dante silently stared at his niece, who was 2 heads taller than him. Then have you ever imagined that you will one day become invincible in the world by training so much? Vanna. Isn't this for the 2nd and 3rd articles of the oath? Dante, ache. This topic had been discussed countless times over the past few years, which always ended awkwardly for both or in a stalemate. Unfortunately, this time was no exception. However, Vanna had never been one to get dragged down for long. Quickly adjusting her mood, she solved the battle on the dinner plate with amazing speed before getting up to leave. I'm done eating, uncle. Hey? Vanna jerked to a stop, staring at her uncle with surprise and shock while pointing to his prosthetic ruby eye. Uncle, the wound near your eye is oozing blood. You okay? Hey? Dante was stunned for a moment but quickly reached up and touched it. After confirming it was blood, he ran to a mirror to see for himself. From the round ruby making up his fake eye was indeed a trickle of blood slowly seeping down his cheek, the scar around the eye more striking and frightening now than ever. Don't move, Vanna hurriedly approached from behind, placed her hands around Dante's forehead and whispered the words of the Storm Codex. May the sea breeze moisturize the body and make this flesh and blood heal. Under the action of the divine prayer, Dante felt a slight itch near his wound before the small bleeding stopped. Sounding a little helpless, don't make such a fuss. This is not the first time anyways. After all, a cold metallic ball with rubies is bound to cause irritation when rubbing against the skin. The expression on Vanna's face did not relax at all. On the contrary, she continued to stare into Dante's ruby eye, and only after a long time did she ask, do you feel anything else? Is there a burning tingle? Or see some illusions through this ruby eyeball? Dante blinked without flinching or fluctuating emotion in front of his niece. Through the ruby eyeball that's been blessed to clearly see the truth, what's happening was unlike anything that should be flames burning behind Vanna, ashes and scorch marks filling up the dining hall and the disembodied and molten deposits of the roof. Gradually, the hot sensation returns to normal after he absorbs the phantom truth. Of course not, everything is normal, Dante replies nonchalantly like nothing's wrong as he always did in the past. Chapter 117. Museum. Getting out of the car and stepping onto the stone square in front of the museum, Heidi, the psychiatrist, couldn't help but sigh deeply. It was her day off today, and the salty sea breeze blowing against her skin had washed away the fatigue accumulated through long hours of work in recent weeks. Like many of those in her profession, being affected by their patients was a common theme, especially when your patients are mad shit crazy in the occults. It's the main reason her spirit had been so low in the past few days. She's likely suffering from insomnia from listening to so many cultists. Fortunately, today she finally did not have to think about those crazy believers and their deformed hearts. Another sea breeze blew across from the end of the street then, ruffling the hem of Heidi's skirt as she grappled with the risk of flashing her panties and losing that wide-brimmed hat she wore. Looking after the struggle, her eyes beheld the grand white building with the streamlined dome and beautiful wings. This maritime museum in the Crossroad neighborhood was by far one of the largest museums in the city-state of Pland and one of the most legendary. Huffing a puff at the naughty wind, Heidi strolled towards the museum entrance, where a tour guide was introducing a crowd of visitors to its colorful history outside. This large building, built in 1802, was originally the property of the Parr Brothers Ocean Trading Company. At its height, it had amassed a staggering fortune to become the largest storage center in Pland. It was seen as a symbol of the commercial prosperity of the city-state. However, a drastic tragedy in 1822 completely changed the fate of the building. Someone duly asked, "What happened?" It is said only rumors, though at that time, an ocean-going cargo ship under the name of the Parr Brothers encountered a strange thick fog on its way back. In the white thicket, the poor hapless cargo vessel encountered a burning ghost ship and passed by it. But fret not, the cargo ship eventually escaped the fog and even returned safely to port. But sadly, the shadow of madness remained in the hearts of the crew member. From then on, the bad omens quickly spread throughout the entire fleet of the Parr Brothers. In the following months, all the ships under the name of the Parr Brothers began to suffer terrible disasters. There were constant mutiny among the crew members, disappearances, and even bloody sacrifices to please unknown gods. Ships on distant voyages encountered storms on supposedly calm seas, hit icebergs in warm waters, mutinous sailors detonated explosives on board, destroyed boilers, and even hunted their colleagues. Such strange disasters were repeated again and again, finally burying the business of the Parr Brothers for good. Their marine trading company filed for bankruptcy restructuring at the end of the same year. After that, the Parr Brothers divided the remnants of their company's property and donated part of it to the city-state authorities, including the building in front of us. It underwent several transformations and changes in function until 1855, when it was finally transformed into a maritime museum, which continues to this day. It is said that even now, the shadows of those from a century ago still linger in this maritime museum. And if you are lucky enough, you might even find the shadow of the Parr Brothers occasionally wandering the museum to visit their former offices. But don't worry, my dear guests, most likely, the shadows you find are no more than the employees that once roamed these halls. In their century-old uniforms from the Marine Trading Company, they may just come over to the confused you asking where the offices are. Of course. These are just rumors. The museum has taken plenty of precautions to inspect the museum. We even have a team of guardians from the church on standby. So, dear visitors, please be at ease knowing you are safe. However, suppose you do want to experience the bizarre legends and have a thrilling trip. In that case, I suggest heading over to the adventure room on the side wing of the museum. Remember, you will need to receive a temporary baptism from the local chapel to test your will before entering. The cost is a measly 2 solas by a cleric. The voices of the tour guide and tourists eventually faded away as Heidi strolled past the group, but then her feet suddenly felt heavy, and she didn't want to budge. The warehouses of maritime trade from a century ago, the thick fog of the far-off seas that brought disaster, the cursed fleet, the shadows that lingered in museums. Heidi, who dealt with cultists every day and heard a lot of blowing wind through various official channels, suddenly felt that the idea of visiting a museum as a sightseeing project for vacation wasn't such a good idea. She could have wandered the lower city where cheap goods are snagged or visited the antique shop her father mentioned. But after less than 2 seconds of inner struggle, the young psychiatrist made up her mind and continued. Telling the right thriller stories when introducing attractions was a common means of tour guides to get business. Actually, more than half of the world's horror stories are inseparable from sea fogs, ghost ships, and renegade sailors. If there are ghost stories in museums, then why wouldn't there be more scary things in an antique shop? She's a psychiatrist who deals with neuropathy all day. Why should she be afraid of this? No one can stop me from enjoying this hard-awaited holiday. The evil gods of subspace can stuff it. Determined, Miss Psychiatrist headed straight for the ticket booth and entered the museum like a warrior. There were fewer visitors to the museum than expected. Perhaps it was due to not being a public holiday, but the lobby on the venue's first floor seemed a little deserted. Currently, several venue guides were busy leading some of the tourists through the main exhibition area, where the walls were decorated with a huge whale skeleton and various beautiful sea ships. There's even a costumed captain introducing the story to the kids in the hall. However, the most eye-catching to Heidi wasn't the kids or tourists, but a pair of girls who looked to be about 16 to 17. They're probably still in school and were laughing and having a good time. Heidi sighed, slightly relieved that the museum wouldn't be a bore with these two around. So, she decides to walk behind the two ladies to brighten up the atmosphere during the visit. Then, she smelled something weird. That smell, it's as if something was burning. Near the crossroad, Duncan emerged from a steam bus and bought a pastime paper at a nearby newsagent to waste his time. After Shirley and Dog left, he wandered around the 6th block some more and asked the locals about something, but it was clear that ordinary citizens could not spy the truth behind the curtain. The residents of the 6th block only remembered the information officially disclosed by the government and believed the decline of their home was due to the chemical pollution. Of course, there are a few that said it's the neglect by the authorities, but that's not much different from what he heard from the sunbathing old man. The truth was covered by a curtain, the actual record had been tampered with, and the city-state authorities had only disclosed the tampered information. Still, Duncan cannot conclude that the curtain was set up by City Hall or the church based on only this. In the world of the supernatural, a powerful anomaly or vision could blind everyone. In the face of powerful anomalies and visions, even the so-called reality was nothing more than a canvas that could be smeared and changed. Duncan sat down on a bench on the side of the road, casually reading the contents of the pastime while thinking about the future. Now it seems that the source of that curtain was not in the factory, maybe not even in the 6th block, and if this so-called source was the sun fragment, then it should be hidden somewhere deeper. Until there are more clues, the investigation cannot continue. The sun cultists are looking for the fragments of the sun, and they have stirred up the city-state for that end. Nina's memories and dreams faintly point to the fragment and are likely connected to this. Through the sun mask, he managed to glimpse through to the real sun that inexplicably resembled an evil eyeball god asking him for help. Before I knew it, I seemed to have fallen into a messy ball of thread. Duncan sighed and shook his head slightly. It's then at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a strange smoke rising upwards from a block nearby. There was also a faintish red blooming out from the bellowing smog. Duncan paused and immediately got up from the bench. Like himself, many of the pedestrians on the street had stopped their current task and looked upwards. Some were frozen and unsure of what to do, and a few had started to run through the streets in a panic while shouting, "It's on fire! The museum is on fire!" Chapter 118. The Field of Fire. As the thick smoke billowed into the sky with the faint firelight, Duncan's eyes widened slightly after hearing the exclamations of the fleeing pedestrians. Museum. The Oceanographic Museum near the crossroad. Nina. Nina was visiting the museum near Crossroad with her classmates this afternoon, precisely in the direction of the rising smoke. Duncan was about to rush to the rescue but promptly realized that running from this block to the museum was unfeasible. Even if the smoke was visible to the naked eye, the winding roads would waste a lot of time. On top of that, it was not realistic to take a taxi, not to mention no sane taxi driver would willingly drive towards a fire. He was very urgent, not stupid. After quickly going over his options, he suddenly found himself coming up with a new idea, a bold one at that. AI. He summoned in his heart and quickened his pace to dodge into the shadowy ally of a nearby building. The green ghost fire sparked into existence, an AI, who was patrolling nearby, appeared out of thin air. First flapping her wings to show her joy at not having to search for the cultists, she promptly lands on the man's shoulder. Can she really bring me to the museum? Duncan stared at the bird a bit, seemingly wondering if he should do this. But then the indecision shifted to firm determination. He had no room to choose otherwise. He had no live cultists to test his idea, and it's already proven the bird could shuttle items without damaging them. And if worst comes to pass and he loses control of this body unplanned, who's to say he couldn't repossess it a second time? I want you to do a delivery, Duncan caressed AI's wings, send me to the museum in the crossroad. It's near the large white building you flew over this morning. AI tilted her head in a humanistic fashion and glanced at the bellowing smoke in the sky. A shotgun trip. Just say you can or cannot. Make some. Deal. Without saying a word further, the dove flapped her wings vigorously and burst into a puff of green flame that shot out of the street. Near the Crossroad Maritime Museum, the firefighters who rushed from the fire station have already begun to fight this emergency. Thanks to the relatively good infrastructure of the neighborhood and the special nature of the museum itself as a public establishment, there are not only permanent fire units stationed nearby but also sufficient emergency pumps and evacuation ports. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for the firefighters to rescue some of the trapped tourists inside through the side wings. Unfortunately, the story these folks brought out wasn't so positive though. They discussed the horror of how the fire started. According to their own words, the flames came out of nowhere, whistling fireballs throughout the depths of the museum. Some even say they saw a strange and distorted figure crawling out of the flame in distress, a clear sign that corruption from fear has begun to take hold. But professionals are professionals. Some priests and resident guardians of the chapel swiftly charged into the fray to light incenses around the victims. This would calm the most agitated and reduce the risk of further contamination. Meanwhile, in the shadow of the building dozens of meters away from the museum square, a ghostly green flame lit into existence and rose up from the grounds. It swirled and condensed, then merged into the shape of a human until Duncan finally materialized in his form. As he expected, AI arrived at the museum by flying rather than instantaneously as she usually does when going from the vanished to the shop. Duncan glanced at AI, who had landed on his shoulder, noting in his mind the new experience and the feeling of teleportation. This shows that there must be an anchor point for the bird to use if she wanted to teleport. It wouldn't work otherwise. As for the feeling of being carried by AI during the flight, it's quite the wonderful experience. He did not lose consciousness during this process, but he could not smoothly observe the surroundings either. How to describe it? It's similar to someone watching the perceptual view through a screen. Maybe. This is because AI's body structure is very different from that of humans, or it may be because AI has her own will and cannot be completely taken over. But these are all minor issues, and Duncan doesn't care about it now. Unlocking AI's new features in a hurry today was already a huge gain. He could figure out the details at a later date. Right now, the most important thing was confirming Nina's situation and her safety. Of course, the flight was not as fast as teleportation, and it took him a few minutes to fly over from the nearby street. Though it was already very fast compared to running or taking ordinary transportation, the man still didn't want to delay it any further. From where he stood, Duncan saw the large burning building that was divided into 3 floors. The first and second were burning the most ferocious, with billowing smoke gushing out of the windows. If there are any safe spots left, it would have to be the roof. Thankfully, firefighters knew this as well. They've activated several hydrants on the edge of the square, and huge high-pressure water jets are now spraying the museum's main structure in an attempt to suppress the temperature on the exterior walls to prevent further collapse. This would not only bide time for the authorities to rescue more victims inside and bring them to the square, but also to prevent the fire from engulfing those who managed to flee to the roof. Duncan ran straight towards the survivors at the square as his first point of contact, checking to see if Nina was among them. There, he overheard what the victims were saying in their description of the flame. Fire suddenly came out of the air. It really appeared out of thin air. It's as if it has been burning for a long, long time, but no one has seen it, and then it popped into existence. I also heard a whistling sound, a sharp whistle like that of the devils. I definitely saw a scorched man crawling out of a room. Oh goddess, protect me. The guy was wearing clothes from decades ago. He crawled out of the room, but that room hadn't even caught fire yet. The fire started after he climbed out. The survivors at the edge of the square were extremely anxious and hysterical, many of them describing the terrifying scene in erratic manners. By the time Duncan came over, the storm priest with a thick black beard had already been at the scene and frowning. The panic rate is too high. 1/3 of the people are mentally unstable, and these people are showing signs of being contaminated by supernatural powers. The storm priest took on an ugly expression and quickly said to the guardian next to him, "There may be unclean things in the museum. When will the cathedral support arrive?" "At least half an hour." "No, it's too late. If there is really something unclean, I'm afraid it will get out of control in less than 10 minutes." Looking at this scale, the black-robed priest turned his head to stare deeply at the museum. Then, swinging his head over to an attendant beside him, asked the police force to take control over this location too. After saying that, he pulled off the priest robe he was wearing to reveal the black shorts and trousers underneath. Then, raising the storm codex in his hand, he began praying loudly and with power. "Please bear witness. Our bravery be our strength." The rest of the guards joined and shouted in unison, "Please bear witness." After the prayer, a faint layer of water mist had floated around several storm faithfuls, wrapping around their bodies like the shelter of the waves. In the next second, they charged towards the building that was still burning without falter in their expressions. Chapter 119. A pair of friends. From judging that there may be an out-of-control supernatural power in the museum to completing self-blessings and leading the charging team into the fire, these faithful belonging to the Storm Church only took 10 seconds in total. At the same time, the firefighters in the square also cooperated like well-trained warriors. They used their water cannons to open up a path among the inferno. This not only gave the first team room to charge in but also time for the second team of clerics to bless the much-needed equipment to bring inside. As for the police force who remained at the edge of the perimeter, they've already begun to clear out the bystanders and contacted the closest chapels on the dire situation. Well-trained and closely coordinated, this wasn't something that could be gained by a few sessions in the training barracks, but rather through actual repeated combat experience. That's what it means to survive in this world of paranormal activities. Unless both citizens and government react quickly and decisively, the consequences wouldn't be only a few deaths like that on Earth but the death of an entire city-state. Duncan saw it all from the rear, but he didn't have much time to applaud their bravado and sacrifices. He's too busy looking for Nina among the crowd of victims in the square, and sadly, he can't find his niece. Then he froze, turning to stare at the museum still burning in the distance with a somewhat familiar aura. He tried walking towards the building, but as soon as he took 2 steps forward, a policeman stopped him. "Sir, there is danger ahead. Please leave it to the professionals." Duncan glanced at the policeman, nodded and turned away. Getting mixed up with the officials at the scene would only waste time and delay the rescue efforts. So, he simply abandoned the main entrance and resumed somewhere in the shadows near the square. In the next second that he's out of sight, AI flies down and shoots right into a window that's still burning ferociously. Some people in the square saw this abnormal scene but only took it as the poor bird losing its senses due to all the smoke. It took no time for the bystanders to ignore this incident. Inside the museum, smoke, fire, and heat waves hit Duncan instantly the second he stepped out of the green vortex. He's not afraid of these things, but he could feel the functions of his flesh and blood being affected by the high temperature. The soul may be fine, but it won't be long before this body becomes unusable. But he wasn't acting recklessly, and he knew what to do long before he rushed in. There are flames everywhere here, and flames, was a very obedient thing. Duncan held his breath, then a little green flame quietly flowed under his feet to spread along the floor to make contact, just like how he subdued the flames during the assembly of scientists in the warehouse basement. Even the scorching air began to change, no longer affecting the breathing of this body. "Stand down," he orders, forcing the burning red to extinguish behind him to reveal a corridor full of smoke and char. Duncan glanced back and looked at the markers on the nearby wall, judging he had landed in an office on the edge of the main exhibition area. As he walked and snuffed out any flame that crossed his path, the guy also made sure to concentrate on locating the girl. But to be honest, he was completely unsure of whether it would work in finding the other person. Although his perception was now beyond ordinary means, and the goathead has also said that the captain's intuition is the most accurate pointer, this high-end operation of sensing someone's energy from far away was still unfamiliar territory. He's trying like this all for the reason of that vague split second of familiarity he felt at the square, which was the source of this idea to begin with. Duncan walked through the halls, through the flames, and still couldn't find Nina anywhere. However, he did sense something else. "Hey!" Duncan muttered suspiciously, his gaze turning in the direction of where the perception was coming from not far ahead. On the floor below the stairs, there's a stronger reaction. The owner of the imprint was definitely bouncing around and alive. Duncan only hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran in the direction of perception. He bolted down the stairs, snuffed out any flame that crossed his paths, and finally came close enough distance to hear a faint yippity-yappity voice through the mark. "Hand? These are all minor injuries on my hands, it will be fine once I rest for a few days. No worries, my muscles have always been quite good. Don't worry, the door is closed, and the smoke can't come in for the time being. You are so clever, you actually know there's a water room here. Hey, you read the exhibition map in advance? The professor mentioned it in class? Safety education. I probably didn't listen and dozed off, ahaha. You said you saw a dog just now? Must be your mistake. Where would a dog come out from this place, ahaha? What are we going to do with this one that fainted? You don't know either? All right. At least she's alive. It's okay, we will definitely be rescued." Duncan didn't hear it wrong, that's definitely Shirley's voice, the same gothic little girl that he met at the 6th block this morning. The familiar aura he felt in the square before seemed to be brought about by this mark. He did not actively contact this connection but passively perceived its existence due to the close proximity. This mark was Duncan's first active release, so there were still many characteristics that he was unfamiliar with, but for now, it seemed that the connection between the ghost fire was even better than he thought. While feeling a little emotion in his heart, he also had a hint of doubt. Shirley was talking to another person, and it sounded like her friend. Who is she with? The closed water room became a temporary refuge as the narrow and claustrophobic space blocked the approaching disaster outside by allowing the running water to overflow. Aside from that, there's no light source, so Nina could only take comfort by huddling next to the water pool with her heart beating wildly. Meanwhile, her new friend, a girl named Shirley, was checking the closure of doors and windows. This resulted in her hands being slightly burned by the heat, yet the girl behaved like there was nothing wrong. She continued to be busy throughout the venture. As for the lady who was unconscious next to Nina, neither girls knew who she was. The poor person was walking near them when a falling brick fell atop her head, knocking the lady out cold, hence the reason they dragged the unconscious patient along. Judging by the dress though, this lady was clearly not a poor person in the lower city like themselves but a decent lady living in the upper city. Unfortunately, in the face of calamity, there was no difference between decent people and the poor. Suddenly, the sound of water in the sink subsided and gradually stopped. The main pump is down, Nina, who had been listening to the sounds around her nervously said, the fire is very big. The new friend, who was a head shorter than her, came over and crouched down to ask in a low, comforting voice, you're scared? I'm afraid of fire. Nina hugged her legs harder, feeling the voice tremble a little, I'm especially afraid of fire. Actually, I'm quite afraid too. Shirley went silent for 2 seconds, all right, I'm actually most afraid of fires. I can't tell at all, Nina shook her head, you just went on a rampage. It's because I'm afraid that I went on a rampage. Shirley squatted down with a big grin, if I had stopped, I likely wouldn't have the courage to get up again. But now, both of us are stuck in here without anywhere to run. We will need to wait and be rescued at this rate. Nina grasped Shirley's arm in the dark, and sure enough, the other party was also shaking. You cursed, Nina muttered, I thought, you are a very cultured and good student. We've already come to this, don't pretend you don't know I'm like this. Shirley said with a big smile on her blackened face, and, oh forget it. She seemed to want to say something to Nina but swallowed it back down in the end. Then glancing at the doorway, quickly use your good brain to analyze this. How long can we stay here? Nina glanced up, I don't know, but as long as it can block the smoke, it is safe for the time being. This room is very strong, and at the corner of the stairs, it should not collapse for a while. Shirley snorted nonchalantly, then she hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking again, by the way, if, I said there's a way out of here, but it's very scary, will you want to try it? A way out? Nina looked at her friend in confusion, what way? It's just, Shirley stood up but suddenly sat back down again, forget it, let's wait for a now. We still have time, there's still time. Nina. Chapter 120. Rescue. Time seemed to slow down suddenly. In the darkness and the approaching scorching heat, Nina felt her mind running uncontrollably. She seemed to recall back to when she was a child, recall running up and down the antique store with her uncle to help, then making a mess of everything, recall her uncle explaining to herself the stories behind those antiques, in the end it was all made up, recall the first time she went to school, the first time she saw the steam engine in a textbook, the first time she got praise from a teacher. The first time she made friends, and lost friends for the first time. Her mind was a mess, and her consciousness became increasingly more confused as the smoke seeped into the room, causing her a shortness of breath as well. And those disturbing memories, they all started to burn, engulfed by the terrible flames. Even now, Nina was staring at the ground expecting it to burst into a pillar of red and yellow. Then a cold hand snapped her out of the illusion by pressing it against her forehead. Are you all right? Shirley looked at her friend, a little worried over the weird behavior. I'm okay, Nina quickly shook her head in denial and grabbed Shirley's arm, thank you. I just suddenly remembered my family. Family? Shirley was startled when she heard these words, who is in your family? There is only one uncle. My parents passed away many years ago, and I grew up with my uncle. Nina briefly recalled the faces of her parents and uncle before slowly burying that head into the knees. I promised my uncle to go home early today. You have a good relationship with your uncle, right? Shirley seemed a little uncomfortable with this kind of topic and did not know how to comfort her friend. What does he do? He's just an ordinary person. Our family opened an antique shop in the lower city, and he's managing it alone, Nina said slowly, then quickly flailed her hands up after noticing Shirley's surprised expression. It's not what you think. There are no real things in there. That sounds awesome too. Shirley quickly complimented, "Shop owner. If you have a store of your own, even in the lower city, then your life at home should be pretty good, right? Actually, it's very average." Nina continued to wave her hand frantically in panic. "Uncle's health wasn't very good a few years ago, so the business in the store hasn't been good. He didn't save much money. But I think Uncle is really amazing. He can even chat with Mr. Morris for a long time. He knows a lot of things, and Mr. Morris said he is a profound person." Shirley listened to Nina's narration and pretended to understand by nodding. "Then after we go out, I must get to know your uncle." Nina laughed. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the direction of the door. The next second, the door to the water room, which was not very strong at all, got kicked open from the outside. It fell with a bang. The moment she saw this scene, Nina's first reaction was that the fire in the corridor had blown apart the door from the intensity. But the next second, what she saw was a familiar figure walking through the doorway, and the expected flames were nowhere to be seen. Shirley was also startled by the loud bang of metal hinges nearly snapping apart. She looked back in astonishment, and her whole body froze the moment she recognized the figure at the doorway. But before the Gothic-dressed girl could take action in cowering before the shadowy avatar of subspace, the voice of the new friend she made had cut in and interrupted. "Uncle Duncan." Nina looked at the figure with surprise and disbelief. Right now, it seemed that all the fear and depression had disappeared in that instant, and nothing could ever harm her. "Nina." Duncan also looked at his niece with some surprise. He actually didn't expect this. The man only followed the mark because he wanted to make Shirley into a helper to find Nina. So what I heard was Shirley talking to Nina, and the new friend and classmate was none other than Shirley. What are the odds? Quickly reorganizing these thoughts, Duncan took only a second to get the story straight. Then he noticed the Gothic girl's expression. Not going to let the little summoner spill the bean, he took the initiative in leading the conversation. "Looks like you're all right." Then before he had time to say more, Duncan noticed a third person in the room, a young woman in a long skirt who was unconscious on the floor. She seemed to be alive at least. Shirley finally regained her ability to think by then and recalled what Nina had said about her family. By connecting 1 and 2 together, she froze into a statue and looked like she's seen a ghost. "Nina, he is, your uncle." "Yes." Nina said happily and threw herself on Duncan in a few steps. "Uncle, why are you here? The fire outside has gone out." "Not yet, but the fire is under control," Duncan replied casually. He knew that this ambiguous statement must have seemed suspicious under normal circumstances, but now Nina was clearly in a state of confusion, "So there's no harm. This is awesome. I thought I was going to." "It's okay. Let's wait until we get out first." "This is not the place to talk," Duncan interrupted Nina, then his gaze swept over to Shirley and the lady who remained on the floor. "We have to take this lady with us." "Ah. Right." Nina reacted belatedly and hurried over to pick up the lady with Shirley running over to help from behind. But due to the height difference, this was not easy for both girls, so Duncan had no choice but to step in and do it himself. But then, right when he was about to reach down, Duncan saw a slight flickering movement that caused his gesture to stop. It was an amethyst pendant that looked somewhat familiar. Duncan was stunned, slowly recalling the previous home visit of Mr. Morris and some of the things revealed in the other party's words. "Uncle." Nina's voice came from the side, interrupting Duncan's thoughts. Quickly shaking his head to lose the unnecessary thoughts, he glanced at Nina, then casually at Shirley before smiling humorously. "The world is really small." With that, Duncan and the girls left the room with him acting as the main carrier while the two served as support. There was no flame in the corridor once they got out, and even the thick smoke had dissipated for unexplained reasons. Shirley observed the dark passage ahead and hesitated before speaking. "Which direction are we going?" Duncan raised his head and was about to point out the direction when he suddenly sensed something through the power of flames that permeated the museum. Getting an idea, he changed his finger to another exit from the original. "This way." Shortly after their retreat, another group suddenly circled the corner of the corridor ahead and appeared near the water room. It was the Guardian Squad of the Storm Church that had charged into the flames earlier. The squad was a mess, but the blessings of the sea had not yet dissipated on all of them. They had charged in with the determination to die, but the unexpected receding of the fire caught them by surprise and made the rescue effort safer than planned. "The fire here is also extinguished," the priest who led the team slightly frowned, muttering as he observed the surroundings. "Even the smoke has dissipated. It's good that the fire is extinguished, isn't it?" A guardian murmurs. It's indeed a good thing, but under normal circumstances, a fire of this scale would not be extinguished so easily, the priest said in a deep and concerned voice. Suddenly, he noticed the violently damaged door of the nearby water room. Someone has been here. A guard immediately stepped forward to check. After confirming the traces near the doorway, he skillfully took out the incense burner and prayer book before putting on a special set of lenses on his head. The set looked like a half-sided helmet made of copper tubes, cranks, and a series of lenses, some of which had intricate runes etched on the edges. The guardian placed an incense burner on the ground, then adjusted the lens set on his head and began observing the remaining clues. There is no supernatural power remaining, just a few ordinary people that passed through. The exact number can't be determined, and the aura is very chaotic, the guard quickly reported. It should be the tourists who were trapped before. The door was vandalized inward. Likely someone from the outside smashed it in to save those trapped. Are you sure there is no supernatural power? No. Continue searching upwards. Yes, sir. Chapter 121. Miss Psychiatrist. When the fresh air and bright sky finally hit Duncan and his party after they exited the museum's west wing, it was Shirley who cheered first. Awesome. We've run out. Duncan originally wanted to comment on her quick change of attitude when the lady on his suddenly stirred the woman finally woke up under the stimulation of the fresh air and the bumps along the way. Without delay, he rapidly placed the person down. As Heidi slowly came to, the first sensation that came to her was the severe pain on her forehead, followed closely by the incessant coughing caused by the small amount of smoke she inhaled. Eventually, the lady did clear up and realized she's been rescued. There's the bright sunlight and fresh air, a cue that she's not trapped inside the museum. You're awake. Nina knelt down next to the lady and looked on with concern. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Headache. It was you who saved me. Heidi's eyes finally managed to focus and adjust to the bright outdoor light. Ah, it's the two girls. You know us. Shirley was taken aback and subconsciously said. We don't know each other, but I remember seeing you in the museum. Heidi shook her head, sitting up and looking around. Ahem, this is. You were knocked out. Me and Shirley dragged you to safety, and then my uncle rushed into the fire to save us, so we brought you out too. You're safe now, Nina said quickly. Uncle. Ah, is this the gentleman? Thank you. Heidi's eyes quickly fell on Duncan, and then she stood up vigorously while speaking as if wanting to give her gratitude. However, that didn't work because she nearly fell over again. You're welcome. Duncan swiftly caught her by the waist and helped her up. Thank you. Heidi stood weakly, bowing her head in thanks. If it weren't for you, I would have been burnt to death inside. This fire is too terrible. Thank you so much, I really don't know what I should do. You don't have to say anything, Duncan smiled back at the polite woman, we actually have some connection. Mr. Morris, do you know him? Heidi froze for a moment, then looked at Duncan with some doubt. That's my father, you know him. Your pendant, Duncan gestured to the amethyst pendant on Heidi's chest, he got it from my shop. Heidi dully glanced down at her jewelry. Ah. The world is so small, right? Duncan laughed and stretched out his hand for a shake. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Duncan, and I am the owner and manager of an antique shop in the lower city. Next to me is my niece Nina, and this one over here. My name is Shirley. Shirley immediately took the initiative to speak. In her mind, being late would somehow cause the terrifying existence that was Duncan to say her name, which might curse her or something. You. Just call me Shirley. Heidi, a pleasure to meet you all. Heidi grabbed Duncan's hand, her head still a little dizzy but adjusting quickly. I'm a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist. Duncan subconsciously raised his eyebrows. You are a psychiatrist. Ah, yes, maybe I look a little young, but I'm a full-fledged psychiatrist with a senior license, Heidi said proudly, then fumbled with her body until she found a crumpled business card. She hands it to Duncan with both hands. This is my business card. If it can come in handy, I am ready to provide you with a free consultation. A senior licensed psychiatrist from the upper city, this one might come in handy with her connections. Duncan took the business card and scanned it. There's the address of the clinic, the doctor's full name, license number, and a 5-digit code consisting of numbers and alphabets. There's also a note before that line of code, Express Courier Code. Duncan's gaze lingered on the line of Express Courier Code. He remembered it to be part of the planned postal system based on his inherited memory. However, this was no ordinary code, it was the special service tier that costs 10 times as much as the ordinary one. And since Duncan's host body didn't have other relatives around aside from Nina, he never did find a need to spend that much money to contact someone. Duncan only roughly knew that this special mail relied on high-pressure steam pipes and standard capsule silos to achieve rapid delivery. Not only for sending letters but also for delivering small packages. Even if you take into account the manual processing at the end and the possible delivery time, it only takes a few hours at most to deliver from one corner of the city to the other. How should he put it? Duncan could only sigh at the upper city's frank expenditures. Putting away the business card fittingly, he then heard Heidi speak again, "By the way, do you need to conduct a post-disaster mental assessment?" The young psychiatrist quickly explained after noticing the peculiar look she was getting, "Of course it's free. I don't mean anything else. The main reason is that people's spirits are prone to problems after encountering an accident, especially in places like museums where there are many historical objections. Severe mental pressure plus the influence of certain relics can easily leave a shadow on the spiritual level." Heidi seems to be trying hard to pick the proper vocabulary so that it's easy to understand such high-level knowledge. Unlike her, who's been trained in the field, those living everyday normal lives would have trouble understanding her concerns. In most cases, such questions may even appear offensive. Of course, Duncan himself wouldn't have minded and didn't need a mental assessment. When the captain of a natural moving disaster arrives on the scene, any evil spirit or demon could move aside because he's the genuine thing to be scared of. As for Shirley, this strong girl who could fight the dark demon and cultists by herself using that dark hound as a meteor star needed no evaluation. That's obvious enough. If anything, it's her victims that needs help after going through the beatdown she dishes out. But Nina, on the other hand. Nina may really need the help of a psychiatrist. Not only because of the fire today but also because of her poor mental state these days and those ominous dreams. This needs professionals to deal with it, and his own strength was useless in this field. As for the deal of making a trip to the church for therapy, that's no longer needed since we have a perfectly good doctor that's willing to service for free. Nina may need help. Duncan glanced at his niece and reached out to ruffle the girl's hair, but not just because of today's fire. She's been having weird dreams lately, and she's in a bad mental state. Nina immediately muttered in protest, "Actually, I'm fine. It's free." Heidi smiled, pointing to herself, "My usual consultation fee is..." "Oh, it hurts." She accidentally poked at the place where she had been hit by a brick. The swelling made it easy to touch if not careful. "It's free anyways, no need to hold back." Shirley, who had been quiet for a long time next to her, also joined in, "She still owes us a favor." Then, "Okay." Nina hesitated and finally nodded in agreement. "Is there anything I need for a mental assessment? Is it okay here? Need to answer some questions? Or fill out the form? We need at least a quiet environment, and I need to be in a better state, at least not with this big bump on my head," Heidi explains with a smile. "I'm a professional, unlike the crappy doctors who only ask you a few questions and write you a diagnosis. Let's do this. Tomorrow is a school day, and if this Miss Nina has time, I will visit your home in the afternoon. I will ask my father for your address." Speaking of this, she paused and touched the wound on her forehead again. "As for now, I have to find a place to treat the wound first." "Hiss. There are policemen on the other side of the square and medical personnel," Duncan suggests after a moment of thought. "Do you need us to accompany you? Your current state is..." "No, I've completely sobered up." Heidi waved her hand to show she's fine. Then glancing back at the museum that was still smoking, she showed a look of fear and pity. "Ache, my long-awaited vacation, it's all up in smoke now." "Vacation going up in smoke is indeed a sad thing," Duncan said casually, "but the good thing is that we just survived a disaster, didn't we?" "Well, you're right," Heidi said with a smile. Then sighing and muttering, "Ache, I only hope that some heretics and mobile natural disasters will stay quiet for a bit longer. At least this way, my days off will come sooner." "Ah, sorry, I shouldn't have complained to strangers about this. That was inappropriate." Duncan. Chapter 122. The figure on the edge of the square. After asking where the rescue point near the square was, Heidi covered her head and left on her own since Duncan didn't want to deal with the officials at the scene. To him, having a girl and dark hound around clergies was a terrible idea no matter how he thought about it. Watching Heidi's figure gradually drift away, Duncan exhaled softly and turned to Nina, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" "No," Nina was still a little shocked. She had been subconsciously grabbing Duncan's sleeve, and only now did she realize this fact and let go. "You haven't said it yet, why did you appear in the museum?" "I happened to be running an errand nearby," Duncan said with a smile, "and then I suddenly heard the news of the fire in the museum. That's why I came." Then before the other party could question further, he reached out and ruffled the girl's hair to comfort Nina, "Okay, it's all over now. I'm happy that you're not hurt. I'm not a kid anymore." Nina shook her head, and then her eyes caught sight of Shirley standing next to her. She had wanted to say something when her mind abruptly noticed some inconsistencies in their friendship. "Shirley, how come I suddenly feel like you're—" The Gothic girl's attention was still focused on Duncan when this came out of the blue. Realizing things were turning bad, the panic she tried so hard to suppress was now visibly showing on her face. Duncan didn't miss this change, of course. The reason? The panic-looking appearance from Shirley was exactly the same way from the bus fare incident earlier today. Then, as he thought about the two girls' behavior and personality, it told the ghost captain that something was definitely amiss in the story of them being classmates. There are too many loopholes. Duncan rubbed his chin, then tapped Nina's shoulder and pointed to the other, "Do you really know her?" "Yes, her name is Shirley, and she is my new friend, but," Nina frowned, "but for some reason, I can't remember when she appeared at school." Duncan turned and eyed the nervous-looking Shirley, who was already trying to reduce her presence to a minimum. Softening his tone so the other party wouldn't flee, "There is still a chance to explain it yourself, or I." As soon as those words came out, Shirley cracked and jumped to defend herself, "I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I just wanted to investigate something, so I mixed into the school. But I never intended to hurt Nina. I even blocked a piece of falling wood back in the museum for her. Please believe me, I really didn't know she was your kin. Please let me go." Duncan didn't mean anything by his last sentence, so this bombardment of an apology caught him completely off guard. Coughing awkwardly to clear the air, "Not kin, she is my niece." As he spoke, his gaze also noticed Shirley's hands. There were traces of burns still lingering on the skin. Although the scar was faint and healing, it does add to her credibility of meaning no harm. Of course, Shirley didn't know what Duncan was thinking and was running empty in the brain. If you say, "a niece," then a niece. Nina only faintly reacted at this. Showing a surprised face at her uncle, she then shifts her attention to the friend in front, "Wait, you two know each other? And Shirley, why are you?" "We met by chance," Duncan said lightly and didn't let Shirley speak. He didn't want to expose Nina to their secret just yet either. "Looks like we have a lot of things to talk about, Shirley." Shirley was about to cry and showed a sad face, "If that's what you say." "That's right." "Okay. Uncle, don't be so mean to Shirley." Nina was still confused at this time, but she could see that her new friend and uncle weren't on the friendliest terms. The former was scared silly, and the latter was rude to some extent. "My brain is a mess right now. Can someone explain what's happening to me? Let's go home and talk about it slowly." Duncan exhaled softly as he watched the smoking museum in the distance. "It's too chaotic here, and you two must go back to shower and change your clothes." Shirley stammered, I'm going to." Then she nodded vigorously without waiting for Duncan to speak, "You're right." Duncan sighed like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He doesn't recall ever torturing the girl or threatening her. Yet, she's treating him like the evilest demon god in existence. But then, the corner of his eyes caught a glimpse of something on the edge of the square. It was an individual drenched in a black trench coat facing away from this sight. Judging from the rear view, the person should be quite tall and thin. However, the most notable feature would have to be the large black umbrella the person used on this sunny day. In this weather, where there's no wind or rain, a tall and thin man in a long trench coat with an umbrella would seem off no matter what. But since so many people were gathered on the square's edge, no one bothered to notice this strange oddity. "Uncle." Nina noticed how Duncan suddenly stopped and looked curiously in the other direction. "Is there anything over there?" "There's a guy playing with an umbrella over there. It's strange on this sunny day," Duncan said casually. "Someone playing with an umbrella?" Nina was startled. "Where? I didn't see it." "I didn't see it either." Shirley also rubbed her eyes, curiously following Duncan's line of sight. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Didn't you see it?" Duncan frowned instantly. He glanced at Shirley and Nina, but after he turned his gaze back to the direction of the square in the next second, the figure with the umbrella somehow disappeared. "Uncle." Nina looked at Duncan with concern. "Did you inhale too much smoke and not feel well?" "I'm fine. Maybe I've mistaken." In order not to worry Nina, Duncan just shook his head and said indifferently. But nevertheless, his gaze remained on the other side of the square with deep concern. "If it's just an umbrella weirdo, it's not a big deal. But if it's a figure that only I can see, it's a different story." Vanna brought a team of elite guardians with her after getting news of the fire in the museum. However, when she arrived, the flames had already been snuffed out. "The fire has subsided on its own, and we have no evidence of a supernatural power being behind the incident," the brave grisly-looking storm priest came to report. "Subsided on its own." As soon as she heard the priest's report, Vanna's expression became serious. "When you led the team into the fire, did you find any clues?" There was widespread excessive panic, visual hallucinations, and whispering among the citizens fleeing the scene. "I suspect that there was a strong likelihood of corruption in the museum," the priest nodded, "but as we searched, we found nothing inside. The only anomaly was that the flames suddenly subsided on their own." Speaking of this, the priest made another gesture of prayer to the goddess, adding, "But it is precisely due to this that the guardians and I can exit unharmed." Vanna nodded lightly over the safety of those involved. "Okay, when the fire is completely over, I will arrange for others to thoroughly scrub the museum again. We need to ensure there are no signs of abnormalities in the collection." After a brief command, the young inquisitor swept her gaze over the citizens who were being rescued and comforted. "The way she's behaving, it's as if the lady's looking for something in the crowd." But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from nearby. "Vanna. I'm here." Vanna looked up and saw Heidi waving hard at herself from the crowd. The doctor was a mess but safe nevertheless. Chapter 123. Sealed in Memory. Heidi ran up to Vanna panting. There were guards nearby who subconsciously tried to stop her when they saw the lady approaching, but they soon recognized this distraught and disheveled lady as an advisor to the church and city hall. "I didn't expect you to personally lead the team." Heidi looked at the heavily armed Vanna in surprise before eyeing the church elites behind her. "And you brought so many people?" "It's not an ordinary case for a museum to go up in flames," Vanna said before eyeing Heidi up and down several times. Then sighing in relief at her friend's safety, "Looks like your vacation is up in smokes again." It's ruined again," Heidi said with a sad and resigned face. "Why am I always so unlucky, yoo?" It's then Vanna noticed the uniquely large bump on Heidi's head. Stepping forward, she reaches out with a finger to gently caress the wound with a blessing of her own. "Did you just get out of there?" "I was saved." "Whew, that feels so much better." Feeling the pain on her forehead gradually subside under her friend's power, Heidi's attention slowly focused and turned fearful. She's remembering something, which she promptly passed the news on to her friend. "Vanna, I need a quiet and blessed environment right away, preferably in a church or chapel." Seeing her friend's suddenly serious expression, the Inquisitor didn't waste a second of time and promptly turned to call for a priest. "Take over the scene for me. Block off the museum and raise the corruption level to spirit class." But before she could finish speaking, Vanna heard Heidi cut in with a low and hurried voice. "Isolation class. Adjust to the isolation level, and expel all uninvolved citizens to 200 meters around the square." Vanna was inwardly shocked but swiftly issued the order regardless. Then turning to the regional priest with the grisly beard, "Take us to the nearest chapel. We need a separate prayer room with number 16 incense candles lit." The priest, who had just escaped from the fire, immediately bowed his head. "Yes, please come with me. It's near the square." Vanna quickly left with Heidi and drove to the community church a street over. Before arriving at the church, Vanna noticed that Heidi's face had started to flush abnormally. "What's going on?" Vanna's brows furrowed and touched Heidi's forehead. The high temperature of the fingers instantly changed her tone. "Why is it so hot?" "I may have been exposed to something in the museum," Heidi said quickly. "I used self-hypnosis to block some information in the depths of my memory. Just now the effect ended. I'm gradually starting to recall the memory." Listening to Heidi's story, Vanna's eyes widened slightly as she quickly made a judgment call: severe corruption of a supernatural anomaly or vision. "Stop recalling immediately and slow down your thoughts." Vanna reached out and pressed Heidi's shoulder. "Look into my eyes and turn your attention elsewhere. If you really can't, hypnotize yourself again." "I'll try." Heidi gently inhales and stares deeply into Vanna's eyes, seeing the ocean waves as a reflection of the power bestowed upon those blessed with the storm goddess's power. Unfortunately, try as she might, the doctor couldn't do it. Gradually, the waves were replaced by waves of burning flame, a sea of searing heat that erupted from the dark void and oozed through her wound. This was dangerous, a critical junction point that none wanted to reach. But then something unexpected occurred. A slight coolness from Heidi's chest broke the illusion, sending the doctor into a sobering shudder. Subconsciously glancing down, she realized it was the fake crystal pendant given to her by her father from the antique shop. It's faintly glowing at an imperceptible level. However, it was enough to subdue whatever foulness at play. The next second, she heard the priest's voice coming from the front, "We have arrived at the chapel." Under the personal escort of Vanna, a powerful saint, Heidi was quickly sent into the sacred building and into an isolated prayer room, the incense candles already lit and sheltering the room from corruption. "The goddess is watching," Vanna gasped after she entered as well. In that split second, she heard the illusory sound of waves ringing in her ears, a direct sign they were being protected by the goddess herself. "It's okay now. You're safe. Go ahead and release your memories and let me see." The doctor didn't speak, only slightly nodding as she carefully took off one of her earrings. There's a little mechanism at the end, which she pressed with her fingernail. A tiny spike popped out as a result of her action. Without hesitation, Heidi clenched the item against her palm, allowing the blood to seep out from the tiny wound. This was the most profound psychological impression she made on herself after beginning her career. When the spike pierced the palm, all the impurities sealed in the memory would be released. In the next second, the illusory and cascading sound of waves in the prayer room suddenly became very obvious. As the burning candles became dim and flickering due to this change, the entire room took on a fuzzy and dark air like it's been shrouded under a veil. Layers upon layers of veils swayed around the statue, and a vague mirage began to reflect over it. It was a scene that Heidi had urgently sealed in her memory, a glimpse of the momentary truth. In that shaking illusory veil, Vanna saw what Heidi had seen. In the pitch-black void, a stream of sky-rushing flames erupted. More intense than any flame in the world, more thrilling than any great power created by humans, and like a massive wave of purgatory wave, it swept through all things in sight. Even for a saint like Vanna, her muscles had tensed up involuntarily. How far did that flame reach inside the void? Hundreds of thousands of kilometers? Millions of kilometers? But what is that exactly? Is it merely pure flame? Or is it more primitive, some sort of power that can touch the ancient truth? Vanna didn't know when she was watching. It's too out of this world. Even so, the illusion eventually subsided, allowing her to relax as the sea breeze moisturized her mind. Again, it's the power of the goddess activating and a much-needed help in this situation. "This is what you saw in the museum." Probably, Heidi felt her heart pounding. Even though it was a picture extracted from her own memory, it was still beyond her imagination due to the effect of self-hypnosis. But this thing, it's not like a collection that can be placed in a museum. "This can't be an item from the collection," Vanna said quickly. "Even if I can't tell how big it is, intuitively, I know it can't be stored in any building. You can't see something like that in the real world." Heidi was stunned, her brows tightly furrowed until she eventually spoke unsurely, "I may have seen it during my unconscious state, and the self-hypnosis was performed during that time. Perhaps what I experienced isn't a direct encounter but a projection on the spiritual level." "Are you sure?" Vanna looked at her friend worriedly. "I'm not questioning your abilities as a psychiatrist, but it is not easy to complete the temporary containment seal when you're unconscious." "I have confidence," Heidi nodded slowly but firmly. "I have received rigorous training in this area at the Academy of Truth. However, the containment of dangerous information will cause me to forget important key details due to my main consciousness being down. I cannot tell or show you more than this." "Okay, I trust your professionalism." Vanna stared at Heidi for a moment longer before exhaling softly. "It seems, you've seen something amazing." Chapter 124. Projection of the Fragment. In the prayer room, where they're being watched by the goddess's statue, the two longtime friends fell into silence after the shocking scene. "What exactly is that I saw?" Heidi asks after being the first to come out of that shock. Vanna hesitated briefly before speaking softly. "Perhaps, that was exactly what the Sun heretics had been looking for." "What the Sun heretics have been looking for?" Heidi froze for a moment. "You mean Sun fragment, a shard from their god?" Vanna nodded lightly without waiting for Heidi to finish. "Perhaps only the Sun fragment is worthy of the power in your vision." While saying this, Vanna slowly raised her head and stared at the icon of the storm goddess. After all, the heretics claimed that the fragments came from their real sun. Heidi was stunned, and her expression suddenly changed for the worse. If something like that really appeared in the real world, then Pland would be in immense danger. There's no way it can be as it is now. My theory is that it's been sealed. Vanna nodded in agreement. Intel from the church indicates the sun fragment appeared 11 years ago. But now, it appears the event back then is nothing more than a leak from the real thing. The actual relic is still slumbering somewhere inside the city. And now those sun heretics want to wake that thing up. Heidi looked horrified. Are they trying to destroy Pland entirely? This is not the first day you've dealt with those crazy nutcases. Vanna shot a sideway glance at her friend. You should know about their mental state better than anyone. For those suntists, anything is worth it to resurrect their black sun. What are a few city-states in their eye? If they can use the entire world as timber to fuel their god's revival, I'm sure they would do it. Heidi gawked her mouth for the longest time before gurgling out an incoherent mess as the frustration gripped the doctor's mind. The most crucial question now is what happened when you saw that vision? What happened to you, what happened to those around you, and what happened to the museum itself? Only by understanding this will we understand where the sun fragment is sleeping. Ryunoi.co. No, I can't remember the details. Heidi tapped her forehead lightly, but now I'm sure I saw its projection when I was unconscious. That's when I performed the emergency hypnosis on myself to preserve important clues. Let me think about it. At that time, I was rescued and temporarily placed in a certain room on the museum's first floor. According to what they told me after coming out, that room is close to the main exhibition area. Heidi struggled to remember, so she turned to her friend for help. Can't you conclude that the clue is in the museum based on this? It's difficult. Merely from the occult perspective, what you saw isn't the main body, so we have no way of knowing where the main body is. For all we know, the museum is merely an exhaust valve that happened by accident. What's more, a human's consciousness is fragile when not in control. You could have crossed paths with it by accident, and now the connection has already moved somewhere else. Vanna explained patiently and then suddenly shook her head. Of course, we will still conduct a search of the museum at the highest level and maintain monitoring afterward. After all, anomalies and visions are always irregular. Maybe the fragment will really remain in the museum in another sealed form. Even if not, we may still be able to find some clues in the fire to explain why the rift happened to appear in the museum. But the follow-up search has nothing to do with you. From a security point of view, you'd better stay away from that museum for the next month. Of course, I can't wait to keep my distance from this. Heidi nodded vehemently. I've had enough bad luck. Vanna silently looked at her friend, who had been unlucky since she was a child, with a face of wanting to add something, but in the end, she kept it inside. Then out of nowhere, the Inquisitor remembered something else on her mind. By the way, who were you rescued by? 2 girls who are still in school and a man who looks to be in his 40s. Heidi thought for a moment, and coincidentally, one of those 2 girls happened to be my father's student whom he made a home visit the other day. The man is her uncle. Didn't I mention it to you? His name is Duncan, and he's the owner and manager of an antique store. I'm a little allergic to the name Duncan right now. The corner of Vanna's mouth visibly twitched, although I know it's definitely not the same person. I had the same reaction as you when I heard this name from my father for the first time. Heidi spread her hands out. Speaking of which, I also promised that gentleman I would go to his house tomorrow for a mental session with his niece. I intend to use the visit to give a formal thanks for saving me tomorrow. Today is such a mess, and me leaving in such a hurry is improper and bad manners. Strictly speaking, it's not just the niece who needs to do a psychological assessment. Vanna's expression suddenly became serious, and her eyes stared straight at Heidi. All 3 of those people need it. Why? Heidi subconsciously spoke but then reacted. Ah. Yes, they were all around you, and you saw the sun fragments in your coma. Vanna stared into Heidi's eyes to pass on her meaning. If it was really the remains of an ancient god, the pollution might have spread to them along your consciousness. Perhaps the scale of this spreading pollution is small, but it can also be fatal for ordinary people. Inside the antique shop in the lower city, Duncan had closed the door early and was sitting in a relaxed position behind the counter. Meanwhile, Nina and Shirley sat opposite of him after they finished showering and changing into new clothes. However, Shirley still wore her black gothic dress since she refused Nina's clothes due to the size difference. It couldn't be helped, both girls were too different in stature. Of course, it's not known if there are other reasons for the refusal. For all they knew, Shirley only refused because she didn't want to accept a gift from an evil god's family. In the middle of the counter was the AI the dove, who was pacing leisurely around the table happily while enjoying her dish full of fries. Duncan promised, and so shall it be done. AI got her precious fries, and Nina returned home safely. What more could Duncan ask for today aside from further mastering of his flame? Oh wait, he did learn something new, so he got everything he wanted. The only one that's not happy was Shirley though. The Gothic girl was about to cry again, that's several times in one day. So, Shirley, you're not actually my classmate. You're just using some kind of detective skills to sneak into the school to investigate something. Nina looked at her hard-earned friend with a complicated expression. You don't like steam and machinery either. I can't even read those textbooks, Shirley spoke cautiously, answering Nina's question while making sure to sneak a glance at Duncan for his reaction. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Nina didn't seem to notice Shirley's apology and continued to frown in confusion. But how did you do it? Looking back now, you always did appear in my classroom out of the blue, and then often next to me without anyone noticing you. Shirley quickly glanced at Duncan again. After confirming that the other party's expression was still calm, she muttered in a low voice, it's actually a little supernatural ability of mine. Ability? Nina's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that you are an investigator for the church? No, I'm not from the church. Shirley glanced at Duncan again for the third time already, recalling what those priests like to call people like herself. I'm what you would call a wild transcendent. Nina looked surprised. Transcendence in the wild? If we're not registered, Shirley spoke as if she's given up on something and lashed out when the topic was brought up. Those dogs from the church are always acting so high and mighty. Just because people like me don't want to be monitored, they give us these derogatory titles. Nina listened to Shirley's explanation with an astonished face and eyed the Gothic girl repeatedly. Finally, the gesture left the more petite girl uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? You're amazing! Nina suddenly exclaims. Shirley was immediately overwhelmed by that remark. That's all you have to say? Yes. Chapter 125. Get to know each other. For Shirley, the fact that Nina was so focused on subtleties was a good thing. From the bottom of her heart, she has regarded this innocent and ordinary girl in front of her as kin of the subspace god, and not just any kind, but a relative at the daughter level. Therefore, her chance of surviving could only go up if she pleases Nina's antics. On the other hand, Nina didn't know how much was hidden under Shirley's awkward and stiff smile. To her, this merely represented an excellent opportunity to learn more besides the textbook's regular stuff. Sure, she's met Transcendent from the church, but those trips didn't count. Where do you usually live? Do you have your own secret base or something? Or is there a very mysterious organization? Do you usually hide in caves? Or somewhere like a sewer? Is there a warehouse-like place to store all kinds of ceremonial items? Were you born with special abilities? Or is there some sort of supernatural item you use? Are you one of those legendary mages? I've heard that this ancient profession is where they can unleash spells without relying on any gods, and their power is said to come from the bloodline. What do you usually eat? Do you ever want to drink herbs or strange animal blood? Yes? No? Do you normally eat too? Is it all true? Nina's questions came one after another, crackling endlessly like a tape recording on rewind. About halfway through, Shirley had already broken out into cold sweat on her forehead. Not because she couldn't answer the other party's questions, but because there was a Duncan next to her. Meanwhile, Duncan had been silently watching Shirley from his seat with a cordial smile. From the surface, he looked no more than a parent supervising his children during a play date with a classmate. You seem to be afraid of my uncle. Even if Nina was denser in this regard, she could still notice Shirley's strange behavior towards her uncle. Between you two, did something happen? Noth. It's nothing. It's truly nothing. Shirley almost jerked up from her seat and started waving defensively. What can your uncle and I have between us? I'm still just a kid. As soon as Duncan heard this, he felt as if something was wrong with that comment. Nevertheless, he knew better than to stop the fun between the girls. Making a cough to clear his throat, he interrupts to keep Shirley from going on a tangent. Actually, it's nothing. We merely bumped into each other on the bus when she tried to dodge the fare. Just because of that. Nina looked at Shirley in surprise. That shouldn't have left such a big trauma. But my uncle is right. Dodging your bus fare is bad. Shirley's tears were about to fall. I really won't skip the ticket in the future. Nina nodded, then seemed to remember something else and stared at the petite girl. Then, can you tell me what exactly are you investigating? You befriended me because of your investigation. Shirley's body jerked straight, her gaze wandering to the side where it met Duncan's ominous stare that left her soul half departing for the afterworld. I was investigating the fire 11 years ago. Shirley lowered her head and murmured in resignation. The official records mentioned the factory leak happened in the 6th block. The fire 11 years ago. Nina's eyes widened suddenly, her tone filled with astonishment. Wait, you also know about the fire 11 years ago? You know it too. Shirley was also surprised and shot up from her chair. You also experienced that fire? Of course I know, my parents died in that fire. I was 6 years old when Uncle Duncan rescued me from that incident, Nina said in a hurry, gesticulating with her hands subconsciously. But everyone always said I was confused by the toxic fumes on the street. They all claim there was no fire at all, and even later, the newspapers printed that it's a factory mishap. That year, I was also 6 years old, and my parents died in the fire. I remember it clearly. Shirley looked straight into Nina's eyes, but the people around me also told me there was no fire at all. No wonder Dog said that he smelled something familiar on you. As soon as her words fell out, Duncan's voice suddenly cuts in from the side. So, it was Dog who guided you to approach Nina by sneaking into the school? You don't know why either, and that's why you are so surprised by Nina's words just now. Shirley quickly nodded while meeting Duncan's eye. Dog? Who is Dog? Nina gave a somewhat puzzled look. Dog, Shirley grew hesitant and didn't know how to go about this. Shifting her gaze to Duncan for help, she then turns back to Nina after getting no signs of rejection. Dog is my friend. He's currently next to me, but his appearance may be a little scary. As soon as Shirley said this, her heart instantly flew into turmoil. Despite there being an obvious shadow of subspace sitting here with them, she still has to go with this weird, humorous act of pretending Dog is the scariest existence in the room. That's just ridiculous no matter how she thought about it. Nina looked around curiously for signs of this Dog. However, after not finding the individual that was supposed to be beside Shirley, the girl figured it was better to just ask. Then can you let me meet Dog since he's your friend? What is so scary about him if you are both friends? Shirley was still a little hesitant, so Duncan stepped in by tapping his finger on the table to get their attention. Then you have to be mentally prepared. I have seen Dog's appearance. It is quite scary looking. Then I'm even more curious. Nina became even more excited after getting confirmation from her uncle. Oh please, let me meet him. I'm so curious about why her friend has such a strange name. Well, since you want to see it, Duncan shrugged and gave Shirley a helpless look. Let Dog come out and say hello. After all, he is also today's guest. Under normal circumstances, Shirley would never expose the secrets of herself and Dog to strangers. Walking with a shadow demon in the city-state of order was a highly taboo thing. The priests of the Storm Church would storm her with a 6-barreled machine gun if they ever caught wind of this fact. All right. She nodded, then slowly raised her arm. In the next second, in Nina's astonished and slightly nervous gaze, pitch-black flames and smoke suddenly rose beside Shirley. Chains extended from the flames, and at the end of the smoking blackness, the figure of a ghostly demon condensed and materialized. To the dismay of his mistress and Nina, the dark hound appeared as quickly as he shrunk into a ball. Talk about embarrassing. For a skeletal demon Dog, he was posturing with his paws cusped over his hollow red sockets like a baby pup. Duncan shot a WTF look at Shirley right away. To be fair, seeing Dog like this isn't as shocking as knowing a skeletal dog can move and talk. He's actually quite cute if you ask me. On the other side, Nina was flabbergasted and didn't speak for the longest time until she gawked a word out. Ah. Shirley quickly spoke, I did say you would be scared. But before they could go further, Nina suddenly exclaimed gleefully, this is so incredible. Shirley. Hello. While Shirley was lost in confusion, Nina had already begun to tentatively greet the hound. Mr. Dog. Are you a sir? Dark hounds have no gender, but you can call me that if you like, Dog replied sullenly while glancing around at the room. You're not afraid of me? No, not really. Although you do look a little scary, Nina thought for a moment, but then formed a big smile on her face, but I'm quite bold too. Chapter 126. What did you see? Seeing Nina's expression of excitement and curiosity after a moment of astonishment and nervousness, Shirley couldn't help but mutter a complaint, "You can't be described as bold anymore." Nina didn't hear what Shirley was muttering at all. Instead, her attention was entirely attracted by the black bonehound in front of her. After she jumped off the chair, the girl strolled around Dog for 2 full circles while eyeing the creature up and down. Then when she finally saw Dog's reddish eye sockets, the girl finally showed a startled look, but that's it, only a little shock and nothing more. "So amazing," she repeated again. Nina even looked like she wanted to reach out and touch Dog's bony skull like she was petting an animal. But at the last second, the girl withdrew her hand and looked up at Shirley. "This is the first time I've seen such a supernatural existence with my own eyes. What is Dog? Is he a creature summoned by a magical spell? Or? He's a demon," Shirley replied frankly as if to scare Nina and make the other party slightly aware of the dangers. "He's the most dangerous kind of demon." Nina was really taken aback. She probably didn't expect this polite-looking skeletal dog to be a demon. Then, showing an incredulous face, "Is he really a demon?" "Strictly speaking, I'm a shadow demon." Dog partly raised his head and snuck a peek at Nina by lifting one of his paws from his face. "Miss, this may be the first time you've seen a shadow demon, but do not get the false impression about my kind. My compatriots are very diverse, but they are usually all fierce and ruthless." "Shadow?" Nina was stunned by the explanation. She finally woke up from the novel tension of seeing a supernatural being for the first time and recalled what the textbooks had said. "Shirley, you. As you can see, I'm tied to a shadow demon." Shirley raised her arm and showed Nina the chain that's fused with her body, "So I don't want people to know my secret, do you understand? If the members of the Storm Church find out, they will not hesitate to throw me into the fire or open sea." Shirley's expression was particularly grim, which was passed on to Nina on how severe the consequences are if true. "I've read from the books that the deep sea is full of crazy and evil creations, that they are the residual discharge of dark and unholy gods." But from Mr. Dog's appearance, Nina stopped and hesitated to continue since it's rude to be so presumptuous. "Dog is special," Shirley replied lightly. "Unlike a normal shadow demon with no heart and emotions, Dog does. Even though I can't explain why he does and how this came to be, this allows him to survive outside the deep sea." Nina was stunned and nodded half understandingly, "Oh." While speaking, she fell into a short silence while scratching her head. Then turning to her uncle for help due to the distress, "Uncle, I feel like my mind is getting dizzy again. Going through the chaotic encounter today, then the knowledge of Shirley's secret, any normal school girl would get dizzy by the absurdity of it all. It's already a blessing she's not crashing down and raising the white flag." "You've been through a lot today," came Duncan's gentle and calming words. "Some confusion is normal." Nina blinked, finally realizing that she had ignored something crucial since the start of all things. "Uncle, do you know Shirley from before? How about her secret? Do you also know about Dog?" "I did," Duncan smiled, "but I didn't know she was the friend you mentioned the other day." Then, Nina hesitated, "Are you also investigating what happened 11 years ago? Are you investigating together?" "Sort of. We've worked together once or twice by chance," Duncan nodded. "Why do I feel like I'm the only one in the dark?" Nina muttered belatedly, "And you are investigating what happened 11 years ago? Is there any secret about what happened 11 years ago?" "We don't know yet, but we all agree that there was a fire that had been erased back then," Duncan said quietly, his gaze falling on Nina. "I'm sorry, I'm not hiding it from you because I mean to keep you in the dark, but this is a field out of your knowledge. It's too dangerous." "Uncle, what about you?" Nina grew slightly angry. "Uncle, aren't you in danger too?" While the man himself didn't comment, Shirley on the side had begun to mutter in complaint, "Of course your uncle is in danger, your uncle is the most dangerous." Duncan instantly shot a warning look at Shirley, silencing any chance of the truth from coming out. "I am an adult, and as your uncle, I have a duty to keep you safe. Besides, I'm more powerful than you think." Nina's gaze kept wandering between Duncan and Shirley, her expression repeatedly changing due to the mess inside her head. However, of all the fuss and stubbornness of an adolescent teen, it all ended with a sigh. "It's getting dark," she glanced out the window and saw the dimming light. "I'll go get dinner ready." "Shirley, you can stay here too. It's not safe when it's dark." "Ah. Yes." Shirley was stunned and didn't react at once. But soon, she understood what Nina meant and frantically waved her hand. "Ah, no need. Dog and I can make it back." Sadly, Duncan's voice had cut in from the side before the Gothic girl could reject the goodwill. Stay, the sun will go down in a few minutes, and the streets will be full of guardians. Are you sure you want to tangle with the curfew set by the city? Shirley froze with a visible shudder, her eyes glancing out the window as well. Eventually, her expression deflated into a whimpering frown at knowing she could no longer escape the antique store tonight. That, all right, the girl sat down dejectedly, barely holding up a smile to face Nina. Is there anything I can do to help? No, I always cook at home, Nina giggled with delight as she strolled towards the staircase. Then suddenly, she swung around and eyed Shirley sternly. Shirley, are we friends? Shirley didn't expect this, so her first reaction was to look at Duncan, but the latter only looked away like it was none of his business. Finally, after a short and uncomfortable silence, she shook her head, no. But then she nodded again, but I can try. Nina squealed over the second part. Although she didn't get the answer she so dearly desired, Nina was nevertheless pleased and jogged up the stairs with brisk fluidity. Shirley stood motionlessly on the first floor, only coming back to reality when she heard Duncan's voice again. Thank you. Popping her eyes from surprise, Shirley quickly sat back into her chair nervously. Why are you thanking me? Nina has no friends at school. Duncan has become accustomed to the overly antsy reaction of the other girl, so he doesn't mind it. The fact that you're willing to try is a wonderful thing for her. She's been so happy in the past 2 days when she told me about a new friend at school. Shirley blinked in confusion, somewhat not understanding. I still don't quite understand. Shirley appears troubled by the gratitude from the man. Your role here is to play an ordinary person, right? Nina, she doesn't seem to know about how special you are. It's the same at school. Her existence was so small that if it weren't for Dog guiding me, I wouldn't have found her at all. But as a kin favored by you, she... Not kin, she's my niece, Duncan repeated and then looked at the other with an extremely serious expression. Now that Nina is gone, I have a question for you. Go ahead, I'm ready. Dog guided you to get closer to Nina, right? Right. Because Dog smelled a specific aura on Nina, right? Based on this, he judged that Nina had something to do with the fire 11 years ago. Yes. What kind of aura is it? Is it the same energy signature as that factory? Or is it something else? This time Shirley didn't answer, instead, she shifted her sight to Dog in the corner of the shop. Under Duncan's gaze, Dog hesitated for a few seconds before finally crawling over to the table. There are countless ashes floating around her, Mr. Duncan. Chapter 127. Dinner together. Duncan's heart literally skipped a beat after hearing Dog's description. Ashes are floating around Nina? A lot of ashes. What does that mean? Turning his gaze towards the staircase, an uncomfortable feeling gripped the man's mood as he listened to the faint sound of cooking in the kitchen. It's the same usual clink and clank of the pots, the normal optimistic girl preparing dinner, yet something's changed in his opinion with this new discovery. Withdrawing his gaze to stare at Shirley to ensure there was no lie, so let me get the facts straight. After Dog told you about a very suspicious target inside the school, you snuck in and approached Nina. Meanwhile, you also started to approach the scientists in the city in search of clues to unlocking the fire from 11 years ago. Shirley nodded in confirmation, yes. I'm assuming you're not actually interested in the sun fragment then. What's the point of looking for a fragment of some dark god? Shirley counters, so a flame can tell me why it burned the city back then? What I'm looking for is the one responsible for setting things into motion back then. But it's no ordinary fire, Duncan met the Gothic girl's gaze. If it was really a fragment of the dark sun, it would be more powerful than what burned the factory. Shirley, you're doing something very, very dangerous. I'll speak bluntly, so don't be angry. Shirley thought for a moment before heaving heavily, I think sitting here with you is already dangerous enough. Haha, probably, Duncan was slightly startled by the frankness and couldn't help but chuckle. Getting up from behind the counter to slowly walk towards the stairs, I'm just making a kind reminder. Of course, how to go about it is your business. Wait a minute, Shirley bolted from her chair as if wanting to say something, from the way you're speaking, you didn't know that Nina was special. Duncan halted, and after a slight hesitation, he raised his finger and pointed to his eyes. It seems that this body's eyes are not very good. That's why I haven't noticed it. This body. Shirley keenly picked up on those words and came to a conclusion. She didn't dare to point out her discovery of course, but she did watch the other party walk up the stairs with her jaws wide open. What are you going to do now? What am I going to do? Go upstairs and have dinner, of course, Duncan said rightfully as he glanced down at the girl. And you too, aren't both of you coming too? It's dinner time. It's dinner time. Eating food at the home of a shadow of subspace? Shirley didn't know how to describe the many strange thoughts that flashed into her head, nor did she know how her legs managed to follow the boss's trail. Regardless, she did end up going upstairs to the second floor, where she saw for the first time the cramped kitchen. There's nothing special here, merely a table, a few plates of heated hard bread, and a huge pot of soup in the middle. This arrangement was typical of every household in the lower city. However, there was something special here that caught Shirley's eye. Unlike most families in Planned, this pot had a few pieces of fish floating in the white broth. I made the soup with the remaining half of the salted fish, Nina said to Duncan with a smile and then looked at Shirley. Uncle bought the fish the other day. You need to taste it. It's so good. Shirley rigidly sat down at the dining table as instructed, her eyes still slightly confused as she scanned the assortments. You're thinking, why is the food so ordinary, right? Ah, no, no, no. This is much better than what I usually eat, Shirley replied subconsciously, then added, but I really didn't expect it to be such an ordinary assortment. This fish looks a little strange. Dog poked his skeletal head up from the side and glanced at the food on the table. Then, with a perplexed voice, why am I getting a familiar feeling from this? What do you know? Shirley glanced at her friend. You who usually gnaw at stones as cookies shouldn't comment. Doesn't Mr. Dog eat? Nina looked up in surprise when she heard this. Shadow demons don't eat human food. In fact, they don't eat at all, Shirley nodded humbly. Aside from occasionally nibbling on some stones to grind their teeth, they don't consume anything. When Dog heard this, the dark hound promptly swung his head to the side in a huff. That hurts. Do you know how hard it was for me to find ways to feed you? I foraged and stole food to raise you. What's wrong with me occasionally eating some stone? As he spoke though, Dog didn't forget to take another look at the soup pot by leaning over the table. Then after a good half-minute, the dark hound suddenly shuddered and retracted his gaze. Dog, what's wrong with you? Shirley was stunned by her partner's reaction. Dog shot a look at Duncan first, then back at Shirley. Finally, he just sat there like a statue with an idiotic smile. What? You don't like fish? The indescribable swirl of light and shadow, Duncan asked with a smile. Dog immediately shook his head like a rocking drum, acting all innocent and clueless. What fish? That's a bloody offspring heir of the deep sea. You chopped it up and stewed the guy into a soup. How can you even ask if I want to eat it? Sure, you changed it somehow, and now it's a fish, but that's not the point. I don't like to eat fish, Dog answers robotically. Duncan didn't know why Dog would behave so weirdly before the soup. To him, this must be some sort of habit of a shadow demon. Instead, the man had shifted his attention to Nina. Nina looked no different from normal. Although she may have a little more on her mind, the sensible child gave no impression that something was wrong. However, Duncan understood the veiled curtain that shrouded the factory in the 6th district had already taken his niece. The issue was how deep the infection was. Uncle. Nina finally noticed Duncan's gaze and asked with a look of confusion, what's wrong? Duncan didn't answer, only reaching out to gently stroke the girl's hair like a good elder. I'm not a child anymore. Nina exclaims in defense, surprised by the sudden gesture. I know, you're not a kid anymore, Duncan laughed, a tiny green flame lingering on a strand of Nina's hair, but you're still a child to me. Nina puffed out her cheeks grumpily. Uncle, are you going to investigate things with Shirley again in the future? She finally couldn't help but ask. Within the limits of safety, Duncan replied casually. Can you not go? Duncan shook his head, can't. Nina grew silent for a moment, then what can I do? Eat well, Duncan smiled and pointed to the table, then sleep well, study hard, and finally protect yourself while your uncle I work. Nina stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth, okay. Chapter 128. Changing course. The second floor of the antique shop was not big by any means. Except for the kitchen and the bathroom, there were only 2 other rooms. One for Duncan and the other for Nina. Shirley, who was temporarily staying overnight, could obviously only sleep with Nina. Actually, I can sleep in the hallway. Shirley seemed a little embarrassed watching Nina busy preparing for herself. or I can sleep on the ground on the first floor. That's not okay, Nina said, glancing toward the door. Uncle Duncan had gone back to his room, so it was just her and Shirley, plus Dog who was napping nearby. How can we let a guest sleep in the corridor, and on the first floor, they're all my uncle's babies. He wouldn't agree anyways. His baby. Shirley was stunned for a moment, recalling what she had seen on the first floor. Due to how nervous she had been, the Gothic girl only assumed those things were piles of rags and garbage used to trick the folks in the neighborhood. But she quickly realized something again. Here, the Mr. Duncan was just an ordinary person, and Nina in front of her did not know about her uncle's other face. Thinking of this, Shirley's expression became a little strange under the bright light brought by the electric lamp. Are you really not angry? Nina stopped making the bed and raised her eyebrows. Angry? Why? I actually lied to you for a long time, Shirley whispered. She had rarely been so embarrassed and quiet in her life. I only approached you at first because of Dog's reminder, but I didn't expect you to believe me so easily and become my friend. I assumed you would be a little angry with me if you ever found out. No one had spoken to me at school for a long time, and I thought, Nina muttered but quickly shook her head, but I'm really not angry. No matter what the reason, at least you actually talked to me, went shopping with me, and went to the museum together. Shirley wasn't accustomed to Nina's calm reaction, or rather, she had long been accustomed to a colder interpersonal environment, hence the awkwardness. You are such a strange person. Am I? Nina tilted her head after making the bed. I think someone said that to me as well a long time ago. I think their words were, how can this kid be so frank inside? While speaking, she beckoned to Shirley, come sit. Why do you keep standing there? Shirley froze for a moment, hesitating if she should do as told. But then a strange and bizarre feeling flowed out of the Gothic girl's heart, and that was a sense of warmth. The light is so bright, as if to break the tension, or maybe just to find things to talk about, Shirley whispered after crawling into bed. Don't you have electric lights where you live? Nina was a little surprised. I live in an older neighborhood where there are no electric lights, Shirley blushed. I still need to use candles when the night falls. Ah, Nina opened her mouth, feeling a little awkward at not being more aware of the other party's situation. Stiffly changing the subject, do you want to change into pajamas? I still have one from 2 years ago, so the size should fit. Okay. Sleep early tonight. Tomorrow we can go around the neighborhood and get you some new clothes. Your skirt is already burned. I have no money. Then it's my gift to you. Okay. Unlike what others would have expected, Duncan hasn't fallen asleep in his bed yet. Instead, he's been sitting in front of the windowsill and quietly staring into the distance. Closing his eyes, Duncan allowed his powers to activate. From where he sat, 2 clusters of green flames were flickering nearby in his dark field of vision. They're the marks he left on the girls, one for Shirley and the other for Nina. He still doesn't know what the ashes around Nina meant, what secrets are buried in the city, where the veiled curtain came from, or who's manipulating everything from behind the scenes, but one thing's certain, he's getting closer to the truth from 11 years ago. Little by little, he's going to pry apart the fog. As to why he's leaving a mark on Nina, that's insurance on his part. Today was a warning to him. If he hadn't acted in time, who knows what might have happened. He won't permit another accident like that of the museum to occur. Opening his eyes again after confirming the marks were secure, Duncan looked down at his hands. This body is still too weak for my liking. The power transmitted through the connection limits my perception. If Shirley hadn't come along, I never would have known about the ashes around Nina. Taking a small breath, Duncan shifts his focus back to the ship where the main body lies. Immediately, the ghost captain shot open his eyes and left the captain's quarter. Oh, how wonderful, Captain! Your most loyal and faithful first mate is here too. The noisy yapping of the goat head came the second he walked out the door. In what direction is the city-state of planned? Duncan glanced at the statue and interrupted the other quite skillfully. PL, the city-state of planned. The goat head was caught off guard. Showing a moment of astonishment from the wooden face, the statue suddenly got all excited in his voice. Planned. A human city-state. Oh, the great Captain Duncan is finally willing to embark on a plundering expedition. Is this your attack target? Are we going to directly hit the port, or are we plundering the merchant ships on the coastlines? Maybe the naval force of planned will. Shut up, don't make any extra arrangements. Duncan went straight to the mapping table and knocked on the table to get his orders through. I want to know which direction leads to that city-state. Ooh, right, okay, as you wish. As the goat head's voice became low and drawn out, the fog-filled map suddenly started to show a flashing dot at the edge of the chart. The planned city-state you're looking for. It shouldn't be too far off, the statue said respectfully. Ah, it's a pity that the mapping chart has been asleep for too long. It can only mark the approximate location of planned right now, and the sea conditions and markers along the way are still shrouded with the unknown. It seems very far away. Duncan glanced at the bright spot in the fog and judged the journey wouldn't be a short one. How long will it take if we go at full speed? Half a month? Maybe a month? In fact, it's already very fast. We haven't really reached the boundary of civilization yet, the goat head confessed. You can also choose to let the vanished go at full speed in the spirit world, but that method isn't very safe. Although the spirit world itself is not a big threat to us, many daring entities of the deep sea may find trouble with us. The deep sea. Duncan subconsciously thought of dog, but quickly shook his head, then sail in the real sea first while approaching planned. Another question, are we able to remain hidden from the city-states? He had to be wary of asking this question because it posed a risk to his identity. Nevertheless, Duncan did so anyways since it was a chance for him to test the statue's limits again. There was no emotion in the obsidian eyes of the goat head. He just looked at the captain quietly before speaking as usual. We can hide in the fog, and if necessary, briefly dive into the reflection of the broken waves. That way, we may be able to come up to 15 miles of the shore without being detected. But not closer. The eyes of the gods will perceive us, and the cathedrals of the city-state will issue the warning. Your experience is from a century ago, Duncan said calmly. Does it still work now? Of course, the goat head said lightly, a century is nothing to the gods. They wouldn't have changed much in this duration. Duncan breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, then let the vanished approach planned. Be sure to keep us hidden the entire time. May I ask something? The statue asks again, what do you plan to do there? A test, Duncan thought for a moment, smiling as he formulated his plan. Let's see if the Wi-Fi will be better. Goat head, WI. What does that mean? Go and let AI explain it to you. No. Your most loyal first mate does not need or care of the meaning. Chapter 129. Dark Night. Duncan didn't know why, but he got this sensation that something had changed with the ship. What's the word? Satisfaction? Yes, that's the word best to describe the mood of the vanished as it sailed at top speed against the waves. Strolling the deck as he watched the ghostly sails drumming against the non-existent wind, he raised his head and looked up at the towering mast. Then he knocked on the railing and said thoughtfully, you are also bored with the aimless drifting, right? The vanished did not answer him, only slightly creaking under the stress of the waters from below deck. But the ship didn't need words, instead, it had ropes that slithered across the deck like a snake to dangle beside Duncan. That's not cute, you know, it's even a little scary. Duncan glanced at the snakish cable in front of himself. Is this how you scared Alice the last time? The cable swayed in place twice and quickly slipped away like a guilty child. Heaving a small breath, Duncan wanted to enjoy the fresh breeze at night when a sudden jerk of his power hit him. It's from afar, much further away than what's on the ship. At first, he didn't react but realized it was directly coming planned. In the city-state, there are only several individuals that he's marked, and this time it's in Nina's room next door. Without hesitation, he allowed his consciousness to float into the darkness, feeling his way to the source. He assumed it may be his niece's mark calling for help, but it turns out it wasn't. It's actually Shirley's. What happened to Shirley? Without a second delay, Duncan shifted the main focus of his mind back to the second body inside the antique shop. Rushing up, he lightly knocked on the girl's door to no avail. There's no movement inside. After a brief hesitation, the man knew he couldn't wait any longer as Shirley's mark cried out again. So he pushed the door open and entered. Just like when she was a child, Nina always slept without locking the door. The bedroom was dark, with only the shimmering light of the street lamp from the window illuminating the outline of things. As far as Duncan could tell, there was nothing abnormal here. Shirley and Nina were sleeping quietly on the bed, one head facing the other end, and the other had her leg up against the former's belly. The sleeping position is very artistic. Of course, Duncan wasn't interested in paying attention to the sleeping positions of the two girls. Instead, he's more worried about the crumpled forehead on Shirley's face and the squirming black line swimming around the girl's arm. Duncan didn't like what he saw. Activating the mark he left on Shirley, he intends to use the special properties of his ghost fire to find the source of erosion in the room. Immediately, a tiny green flame rose up beside the bed to illuminate the surroundings. However, the flame only flickered a few times before eventually staying in place. There is no erosion in the room. Duncan's brow furrowed even deeper, and he moved closer to observe Shirley's pained expression. Because he wasn't sure how much the ghost fire affected the living, he couldn't directly release a large area of flame to scan the entire room like in the factory. Still, even a little spark from his ghost flame should draw a reaction if there's anything here. The erosion is not in the real world? Then the spirit world? Or is it something else? Duncan swiftly went over the possibilities, thinking up what options he had to choose from. Then quickly running back to his own bedroom next door, he yanked the dove who was napping by the windowsill. "Wake up, we're spirit walking." After a series of cooing protests from AI, Duncan once again entered the dark tunnel with the endless starlight. He first calmed his mind, then allowed his consciousness to fly towards what he wanted. Unlike the mark he left on the White Oak steamship in Vanna, Shirley's mark was intentionally made by him, meaning it was far more stable and easier to connect in here. Shirley shot open her eyes and found herself sleeping in a familiar yet unfamiliar bedroom. Touching her temple to get the lightheadedness from her mind, she slowly crawled up from the sleeping position to scan the room. Gradually, memories of where she was surfaced, sending her eyes into a wide angering shock. Jumping in a fury, she got out of bed and swore a long verse of curses in the air. Damn it, damn it. It's this again, it's this again. Unlike in reality, where she's wearing Nina's passed-down pajamas, Shirley had on a light pink pajama here, and her voice had devolved into an immature version found only in her memories. "Don't XXX torture me anymore. Don't XXX torture me anymore." Shirley roared the phrase over and over again in the darkness, her limbs punching and kicking at the mottled planks of the wall. She even tried to bite at the doorknob to force it open. Sadly, try as she might, the younger version of the girl could do nothing but whimper at the doorway, watching painfully as the morning light slowly seeped through the crack. Eventually, a series of faint footsteps reached her ears from the other side of the door, then came a gentle and familiar voice. "Shirley, Shirley? Are you up? Still angry?" Shirley's body visibly trembled at her mother's voice, those eyes drawing beads of tears as she greedily clung to the door like it would allow her to see the other person. "Shirley, your dad and I are going to buy you a cake. It's our baby's birthday after all. When we come back, you won't be angry anymore, okay? Don't go," Shirley cried out, then the crying turned to desperate yells. "Don't go! Don't leave! Don't leave me! I beg you, don't leave me!" She finally lost it and started wailing like a baby that she was in this dream. "Don't go! Don't go out! Don't go out there!" However, time continued to flow as it did in the memory engraved inside her mind. Eventually, the folks outside left, followed by the rustling sound of the woman grabbing a purse, then the gearing turning sound of a key turning inside the front door. Shirley crumbled to the floorboard after hearing the final click of her parents' departure, signaling the start of the countdown. When her heartbeat reached 1,200 times, the exclamation of fire came from afar. When her heartbeat reached 1,600, the pungent smell of smoke penetrated through the cracks in the door. By the time her heartbeat reached 1,800, the streets were filled with the frenzied lights of red like the entire city had been thrown into molten magma. When her heartbeat finally hit 2,000, a heavy, muffled bang smashed through the front door, the same kind of sound of a giant beast crashing through the entrance and prowling about inside her home. Afterward, the door to her own room finally fell down as well, the very door that Shirley couldn't make a dent in. It's now shredded apart like paper. A terrifying creature had appeared there. Pitched black and oozing with dark miasma around the bony structure, this was a dark hound that was not her dog, and right now, it has found the 6-year-old girl in front of it as the perfect target to kill. Shirley calmly stared at the dark hound that had appeared in front of her. She knows this wasn't her friend but the perfect replication of the past she experienced. The hound stepped into the room, followed closely by the crunching sound of meat and flesh. Despite having one of her limbs being devoured, Shirley didn't move, nor did she scream at the piercing pain. In fact, her entire existence had become a numbing blob of nothingness as she recalled how long it took for the dark hound to become her dog. Was it a day? Or a week? Gradually, her consciousness gradually faded until the dark dream started to blur inside her peripheral vision. But suddenly, her eyes picked up on a figure next to the bed, a deeper shadow that's not supposed to be there. From what she could tell, the figure seemed to have been there the entire time and didn't just pop out suddenly. This shouldn't be possible, at least not according to the countless times she had endured this torturous nightmare. I did not intend to pry. The gloomy and majestic figure finally spoke as a spark of green flame came to life, revealing the face behind the shadow. Chapter 130. Everyone knows your bad name. Almost at the same time as the voice from the shadow came, an illusory boom rocked Shirley's head. It did not exist inside this dream, nor was it outside in reality, but an explosion within her soul. Instantly, the burning flames and the echoing cries of panicking crowds were gone, dissipating like the fog was cleared from her mind. In the next second, Shirley found that her body had changed as well. She had returned to her 17-year-old appearance. Her body was no longer in the familiar pajamas she remembered but rather in the black dress she wore on weekdays. As for her arm that's been devoured by the dark hound, it's also back to normal with a pitch-black chain extending outwards to Dog lying quietly in the corner. Shirley sat up at once, looking at the figure sitting on the bed in amazement and nervousness. She didn't know who this person was, but she knew it was a powerful existence that directly penetrated the curse of the shadows and invaded her dreams. You, who are you? Duncan stood up slowly. In this world of dreams, he had taken on his original appearance as Captain Duncan, which was oppressively daunting and enough to make Shirley flinch back subconsciously. You haven't seen me like this. It's normal, Duncan said quietly. I noticed you were having a nightmare, that's why I came to check. Noticed, so come to check? Shirley blinked, a little puzzled by the meaning, until she popped her mouth in understanding. Wait, you are. Let's get acquainted again. I'm Duncan. The gloomy and dignified man smiled. Duncan Abnamar. He said his name because he wasn't worried about Shirley running off to tell the authorities. Even if she did have the courage, the savvy hound would be wise enough to make her eat those words until she died. Duncan. Mr. Duncan? Are you Mr. Duncan? Shirley's eyes widened in amazement, and a feeling of calm quietly permeated her heart. But, aren't you Nina's uncle? How come your last name is Abnamar? Duncan. The girl's reaction caught the man off guard there. After a few seconds of processing, he finally spoke with a strange expression. You, haven't heard of this name before? Shirley thought about it and shook her head honestly. No. Then she reacted again, but with a look of fear this time. Should I have heard of this name? Duncan suddenly realized that this girl really had no idea about the natural mobile disaster of the boundless sea, meaning her reaction couldn't be faked. Apparently, even a reputation as big as his couldn't reach the likes of Shirley, who has a limited cognition of people. This actually left him a bit hollow and dispirited inside at not being famous enough. Are you illiterate? Unexpectedly, Shirley actually lowered her head and went mute. Forget it. It's not important. Duncan immediately ended the current topic when he saw the other party's reaction. At this point, the noise and flames on the street outside had subsided, so he could take his time observing the small room here. This is what you experienced back then, isn't it? Shirley kept her head lowered. I didn't mean to pry just now, but I discovered your secret while entering here, Duncan said sincerely. I'm sorry. Taken aback by the frank apology, she hurriedly took 2 steps back. No, it's okay. How can you apologize to me? In any case, it's not polite to spy on a lady's dream, even a little lady like you. Duncan smiled, then his gaze fell on the dark hound. When will he wake up? I don't know. Shirley looked slightly confused. Turning to face the sleeping dog in the corner, this nightmare has never changed like this. I don't. As soon as she was halfway through her sentence, she heard a slight sound of bones grinding against one another. Dog, who was still asleep seconds ago, suddenly jerked his skull up and glowed with a reddish hue in those eye sockets. Not waiting at all, Dog jumped up like he too had just woken up from a nightmare. Shirley, Dog spoke with a hint of panic after recognizing the girl. It's okay, it's just a nightmare. Shirley laughed and stepped forward to hug the big hound's ugly skull. You were having a nightmare too. I'm sorry, Dog just kept whimpering the apology, the chain rattling due to the trembling bones from the hound. Does it hurt? It must have hurt a lot. Shirley turned her head a little awkwardly. Don't go all soft on me. There are outsiders watching. Outsiders? Dog was stunned by the news. Only then did he notice the third party in the room with them. Without difficulty, the dark hound's reddish eyes saw the cascading green flames floating behind Duncan's gloomy appearance. Holy shit! Dog exclaims out of the blue and reflexively drags Shirley behind himself for protection. He's trembling to the point that others might think he will fall apart if anything so much as touched him. You are that ghost captain. Duncan pricked his eyebrow at the reaction. Oh? You're able to recognize me despite Shirley not knowing. Dog. Shirley also picked up on this fact. Dog, have you seen him before? Do I even need to have met him? Any shadow demon who happens to meet him would have been sent into subspace by now. The black smoky miasma around Dog's bony figure rose and swirled in intensity, the signal that he preparing to fight despite the horror. The natural mobile disaster of the boundless sea, why is he in your dream? The boundless sea's mobile disaster. Shirley was still cluelessly blind to the title. Why have I never heard of this from you? No shit. I have plenty of things I never told you. There are so many natural disasters in this world, as if I would go over every one of them with you under normal circumstances? Who in their right mind would expect a ghost captain of the sea to be on land? Shirley seemingly wanted to ask another question when Duncan broke the conversation. I thought only the people of the real world were afraid of me, to think my reputation has reached even the shadow demons. Dog cowered back another step over the comment while maintaining an unfocused defensive posture. You may have underestimated yourself. Your infamy is known to everyone. From the darkness of the deep sea, to reality of the mortals, and even the demons of the shadows like me, we have all heard of you. If my kind had a heart to begin with, we would use your name as a charm to frighten the young. Duncan felt the analogy was a bit off and weird, but he's not going to doubt Dog's story. In fact, it's quite the compliment to be feared so heavily after learning his reputation had no effect on Shirley. At the same time, Shirley also heard Dog's mental whispering through the chains. Shirley, in a bit, I will find a way to hold off this shadow. You try and wake up. This is only a dream, so he likely can't follow you out to the real world. Shirley didn't react right away, only wondering what her partner meant. And then what? Dog continued hurriedly, then you hurry to the next room and find the big boss for help. Just say that you are entangled by the vanished. Make your words sound earnest, and even take the initiative to ask to be the other party's kin if you can. This is too dangerous to consider the consequences. Rather than being dragged into subspace, it's better to be barely alive by following an evil god. Shirley didn't respond at all now. Shirley. Dog became increasingly more anxious. Shirley, don't daze out now. Hurry and find a way to wake up while I distract this shadow. The only way to fight a big boss is with another big boss. Halfway through Dog's desperate plea, Shirley finally replied through their spirit link. Dog, the big bosses you are mentioning are likely the same person. Dog. Chapter 131. Breaking free from the dream. Duncan watched the nervous hound with a friendly smile. He could tell there was a misunderstanding between himself and the other party. In that case, it was better to resolve this issue as soon as possible. But just before he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the flickering blood light in Dog's eyes. Although he could not see any emotional changes from the bone skull, he seemed to be able to feel the fierce and turbulent mood of this dark hound. In the next second, he heard Dog's stammering voice come out, You're the Mr. Duncan we've been dealing with these past 2 days. Duncan was taken aback by the comment since he didn't introduce himself to the hound. Glancing down at Shirley and the chain connecting the pair, he's sure they didn't speak just now. So, that leaves only one answer, they're able to communicate through some sort of information sharing ability. It's me, Duncan said gently. Do you need me to explain anything? Or do you have something you want to know? No. Dog almost screamed, and his whole body was squirming. We don't need to know any knowledge or truth. We have no intention of prying into your secrets. I always feel that there is still some misunderstanding between us, but it appears to be getting more difficult to clear things up. Duncan sighed, shaking his head in a helpless manner. Forget it, let's use time to build up some mutual trust between us. As for now, I have something I want to know. Dog hung his head down. Please speak. Duncan frowned. He was actually very curious as to why his main body, who was famous in the real world, had such a great influence among demons. In his impression, the deep sea was a place that's very close to the subspace. If going by that logic, a shadow demon shouldn't hold such intense fear towards him, the mobile natural disaster of the sea. However, it now seems that the demons, who are themselves dangerous existences to humans, are just as afraid of losing their homeland as humans do, which puzzled him. However, before he figures out this problem, he must first resolve this nightmare inside Shirley's dream world. I want to know about this dream, Duncan said, his gaze falling on Shirley. I know it's a painful memory for you, and if you don't want to say it, you can refuse. There's nothing I don't want to say, Shirley just shook her head slightly. I should thank you. If you hadn't interrupted this nightmare, I would have kept suffering. As you can see, that's what I went through 11 years ago. Fire at, Duncan nodded, then shifted his attention back to Dog. What I saw was your first encounter with Shirley, right? Dog flinched sideways to avoid contact. I was just a common shadow demon at the time. Then how did you suddenly gain a heart? Duncan asked curiously. As far as I can tell, you almost killed Shirley back there. I don't know. Dog fell silent for a few seconds, shaking his ugly skull in a loss. When I first became self-aware, Shirley was already dying on the ground. Duncan took in a deep breath and deepened his gaze at the hound, then eyed the chain linking the guy with half of Shirley's body. After that, both of you became fused together. Sort of, Shirley murmured, hanging her head and hiding the expression under her hair. Actually, I don't remember exactly what happened during this period. I was only 6 years old at the time, and then I spent a long while afterward just surviving through each day. If you're really curious about how I got into this relationship with a shadow demon who almost killed me, you can grab a psychiatrist and hypnotize me. Maybe. You don't have to. Shirley's words were suddenly interrupted, and then she felt a large palm resting on top of her head. It felt so warm to the touch. Sorry, I'm not trying to reveal your scars. I just want to know the details from 11 years ago. Duncan gently soothed the girl's head, understanding the question may be unpleasant for the child. You should know that it wasn't just the sun fragment that appeared 11 years ago, but also countless cultists that ravaged the city. Theoretically, it should have been a member of the Annihilation sect who summoned the Dark Hounds. Shirley raised her head in a daze, only to be brought back to attention by Duncan's continuing deduction. A demonic creature from the deep sea suddenly acquired its own consciousness, which in itself is a mutation. Have you ever considered this mutation might be the inducement of a certain thing back then? Shirley blinked, a little slow in grasping the meaning. The sun fragment? I'm not sure. No one knows what form or power the sun fragments have, but in the teachings propagated by the Suntists are that it doesn't give humanity to other items or things. Duncan shook his head. So what caused Dog to gain a sense of awareness may be something other than the sun fragment, something else entirely. You mean that there may be more than just the sun fragments that appeared in Planned 11 years ago? Shirley finally woke up from her confused daze, her eyes widening in shock. Just a little theory, Duncan patted Shirley lightly on the shoulder before withdrawing his hand. I always felt that something was wrong with the whole story. A big contradiction in the matter. If the sun fragment is a holy relic pointing to the Suntists, its power should be straightforward according to the descriptions of those lunatics. But the chaos 11 years ago didn't fit into that box. According to the documents leaked by the officials, the cultists they captured included annihilators and enders. Why would members of the other cults get involved if the incident was caused by the Suntists? Of course, it can also be explained that the power of the sun fragments is so great that even people who do not believe in the sun god are affected, making them go crazy on the same day. But this can't explain the strange phenomenon like Dog here. Now, let's go further than that. Looking at it from the above angle, there are too many suspicious points that we've overlooked. This includes the veiled curtain hanging over the fire and the fact that the memory remained inside you and Nina's mind. How can only a select few remember the weird phenomena in the 6th block? We've always attributed the cause of all things to the sun fragment, but is that really true? Can you honestly believe the sun fragment is that omnipotent? Duncan expressed the doubts in his heart, and some of the doubts actually arose before today's event. However, it was only after seeing the change in Dog from 11 years ago that he's become firmer in his theory. The fire 11 years ago may have been caused by the sun fragment, but there was definitely something else at play in the whole event. Shirley still didn't fully catch on to the whole theory. She was actually not very good at thinking about these complex things. In her stunned state, Dog's voice rang rapidly. Shirley, are you okay? Did he just touch your head to release a curse? Are you still sane? You. I'm okay, Shirley replied with a whine. Dog, you're too nervous. Nonsense, how can I not be nervous? You had direct contact with a source of corruption that can turn any sane person mad. Dog's mental voice flew into dread. How are you feeling? Shirley thought about it and touched the top of her head unsurely. From as far as she could remember, the last time someone stroked her hair like this was when she was still a child. Back then, Her mom used to do this a lot before putting her to bed. It's warm. She spoke softly in a trance. Dog was dumbfounded. Shirley, something is really wrong with your brain now. You shut up. Duncan didn't know what Dog and Shirley were talking about in their internal link, but he had something else he wanted to check out. Glancing up at the dim window with the reddish hue, he asked, "What's out there?" "Hey!" Shirley didn't react in time and blurted this out. Duncan raised his hand and pointed to the window, outside the room. "What's out there?" I don't know," Shirley blinked, suddenly realizing that she's never once stepped outside this room where the nightmare haunted her. "I never thought about it. Every time I dream, I am stuck in this room. But now you're free." Duncan walked to the door and swung around. To the girl, his words were no different from a temptation. "Don't you want to try, see what's at the edge of your dream?" Chapter 132. The Edge of Dreamland. Do you want to take a look at what the edge of your dream looks like? Duncan's words undoubtedly tempted Shirley, yet she couldn't resist. From the deepest part of her heart, she does want to know, which manifested in the form of an irrepressible urge. In this nightmare that has tormented her for 11 years, outside this locked room, on the streets she had not seen for 11 years ago, what exactly awaited her? She subconsciously took a small breath, then turned her sight to the window that was nearby. In the past, all she knew was the hazy darkness shrouding the outside world, but now, she could finally peer into what that chaotic light stood for. Can people really walk around in their dreams? Shirley couldn't help but mutter, "I don't know what's out there." Could it be nothingness outside? Dreams are a reflection of the human subconscious, and the human subconscious tends to remember some details that even one cannot perceive. Duncan's voice came from the direction of the doorway that had already been pushed open. "Maybe you were stuck in this room 11 years ago, but the light, shadow, and sound outside the window were all part of the things you memorized. These details are clues that will allow us to glimpse into what happened. Of course, the decision is up to you. If you refuse, I will not continue to spy on your dreams. I will stay here, and don't worry, as long as I'm around, this nightmare will not continue. You can sleep in peace, and tomorrow there will still be a clear morning." Shirley bit her lips lightly and then seemed to expend tremendous strength to make up her mind. "I want to go out and have a look." "Okay," Duncan nodded, leaning sideways to make way for the girl. "I'm with you." A subspace shadow, a mobile natural disaster, took the initiative to say that he wanted to walk with her. This should have been a terrible invitation, but for some reason, Shirley only felt relief from the words. To her, Duncan represented a warm light that suddenly barged into the endless dark nightmare. It was sort of crazy to think that way, but that's just how it was. The girl was gradually getting accustomed to living with an evil god now. Duncan followed behind Shirley as the two stepped into the living room in Shirley's memory. Dog also followed them from the rear with a rather nervous appearance. He kept watching his surroundings, and he would prick his skull up from time to time like he was searching for any abnormal movement from the streets. "Dog, what are you doing?" Shirley asks after getting a little confused. "Scouting," Dog said in a deep voice. "We are entering the unknown zone in the dream. Further on is the area that doesn't exist in your memory. In theory, the things in front will become more and more twisted to fit your subconscious imagination and emotions. In the case of fear acting as the dominant emotion, the environment may generate something that's not so friendly." Shirley was amazed. "Dog, you actually know so much." "Only a little bit," the dark hound cheekily raised his skull high. "I'm also a proper shadow demon." Duncan didn't care about the conversation the pair was having mentally. Instead, he was watching for any clues in the living room. A kind of chaotic darkness had enveloped this slightly shabby living room from what he could perceive. Nevertheless, he could still see the shelf placed against the wall, a table and few chairs in the middle, and a clock hanging with its dial unmoving. Everything appeared to be in order, except for the deep claw mark on the floorboard. That's the mark left behind when Dog broke inside the home. In addition, there was no blood, no corpse, no scorch marks in the living room. The fire seemed to be confined to the streets outside, or simply because in Shirley's subconscious mind, the fire never spread into the home. They walked through the place and eventually came to the front door where there's a huge hole through the middle segment. Aside from the door frame and a few loosely hanging pieces of wood, the entire thing had been smashed apart. Further out, there are streets currently engulfed in fire. Shirley stopped here. The girl didn't realize it before, but she's truly afraid of going into the streets where it's burning. "Shirley." Dog glanced up at his partner with concern. Shirley tightly bit her lips as if she didn't hear Dog's voice. She was having second thoughts, and her mind had started to wonder what might have happened to her parents that night. They also stepped through the front entrance here, and afterward, they never came home. But then the soft clatter of chains brought the girl back to attention. It was Dog taking the initiative to walk outside, slightly tugging at the girl to join and break her trance. "Shirley, it's okay. There's nothing scary outside, and if there is, I can't tell." Shirley looked at the hollow eyes of the dark hound with some surprise. Then pursing her lips, "Thank you." Then she stepped out with her feet after so many years of being confined. The streets are still filled with a thin layer of misty smoke, so it was quite difficult to get the full picture of the carnage. Even so, the thin, darkishly red fuzz in the distances told them the houses and street lamps were still there, but burning. Duncan frowned at this view. The fires on the street they're walking on had already been extinguished, leaving only traces of the flames behind in the form of shapeless ashes and molten metal in the corners. All of this pointed to a huge tragedy, but he couldn't find any signs pointing this to the sun fragment. But on second thought, this seems normal after all. This was just Shirley's dream, a stage woven by her memory and emotions, so it's not genuinely bringing back everything from 11 years. With this understanding in mind, he followed Shirley slowly through the streets that had been burned by the fire. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. "Mr. Duncan." Shirley looked back in surprise. Duncan frowned and waved his hand to silence the other two while focusing his ears on movement sounds. Just now, his ears definitely picked up something, a faint voice crying out somewhere. After carefully keeping still and listening, he eventually pinpointed the source to a pile of ash by the roadside. It was a twisted pile of black ash mixed with some charred black fragments. It appears whatever, or whoever this was, they've died and left nothing behind. There was even an ember still burning next to the ash. If observed long enough, one could even partially make out the shape of the individual who died here by the way it's curled up. Duncan stared at the ash for the longest time until he slowly bent down to investigate. I don't want to die," the cloud of ash murmurs. Duncan popped his eyes, while Shirley on the other hand blasted her true thoughts out. "What is this thing?" Duncan swung his head back immediately, causing the Gothic girl to quickly adjust her wording again. I mean this is terrible. I prefer the straightforwardness you showed just now." The corners of Duncan's mouth twitched as he said this. In fact, he was also frightened silly by the murmuring from the ashes here, but that got entirely overshadowed by Shirley's outcry. "I don't want to die. Help. Go home." "Who will help?" A creepy numbness had started to spread across the girl's heart, causing Shirley to clutch her hands against the hem of the dress. Despite having the courage to fight with a dark hound in hand, the girl clearly lacked resistance to these purely weird occult evils. But at this moment, the surprise quickly turned to confusion. Is this really her own nightmare? In this edge of dreams that has long drifted beyond her own memory and recognition, these cries for help shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be possible if she never came into contact with such a thing back then. Shirley subconsciously looked to Duncan for the answer but saw that the latter was also looking her way with a scrutinizing gaze. "It may not be just a dream," the man said in a deep voice. Chapter 133. The Strange Shadow. To be fair, Duncan wasn't an expert in the supernatural field and lacked knowledge of the subjects related to dreams, but he still vaguely judged that the scenery presented on this street shouldn't be normal inside Shirley's mind. Why? Because the ashes that murmured for help gave him a wonderful sense of déjà vu of what he saw in the factory and those piles of ashes hidden behind the veiled curtain. Of course, the ashes in the factory did not call out for help. The ashes gave him a more intuitive and stronger signal, allowing him to see firsthand the echoes of the fire 11 years ago. Subconsciously, Duncan believes that the ashes here in Shirley's dream and the factory are somehow connected. Raising his head, he scanned the surrounding environment covered by the fire's dim red light. There were countless piles of ashes strewn across various places, falling sparks, dust debris, and imprinted shadows of those who once walked these supposed streets, a tragic scene. You were only 6 years old back then. No matter how many things you subconsciously observed, it probably wasn't enough to support such a huge dream. On top of that, I do not believe such a young mind can create illusions like these weird ashes calling for help. Duncan said softly, his voice calming the girl's unsettled nerves. To be honest, the ghostly captain still gave a frightening and intimidating impression to Shirley, but in this nightmare, that's growing increasingly freakier by the second, the man was the only reassurance she had to rely upon. Let's keep going forward and see where the scope of this dream lies. Shirley was hesitant to agree but promptly dragged Dog along after noticing the ghost captain already moving forward. Amidst the murmuring cries for help from the countless piles of ashes, the two of them and a dog continued to walk through the embering streets. Duncan made sure to take in every change he noticed, but to his surprise, the streets were unusually safe and calm aside from the ominous vibe. Then Duncan suddenly jerked to a halt, his brows furrowing slightly at realizing something. "Mr. Duncan." Shirley cast a curious gaze. "Did you find anything again? How far have we been walking from the point of origin?" Duncan looked up and down the embering street. To him, the houses and buildings all looked no different from a hazy blur of red due to the buildings still smoldering in the distance. "Point of origin?" Shirley showed a confused face. "Oh, you mean the room where we started? Should be. It's already quite far, at least half a block away by now." "Shirley, the situation is not right." At this point, even Dog had realized the weirdness and nervously eyed the reddish haze around them with wariness. "Let's stop for a moment." Still not picking up on the freakiness of the situation, Shirley shot the man and hound a strange look. "What's wrong? Can you two tell me first?" Dreams are centered around the cognitive perception of the dreamer. Your basis is that bedroom from your childhood memory. Dog explained swiftly and to the point. Going by that logic, the area outside of the room is no more than supporting supplement for your dream. The farther we get away from the center, the more absurd and twisted everything should become. I wouldn't even be surprised if a cliff suddenly appeared in front of our feet. Yet, we've come this far without incident. Duncan faintly nodded in agreement. His theory was pretty much in the same league as Dog here. Shirley finally woke up and gasped, "So, where are we now? Is this still my dream?" No one could answer Shirley's question, and Duncan could only watch the surrounding smoldering structures with thought. Everywhere he could see, there were burnt buildings and scorched roads. The urban area after the fire was like an ugly scar, deeply ingrained onto the body of the city and extending out to parts beyond their visual perception. At this rate, who knows how many more of the city was affected? He then turned to face another direction. From what he could tell, there were some tall buildings near their location. "It's a distillation tower of one of the factories." It pierced straight into the sky amidst the smoke and dust and had countless coiled pipes snaking around the skeletal structure that remained after the flames. To describe the current picture, it's like a strange mountain that's been carved out. Duncan involuntarily stared at the tall distillation tower, thinking that if he stood on that tip, he might be able to overlook the entire fire scene. Then his eyes froze. The scene that Nina once described to him, it's suddenly starting to match up, a very high place overlooking the city after the fire, the streets scarred by the heat running through the entire city-state. That's what Nina saw in her dreams, just from a different perspective. He promptly turned his head to face Shirley due to this astonishing discovery. "We may have entered another dream." "Another dream?" Shirley popped her eyes in shock. "Whose dream?" "Nina's. Follow me," Duncan said briefly, and then took off for the distillation tower. He did not summon AI to spirit walk over in this dream world because he didn't know if the bird could even come inside this weird place. Secondly, he needed AI to keep tabs on the outside if something dangerous decides to make a home visit. Luckily, the distillation tower wasn't far from where they were, only a few alleys and 2 streets away. Shirley didn't understand why the ghost captain would suddenly bolt for a place that they had no clue if it was safe or not, but if this was Nina's dream like Mr. Duncan said, then it would not be wrong. If anything, they might even find Nina there. However, Duncan didn't find anything like he thought after arriving at the factory site. This left him doubting his own deduction until he got a strange notion of being watched. Swinging his head around to seek the source of this discomfort, that's when he saw it, a tall and thin figure wearing a black trench coat with a large black umbrella in hand. "There's someone over there!" Shirley exclaims after catching up. "Do you see it too?" Duncan subconsciously asked, only to be interrupted by a weird and harsh sound from the weirdo. It wasn't any language Duncan knew of. In fact, the overly complex and overlapping echoes in the voice made him suspect that it wasn't a language at all, but rather an animalistic growl. The weirdo with the umbrella also seemed surprised at the uninvited guests wandering about. After the initial pause, the strange figure suddenly made a move. Duncan couldn't see what the other party had done precisely in that second, but the afterglow from the corner of his eye keenly caught the slithering of several black shadows coming out from beneath the hem of that trench coat. Those pure shadows swam across the walls and streets. Eventually, even the weirdo had disappeared from thin air. In the next second, before Duncan could react, the black figure had teleported right beside Shirley. Thankfully Shirley had never once relaxed her muscles since entering this dream world. As fast as the umbrella weirdo moved back there, the gothic girl and her partner had already reunited and ready to strike down with the meteor hammer of doggy death. "Screw this!" she yelled with a hint of excitement at finally being able to vent the nerves, which showed in the way she swung that doggy chain around like a barbaric weapon. Chapter 134. Feast and Fire. Shirley's fighting style was the same as always, simple, crude, and effective, with a sense of freedom. She's truly wielding dog like no equal. The strange figure who jumped through the shadow didn't seem to have expected the summoner girl with the shadow demon was essentially a melee combatant. According to normal logic, it's safe to assume a spellcasting profession disliked close-quarter fighting and would do everything to keep their distance. However, the result was the opposite, with the caster taking out a meteor hammer for the brawl. The chain creaked as Shirley smashed down with dog, and the black shadow was hit solidly on the spot. With a loud bang as it whistled out in a somersault, the shadow eventually crashed into a nearby burning building and caused a large plume of smoke and ember to rise from the impact. That's it. The smooth progress of the battle was unexpected to the point that even Shirley herself didn't know how to take it. Nevertheless, she kept dog close in one hand with a constant guard up. "Why do I feel like?" But before her sentence could finish, dog's exclaiming warning had come from the other end of the chain, "Watch out!" Shirley's muscles strained with stress, and in the next second, she finally noticed that the shadow under her feet had become a little viscous looking. But before she could take evasive maneuver, a blurry whip had ejected from the shadow beneath her leg. The attack came straight for the girl's neck with a lethal slicing sound. Fortunately, the latter was barely able to keep herself from being beheaded. Even so, she still got nacked on the arm, causing a huge splatter of blood to spray from the gaping wound. Shirley huffed a grunt and retreated without caring for the pain. Only then did she notice that part of her own shadow didn't move, remaining in the same spot where she once stood. This shocked the girl, of course, but then it soon dawned on her why as the umbrella man creepily emerged from the ground. To say she's disgusted was an understatement. Not only did she suffer an injury at the hand of the other party, but the very black whip that sliced her arm was in fact a grotesque tentacle squirming out from the hem of the other party's coat. To think something from a monster like that actually touched her was enough to make Shirley puke. Without giving any time for questioning, the umbrella man issues out a low and vague howl before launching himself at the target again. This time, there were multiple black tentacles firing out in multiple angles like an octopus. Subconsciously, Shirley lifted the chain in her hand to defend herself, only to be distracted by a beam of green flame that shot over from the side of her peripheral vision. At the same time, the umbrella man suddenly froze in that split second, remaining in place using that pouncing posture of a predator as if gripped by fear itself. Then without delay, the shadowy figure suddenly leaped backward. It retreated under a surge of black miasma coming out of the umbrella. The creature roared and howled in anger, but the green flame didn't relent and continued to pursue. It had a homing feature, and whatever the ghostly flame touched, it burned with a ferocity that not even the dark miasma could contend with. This caused Shirley to glance in the direction of the source, which she saw Duncan standing there quietly like an actual ghost. However, she couldn't say the same lack of emotions was happening in the surrounding environments. Everything in sight, with the man as the epicenter, the buildings and streets were giving off a ghostly green glow like they were being overtaken. What's the word? Infected? Yes, the dream world was being infected. This is the power of this big boss? Or is it just the tip of the iceberg of his power? Shirley exclaimed inside, shocked by how incredible Duncan's powers were. However, she didn't have time to dwell on the matter because the attacker who quickly retreated had obviously been suppressed and deterred. Knowing this was her chance, she lopped dog out with the greatest strength she could muster in those petite arms. She landed a hit on the first try. The umbrella man had clearly grown sluggish at whatever powers hindering its movement. Yet, the girl didn't feel any cheeriness from making an impact. The reason? It felt like hitting a mass of rotten flesh. At least that's what dog's mental feedback was telling her. Then in the next moment, perhaps it had finally lost its temper from Shirley's interference, the umbrella man suddenly tore its own limbs apart like a glob of slime. It was an absolutely terrifying and bizarre scene. The scorched and twisted alien limbs were squirming about, splitting, and fleeing in every direction of the streets where the embers had not burned. The shouts that seemed to pierce mortal sanity rose and fell one after the other until the splitting and dissemination melded the creature into the very dream world. Shirley got creeped out to the core for sure. She gripped the chain in her hand with even more strength, not knowing what tactic this creature might use by melding into the environment. However, she soon noticed something odd: the pieces of flesh didn't continue the fight. They were swarming away to evade Duncan's ever-spreading flame. It's like watching a colony of roaches fleeing across a dumpster pile on the street. The flames were the pesticide, and the lumps of bloodied flesh were the pests being killed. Of course, some of the lumps did get ahead of Duncan's attack, allowing them to flee into the neighboring streets and buildings. Nevertheless, the lumps that were captured by the green pyre were promptly enveloped by the ghost fire and consumed. Everything happened so quickly that Shirley barely managed to catch the initial carnage. At first she assumed the flames would incinerate the lumps of flesh, but turns out it wasn't, it's corrupting some of them. About a minute or two. That's how long the open zombie banquet lasted, as the lumps of flesh turned on their former compatriots and started gnawing at each other. It didn't help either when Duncan decided to up the game by creating a wall of flame around the area after optimizing his hunting ground. It's either they died by cannibalism or died by running into the wall of flame. Don't be afraid, Duncan soothed Shirley after noticing the shivering girl. Bugs are most afraid of fire. Shirley's shoulders shook some more, yet there was a strange feeling of peace and calm in her heart after hearing that remark. But I do agree, it is a little disgusting. Duncan didn't bother to hide his displeasure at the weird crunching sound that just hit them from a crumbled building. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Who are you trying to kid? Indeed, Shirley said forcefully despite crying foul inside, it is a little disgusting. Fortunately, it's almost over, Duncan said in a slightly relaxed tone. As the ghost captain said, the sound of flames and predation gradually subsided, with both predator and prey eventually exhausting their vitality. What remained were piles of ashes scattered about in the breeze, the substance the result of certain creatures being burned alive. Gulping at realizing this fact, Shirley took a step back to avoid getting some of the dust on herself. Is it over? Duncan shook his head. Not necessarily. Shirley looked at Duncan in surprise and confusion, but then saw the other party walking forward towards the last blob of the attacker in a nearby corner. The abomination squirmed shakily, seemingly wanting to escape, to only stop after Duncan blocked its path with a spark of ethereal green. I've heard a lot of scary and bizarre stories in my past, and those stories have taught me an important lesson, Duncan said slowly so Shirley could follow. If you suddenly find that your enemy has the ability to splinter off into smaller pieces, then you'd better assume that the first enemy you encounter is just another splinter of the original. This way, the crappy author will have an excuse to write a sequel to the first book. With a tap of his fingertips, he lit the last blob aflame. I don't like sequels very much because I hate knowing masterminds are lurking in the shadows and controlling the scenes. The trope is always the same, with the protagonists being tricked and then stabbed in the back. The green flame violently crackled there. Like an insect being burned alive, the blob of flesh squealed in agony until the flame suddenly dispersed and left the thing staggering to upright itself. The way it's swaying, it's exactly like those zombies in a horror flick. Pleased by what he's done, Duncan slowly stood back and quietly stared at the last remaining piece of the attacker. Go home and bring my gift to your master. Chapter 135. The End of the Dreamland. The fire-contaminated lump trembled and climbed up, then crawled faster and faster until it went off to the end of the street. It's there that it disappeared in a puff of smoke like it had entered some sort of portal. This mass of flesh and blood, which has stopped thinking, has embarked on its way home. Whether it could really return to some body, or whether it would exhaust its vitality and dissipate halfway there, that's not coming Duncan could control. Heck, it might even be intercepted and purified by something along the way as well. Nothing was certain in life. All he could do was take precautions to remove the hidden danger within the scope of his ability. When Shirley fought the weird shadow back there, he had been analyzing the origin of the assailant who appeared in the nightmare. It's the reason he shot the fireball at the other party, a test and an experiment. The result was that the thing was no more than a splintered-off pathfinder. That's right, the umbrella man they fought was no more than a scout in his opinion. Duncan looked thoughtfully at the direction in which the clump of flesh disappeared. Not only was the attacker who suddenly appeared more familiar with this dream than himself and Shirley, but they also had a more convenient means of traveling through the spaces. It's also the reason the umbrella man managed to close the distance without Duncan noticing beforehand. In contrast, he and first-time explorers like Shirley and Dog are like headless flies in the dreams here. Tracing someone lurking in the shadow would be difficult under these circumstances. But it didn't matter. The fire had begun to spread under his will. Through the faint connection looming over his perception, Duncan believes that the flames will eventually return with some gains until he finds the hidden lurker. By that point, Nina and Shirley would be ridden of these nightmares. Mr. Duncan, Shirley looked at Duncan, who had gotten quiet again, with a slightly scared face. You know what that is just now? She was referring to the attacker with the black umbrella. Duncan thought for a moment and shook his head. Then he suddenly recalled something after watching the burning streets. No, but do you remember the person I mentioned standing on the edge of the museum square? The one that only you can see? Shirley immediately recalled, ah, the one that attacked us just now is the one you saw. I'm not sure it's the same, Duncan unsurely shook his head, but it's certainly the same species. I suspect it's related to the cultists who believe in the sun god since both times are related to a fire. That alone is suspicious. It's related to those cultists, Shirley blinked and quickly realized, could it be the sun air mentioned by those cultists? Although there is no evidence, let's assume that for now. Duncan exhaled softly, but compared to the attacker's identity, I care more about why it's inside yours and Nina's dream. What is the connection between the museum site and your dreams? As he spoke, he swept his gaze over to the tall water tower. Nina was still not visible at the top, but Duncan was almost certain that it had to be the tall structure in Nina's dream. This is really Nina's dream. Shirley also looked around curiously, her face full of disbelief. How do you know? She mentioned this dream to me before, and in the dream, she was standing on the tallest distillation tower overlooking the burnt city, Duncan said while pointing to the nearby tower. This location is about 2 blocks away from the hut in your nightmare. Although I don't know the reason, your dreams are obviously connected to each other on a deeper level. Shirley was surprised but still wanted to ask something. However, right as she was about to do so, Dog found something and cried out, Hey Shirley, look over there. The umbrella that guy was holding is still over there. Shirley and Duncan snapped their heads over to the pointed location, and sure enough, a large black umbrella was quietly lying on the side of the street. Their attention was so focused on the attacker that they ignored this fact. Duncan quickly walked over and examined the item up close. After seeing the inner makings of the umbrella, he couldn't help but make a gawking sound of "Ahoy" with his mouth. He had imagined what the umbrella might look like after being wielded by the attacker. It could be a supernatural item with grotesque makeup as well, or it could be a cursed object with terrifying abilities, but under no circumstances did he expect something in this direction. The layout was an extremely complex arrangement of hexagonal lattices. Like a solar panel, it's a device of extremely fine calibration. Then looking at the center skeletal handle, it's something he only ever sees in a sci-fi movie. It's far more complex and high-tech than anything a steam engine could ever compete against. To say it's space-level technology was no understatement. Duncan stared at the thing dumbfoundedly. This came from a civilization that is incomprehensible to modern society. What is this? Shirley looked at the inner structure of the umbrella in astonishment and confusion. She couldn't understand what it was at all, and she lacked Duncan's cognition from another world. She only felt that this thing was 100 times more complicated than she imagined and became a little dazzled. She stretched out her hand subconsciously. It looks like. Don't touch. Dog yelped with urgency and interrupted Shirley. This looks like some kind of blasphemous prototype. Shirley looked stunned. Blasphemy prototype? What the heck is that? Some kind of forbidden historical creation that shouldn't appear but was forcibly stranded in the real world, Dog solemnly whispered. I don't know how to explain it to you, because I don't know what the principle behind this is either. Anyway, you only need to remember that some parts of the history in this world are locked, and the things behind it are all taboos. This item is one of those taboos. Its very existence is harmful to those living in the real world, so don't touch it. Shirley shrunk her hands back with the rigidity of a robot. Is this also the inherent knowledge of a shadow demon? Duncan asks thoughtfully. Sort of, Dog shook his head. Not all shadow demons know this, but I was born closer to the head of the Ether Lord, hence the reason why I have more knowledge in my head. Duncan snorted noncommittally, his gaze resting on the strange black umbrella. As if due to the loss of some kind of support, the umbrella had begun to disintegrate and collapse rapidly before his very eyes. The delicate lattice structure gradually became transparent, the skeleton and wiring faded and turned into grayish debris under the breeze, and the complex device acting as the core also melted down like heated wax. But before the thing wholly melted away, the corner of Duncan's eye had noticed a few words printed on a certain part. It wasn't the common words used by modern society, nor the other languages he was familiar with, but the meaning of the text still came to mind. K22 spectral filtering nuclei. In the next second, the entire umbrella had crumbled into dust, blowing off into nothingness. Ah! What is? My hand! Shirley suddenly exclaims from the side right when the man got back up. Duncan looked at Shirley's arm and found that not only the arm but even the entire body was gradually becoming transparent and blurred. Shirley flew into a panic. Help! Save your butt! Dog directly cuts off the screaming girl. You're waking up soon. The first time you ever woke up normally from this dream. Hurry and thank Mr. Duncan for that. Shirley blinked and quickly got it. Facing the ghost captain, she saw that the other person was also starting to fade from the dream. Duncan smiled and waved his hand at the girl in front of him. Good night and good morning. Don't forget to wake up Nina for breakfast later. Chapter 136. An ordinary morning in the antique store. As the morning ray gradually illuminated the slumbering giant that was planned, those who hid in their homes for the night finally began to stir. Shirley shot open her eyes as soon as she came to. In front were an unfamiliar ceiling, a clean window with light shining through, and a low cabinet next to the bed. Everything was so tidy and cozy that it gave her a sense of surrealness. She tried to remember what was going on, but the faint aroma of food suddenly hit her nose and caused the girl to freeze. It was coming from the direction of the kitchen. Finally, it clicked in her brain and part of what happened yesterday quickly returned. Looking around, the gothic girl saw Nina soundly asleep in a weird, awkward position. Normally, it's only proper to wake the friend up, which she did so by stirring the slumbering maiden. Nina, get up, it's time for breakfast. Nina responded groggily, I'm still sleepy, just a little longer. Shirley appeared taken aback by the answer and didn't know how to respond. It's been many years since someone said something like that to her. As a result, it didn't click with the orphaned girl that it's possible to sleep in and not get out of bed when the sun rises. Out of habit, she slowly climbed out of bed first, then changed into her own clothes while listening to the various movements outside. Make no mistake, Shirley hadn't forgotten this was a nest of some subspace shadow and his kin. It may look homely, feel warm, and smell oh so good to the nose right now, but it couldn't be real. Yet, she also couldn't deny it felt more like a home to her than the one she and Dog lived in. Exactly then, while Shirley was a little distracted, Nina had jerked awake like a clock and crankily cried out, "Ah! It's already so late." Swinging her head around after being caught off guard, Shirley watched in awe at how robotic Nina moved. First, the latter glanced at the bright window to confirm the hour, then turned back to ask the standing girl in confusion, "Shirley? How did you? Oh right, you stayed overnight. Ah, I need to make breakfast." But just as quickly as she awoke, Nina suddenly stopped partway through in removing the blanket when she smelled the aroma of food from the kitchen. "Oh, Uncle is making breakfast today. Oh right, Uncle has been in good health recently. Oh no. School. I'm going to be late for school." Then before she could finish her antics, Nina rushed to her desk and packed her things up for the trip. However, as she did before, Nina jerked to a halt and glanced at the calendar hanging beside the bed. "Oh right, it's a day off today." Without missing a beat, the innocent young maiden spun around and plopped her head right back into the pillow, this time not even bothering to curl back into the blanket this time. Just 2 more minutes, 2 more. Shirley watched the whole scene in silence, overwhelmed by the dazzling comedic operation of someone so innocent. From her view, only a sheltered individual could possibly produce such a habit, otherwise, they wouldn't survive out in the wild. But then as quickly as she assumed Nina wouldn't pounce up again, the slumbering maiden did it again. "Ah, I'm awake. Shirley. Shirley, what's the matter?" Nina turned her head and looked at Shirley energetically. "Why are you making that face?" "Shirley, do you do this every morning when you're waking up?" Nina got all confused. "Hey? What you mean?" "It's just," Shirley gestured around frantically as if the act would help her get the idea through, "you jumped up first, then this, then that, then back again." "Oh, that's because I'm still in a daze when I first wake up in the morning." Nina somehow magically read through the exaggerated body language and nodded vehemently, "But I'm fully awake now." "Oh right, did you sleep well last night?" "I'm usually a rowdy sleeper, did I disturb you?" As soon as Shirley was about to speak, a series of memories suddenly came to her. It's about the sealed cabin from her childhood, the sound of a dark hound breaking in, and of the incredible adventure she had while exploring the dream world. A little weird, a little scary, but also pretty awesome. "I slept well," Shirley laughed a little. "Actually, I'm a rowdy sleeper too." Dog always said that I will one day tear my bed upside down. Uncle used to say that about me too. Nina swiftly changed into her day clothes and led her friend out of the room with a yawn. Let's go eat first, I'm a little hungry. As hesitant as she was, Shirley got dragged out the door in confusion and finally met with Duncan inside the small kitchen. The man was wiping down the table in an apron, which gave quite a refreshing look to the ghost captain. Mr. Duncan. Shirley once again grew a little nervous. Although she saw it with her own eyes of how the man saved her in that dream world, it was still difficult to remain calm. Hanging her head while trying to suppress the tension in her muscles, "Good morning. Just like the big boss ordered, treat this place as an ordinary home and behave like a normal guest." "What are we eating, Uncle?" Nina was already walking towards the kitchen table with a drooling face. "It smells so good." "I fried some sausages that I bought yesterday," Duncan said casually, then pressed Nina's head to turn her around for the bathroom. "First wash your face and hands." Immediately after that, he turned to face Shirley and stabbed his waist like a nanny. "You too, Shirley. Don't stand there in a daze. Hurry and wash up for breakfast." Shirley froze like a clueless doll but quickly followed Nina's footsteps for the morning ritual. After returning by herself first, the Gothic girl even made sure to spread her hands out as evidence. "I washed them." After saying that, the girl instantly flushed up with embarrassment due to how silly the gesture was. As a person that's about to become a full-fledged adult, her behavior was no different than that of a little child being lectured by a parent. Something must have broken inside that brain of hers last night, otherwise she wouldn't have done this. Shirley was sure of that. But Duncan didn't care and just nodded. Then walking back to the stovetop, he casually asked, "How did you sleep?" Shirley lowered her head again. It's okay, better than before." "Did the injuries in the dream affect reality?" Duncan asked again. Shirley was stunned, but then quickly understood the meaning behind it. The whiplash from the umbrella monster left quite the impression, which she checked by raising her left arm with a faint scar. Due to the strong self-healing ability, the scar had almost healed by this time. It didn't hurt or tingle in the slightest, but there's no doubt the injury from the dream world had crossed over. Duncan didn't miss this, of course. Once he confirmed there was indeed a mark on Shirley's arm, his gaze deepened with a glint of severity. "An abnormal phenomenon, but not beyond expectations. That weird dream is not just any dream. It seems my speculation is right. If you're injured in that dream, it will also affect your real body outside." Duncan deepened his voice to get the point through. "In the future, do not explore that world on your own without me. Your combat power is strong but ineffective against that splintering monster." Shirley quickly nodded. I got it." Duncan then added after a brief thought, "Also, if you're stuck in that nightmare again, you can call me directly." Shirley froze for a moment as if unable to process the message. "Call you?" "Call my name," Duncan said lightly, "or call the vanished, preferably next to a medium with reflecting properties like glass or mirror. I can hear you better that way. Are you intending to make me your kin?" She raised her eyes and asked nervously after getting an alarming cry from Dog through the connection they shared. "I don't know what kin you are referring to, nor do I intend to offer such a request. However, you are Nina's friend and acting alongside me now, so this is my way of looking out for you." Shirley took a breath but did not dare to answer rashly. Exactly then, Nina's cheerful voice had come through the kitchen door. "What are you two talking about?" "You don't have to answer me now," Duncan whispered to Shirley, then glanced up at Nina. "How come it took you so long to wash up?" "I couldn't get the eye poop out of the corner of my eye." Nina rubbed her eyes. "It hurts a little. Drink more water in the following days." Duncan spread his hands helplessly at the girl's antics. "By the way, did you happen to dream again last night? The one where you're overlooking the fire at night?" "No," Nina thought for a moment and shook her head, "but I did dream about my tummy getting pressed by a horse, then a cow." "How come you're asking me this, Uncle?" "Nothing much. I'm only asking because the psychiatrist is coming to visit today." Duncan shook his head, putting away his thoughts for now. "Let's eat." Chapter 137. Two Descendants. From the city-states of Pland and Lanza to the north, crossing the busy Great Cross route of trading merchants, the frosted weather was eternally entrenched over this mass of water known as the Cold Sea. As a result, these parts presented a different set of challenges compared to the warmer climates in the south. Here, fine ice constantly drifted between the current lines, and large icebergs often rose from beneath the depths without warning. This not only created a danger for unsuspecting ships, but also created a barrier for the seafaring ships that's trying to cross the islands. But compared to the large iceberg that's controlled by the laws of nature and the visions that only exist in legends, the captains who make a living in the cold sea had something far more dangerous whom they feared. Who was it? The name was Tyrion Abnemar, the infamous son of Duncan Abnemar and pirate captain of the undead fleet roaming these waters. They've been raiding the trading routes here for the past half-century and would continue to do so in the eyes of those sailors. On the edge of an island blocked by special currents and fogs, a steel warship with iron-grey paint, rigid lines, and a towering bow was quietly moored in the dock. Right now, suppliers and sailors are busy adding fuel and replenishing the supplies on board. If anyone standing here had even the slightest knowledge of the history regarding the Frost City state, they would surely notice the naval uniforms worn by the sailors are not right. The designs are from half a century ago. In addition, they're also wearing white emblems on the chest, a tradition that's only used when there's mourning. In the captain's room on the upper floor of the metal battleship, a man in black naval overcoat was currently flipping through a document in his hand. The guy was tall and thin, with a towering nose and deep eye sockets. Yet, despite the unhealthy appearance, he's well kept aside from the eye patch on the left eye, his signature piece of piratehood. At the same time, a large parrot with colorful tail feathers rested on a nearby wooden frame, staring intently at the brass device beside the emaciated man, a complex set of lenses surrounded by a circle of rocker arms and small lenses. The center was a large crystal ball, which looked luxurious and mysterious. Pearly, if you touch it, I will send you to the Bright Star next month to accompany those puppets and ghosts next month. The emaciated man said without lifting his head. Ah, cruelty! The large parrot immediately cawed, shaking the wooden frame like a child. Ah, cruel! What a cruel Captain Tyrion is! I should have asked which bastard taught you this. Tyrion Abnemar frowned. Can't you say something else? The large parrot flapped its wings triumphantly. Pearly learned it himself. Pearly learned it himself. Tyrion rubbed his vexed temple. Damn it, and that sentence too. Exactly then, a knock on the door interrupted the antics of the pair. Come in, Tyrion turned his head and spoke. The door to the captain's compartment opened, and a tall, bald man rigidly strolled in. His skin was pale, like a long-dead corpse, and his eyes were encircled with an eternal cloudy haze. Even from the side, a faint smell of the sea permeated his body like it's been soaking in a watery grave for years. A moving corpse, a dead body stranded in the living world. Tyrion looked at the living dead who walked into the room. Aiden, how much fuel did we get so far? We're about full, Captain. The tall, bald man known as Aiden lowered his head slightly, his voice hoarse and rough like a zombie. The boiler is already warming up. Very good, Tyrion nodded in satisfaction. And is there any movement at Cold Port? Quiet as a stone, Aiden said with a hint of contempt in his tone. They dare not offend our territory. Even if only half of the Sea Mist fleet remained in the cold sea, those cowards would not have the courage to trespass our route. They're smart and good at calculating the trade-offs between interests. They've been like that since we started raiding their ships. Tyrion laughed with disdain. Go and prepare, we're departing at the arranged time. Yes, Captain. The first mate, who exuded the aura of the dead, pushed open the door and left the captain's sight. Tyrion's first mate was a living dead. In fact, all members of the Sea Mist fleet are aside from himself. But in a sense, he too was no different from the dead, a man cursed by the powers of subspace and continued to live to this date. Thankfully he had his loyal crewmates with him for the past half-century, making the ordeal not so lonely in these times. Tyrion quickly shook off the weird sentimental thoughts after realizing he's fallen into a daze. At the same time, the brass device next to him suddenly clicked with a mechanical sound, followed by the movement of the rocker arms and lenses spinning rapidly. Soon, the crystal ball in the center began to emit a faint glow, revealing a blurry image from the globe. A young lady with long black hair appeared. She wore a silky black dress and gave off a mysterious air that one would assume to be a witch. Lucretia, Tyrion glanced at the lady in the crystal ball and nodded slightly. I didn't expect you to remember. How nice of you to send a greeting before your brother sets out on an expedition. The young lady in the crystal ball was about to speak, but after hearing Tyrion's words, she immediately showed a surprised face. You're leaving today? Tyrion frowned. Aren't you here to send me off today? No, the mage-like mysterious lady shook her head calmly. My deep-sea detection device exploded. The corners of Tyrion's mouth visibly twitched, and then he heard his sister continue, everything else is easy to repair, but I can't find a crystal lens to replace the core. Tyrion continued to be deadpan at her sister's rambling. Do you have a new one over on your side? I'll trade you one with a mineral sample from the border. Only 2 city-states can produce spirit lenses that meet your accuracy requirements, and the main trading channels are controlled by the Truth Academy. You know full well how little and limited those are in circulation. Tyrion finally couldn't help but sigh. It's only been 2 months since you last broke your detection device. I found a very interesting sample, probably floated up from the deep sea, Lucretia said. Samples from the deep sea aren't good enough. Although those things can be sold to the Truth Academy for a high price. I also collected some phantoms left behind after a border collapse. This is not, Tyrion covered his head due to the headache, the main thing is I really don't know where to get you a new set of lenses now. Lucretia thought for a moment, how about robbery? I can't always rely on robbery, Tyrion sighed, and the Sea Mist Fleet is preparing its transition to normalized operations. Our main income now is based on protection fees. Oh, forget it. Lucretia finally shrugged like she didn't care anymore. However, her latter half of the sentence instantly sent the infamous pirate up the walls. Then I'll ask again tomorrow. You, forget it, I know I can't stop your exploration plans. Tyrion finally deflated and sighed helplessly. He really didn't know how much he had already sighed in these few short minutes. Tell me about you, my respectable great explorer sister. Have you been wandering the frontiers of the civilized world again? How goes the search for signs of our world coming to an end? I can hear you're teasing, brother, Lucretia said expressionlessly. You've always been dismissive of my sense of urgency and never even really cared for the things I find at the border. However, I can understand that you like to focus on more practical things, so I'm even more grateful for the help you've given me. But don't forget, our father, the warning he made back then. Our world is just a pile of extinguishing embers. Tyrion leaned back in his chair and murmured as if sighing, I still don't know exactly what he saw that day, but it's an obvious fact that he was crazy when he made that warning. What you're doing now is no different from following in his path. Even if you try harder, the truth that you uncover will only drive you mad as it did to him. Tyrion shook his head and looked squarely at the figure in the crystal ball. Lucretia, it's bad enough to have one vanished in this world. I do not wish to see a second. Chapter 138. The Bright Star. So it's bad enough to have one vanished in this world. Lucretia sat quietly in a high-backed chair covered with velvet cushions in the divination room illuminated by dim candlelight. She couldn't focus while gazing at the crystal ball because the image of that afternoon from a century ago kept coming to mind. Our world is just a pile of extinguishing residual embers. The figure from the past had already blurred from her memory, but she could never forget what she heard from that depressed voice. Now, of course, she knew that her father had already been infected with madness at that time, that he would completely abandon his humanity shortly afterward and choose to actively embrace the blessing of subspace. Nevertheless, Lucretia still believed that if she had taken some time back in the day to speak to her father, then perhaps, he might have chosen a different path instead of crossing the world's border. Maybe it's just a whimsical desire on her part, and perhaps the vanished being lost forever was a fact engraved in the annals of time. However, she still wants to know the truth of what happened back then. Lucretia, are you still listening? Tyrion's voice suddenly came from the crystal ball, which brought the lady back from the daze. Brother, she looked squarely at Tyrion in the crystal ball, her tone becoming a little serious. Do you remember what our father said before he last sailed to the border? That time he didn't let us follow. Of course I remember, Tyrion nodded. He said that he had found a clue to anomaly 000, the cure for this world. He refused our request to follow and even ordered the other escorts at the time to turn back. That's the last time we saw the vanished in its normal form. Afterward, everything started to change. That's right, brother. All the crew members on the vanished stopped talking from that point forward as if cursed with the spell of silence. Father could still communicate with us, though, saying he did not find anomaly 000 and that even if it did exist, the origin of the world's distortion isn't with it. The so-called cure that he sought never existed. This continued until the evening on the upper deck, where he revealed that the world was nothing more than a series of dying embers. Tyrion did not speak for a while. Then after an undetermined amount of silence, it was Lucretia who broke the awkwardness. After that, I specifically contacted the fleet of the churches patrolling near the border, including the Flame Bearers, the Storm Priests, the Scholars of the Truth Academy, and even the Gloomy Death Church. I asked them about anomaly 000, but they all said that there couldn't be an anomaly or vision numbered 0. I also inquired about the matter too, Tyrion said in a deep voice, and got the same reply as you. There are no anomalies and visions numbered 0 in the world. Not that there are none, but that there are no corresponding vacancies at all in the list. Yes, the list that flowed out of the nameless king's tomb, the very list that held all the visions and anomalies of the world. If it says there are no vacancies for that spot, then there never will. That's why I said that father was probably already infected with madness before he left for the border. He couldn't have known about this information. Speaking of this, Tyrion suddenly stopped and eyed his sister through the crystal ball with a wary look. Why did you suddenly bring up this topic? We haven't talked about this for half a century. What are you planning to do? Don't worry, I won't plunge headlong into that magnificent wall of fog like our father did. Lucretia rarely showed emotions on her face, so the fact that she was smiling was something strange. I'm looking for clues left by our father, but I don't want to follow his old path. Tyrion fell silent for a moment and nodded slowly. That's good to hear. Now it was Lucretia who did not know how to continue the conversation, leaving the siblings staring off into the air for a relatively long and uncomfortable minute. This continued until a whistle from the sea mist suddenly blew from the outside, thus breaking the awkward atmosphere. Are you really going to Pland? Because of the invitation from the administrator? Lucretia asks. The invitation is not important. I don't care about the safety of the city-state. However, the admin said in his letter that the vanished has reappeared in the real world. If true, I must go and investigate the matter in person, Tyrion said with a serious face. That ship has not been in the world for almost half a century. It worries me why it would reappear so suddenly. Lucretia thought for a moment and asked, You had an encounter with the vanished half a century ago, and I remember that you were still with the former Frost, city-state. Was it really the vanished that you saw back then? It's true. Although it's difficult to believe, it's indeed the vanished, Tyrion said in a deep voice. I can still remember the exact location of each mast and the distribution of cables. Then, was it really our father who stood on the deck at that time? Tyrion lowered his head slightly, his face hidden by the shadows. It's him all right, even though I'd rather that thing not be him. Lucretia watched her brother through the crystal ball with hesitance and worry. Be careful. If it is really him, it will be very dangerous. I know, Tyrion sighed softly, that's not him anymore, but a crazy ghost corrupted by subspace. I won't take things lightly. Lucretia shook her head expressionlessly. No, I meant, if that's really our father, he will definitely get more ruthless in the beating after learning what you turned the sea mist into. Tyrion visibly widened his eyes in shock but quickly picked up on the meaning. Hey, what do you mean by that just now? This is the fruit of modernization. What's so bad about steam boilers and rapid-fire guns? Besides, how can you even mock me? Compared to the sea mist, which part of the bright star is still the same? The crystal ball blanked out at that part, leaving Lucretia the room to finally issue a soft sigh of relief as she got up from her chair. Big brother is still so high-spirited. A little stimulation, and he's back to normal. It's good that he's keeping a strong interest in modern things, that will help maintain his soul and keep it from decaying. A series of light footsteps then came from a darker part of the room, accompanied by the friction of mechanical parts and the clockwork of something walking over. Lucretia followed the sound with her eyes until she eventually came face to face with a doll that was the same height as her own, the moving metal and ceramic joints slightly scary under the dim lighting. Mistress, please have some tea. The doll maid offered a teacup from the tray she was holding. Thank you, Lucretia took the teacup and asked casually, Loony, where are we now? The clockwork puppet, known as Loony, replied like a true maid with a curtsy bow. The bright star has just crossed the Cape Island and is currently sailing on the edge of the eternal curtain. Do you want to enjoy the view from the window? Open the dome then. Lucretia took a sip of black tea and placed the cup back on the tray in Loony's hand. It's dawn. I should bask in the sun to help with my skin. Yes, mistress. Loony hung her head slightly and stepped backward. At the same time the words of this magical doll puppet spoke, a slight vibration started to take hold in the divination room. The creaking of mechanical devices sounded continuously, and the humming and crunching of the gears formed a sort of weird concerto in the air while things moved. First, the walls began to recede, followed by the blooming of the roof like a flower on stage. This was the upper deck of the Bright Star, where Lucretia the Sea Witch lives. From her post at the top, her view overlooked not only the sea but also the entire structure of her vessel that's been visibly split into two parts. The first half of the ship has been completely transformed with countless runes and magical creations making up its hull. Instead of calling this segment a ship, it's more suited to assume it's a beast reconstructed with magical materials and runes as its core. It's both grotesque and beautiful like an object from the legends. In the second half of the ship though, this was not so friendly looking. Its hull had been transformed into a ghostly translucent form, constantly shrouded in a veil of light. If perceived hard enough, one might even be able to make out its original appearance that's similar to a certain warship built a century ago by the name of the Vanished. Chapter 139. The Frontier Keeper. A century ago, the Bright Star, like the Sea Mist, was an escort vessel of the Vanished. However, few people knew what happened to these two legendary warships after breaking away from the main flagship, nor the process of how they became what they are today. The Sea Mist, helmed by Steel Vice Admiral Tyrion, was once part of the naval fleet of the Frostbite city-state after many twists and turns. Back then, the people called it the Unsinkable Ship or Breathing Wreckage. A well-deserved nickname of course. Not once, but many times did the ship suffer severe damage to its hull, yet it survived the ordeals like a cockroach after repeated overhauls that violated shipbuilding principles. Nowadays, it's better to call the Sea Mist a steel behemoth than a ship. In fact, the legends say the metal ship could even feed on its victims, absorbing the metal composites to grow its plated body and weaponry while no one was watching. As for the Bright Star, inherited by the younger sister Lucretia, also known as the Sea Witch, had a much more mysterious past. She doesn't interact with the civilized world at all. In fact, only a small number of members from the Explorers Association and patrolling church fleet would ever have the opportunity to encounter this witch. Now for those lucky enough to see the Bright Star in person, their description was as follows. It obviously doesn't belong to our real world anymore. The ship sank at least once in its lifetime and got partially taken by the boundless sea. Half of it is a ghost ship, the other remaining half a composite of distorted and magical items. There's no crew aboard either. They're all ghosts now, living only in name inside the clockwork puppets that runs the vessel. There is no doubt that the ship is a sailing corpse, or rather, a half-deformed corpse dragging half of its soul along. Lucretia's gaze slowly swept over her fine ship, slightly nodding only after being satisfied by what she saw. The Bright Star is in good condition, and her crew is happy. She knew about how the world viewed her precious vessel, and how the world saw her brother's Sea Mist. The lady also knew how the captains feared their entire family in fact. But she didn't care about it. There are few humans she had any connection with to begin with, and after so many years out on the sea alone, the experience of caring for the views of others had diminished to the point of non-importance. As for the ones that she does talk to from the Explorers Association, they're all level-headed veterans with plenty of experience in life. They know her and respected her for it. Simply said, she and her brother are still members of the mortal world, on humanity's side. Even if many of her kind thought differently, it won't change this fact. Besides, so what if they're cursed? There are too many things in this world that's cursed. What was an extra strange vessel or two going to matter? Slowly walking down from her mechanical flower, Lucretia was heading for the bow of the ship when a shrill voice caught her from the front. It's a rag doll pushing aside two clockwork puppets that's busy cleaning the deck. Mistress! Mistress! Good morning! Good morning! It's about to hit noon already, Lucretia said casually. Then she bypassed her companion and looked off into the distance where a magnificent wall of fog blocked her view. It's like staring into a giant screen at the edge of the world, both majestic and spectacular. That's the border. The magnificent divider had many names: World Border, the Great Mist, Mist Barrier, and its most formal name should be Eternal Curtain. But Lucretia prefers to call it the border. That's what her father used to call it. Under normal circumstances, this eternal curtain would not expand or shrink and covered all the known seas in the world like a fixed natural phenomenon. However, on rare occasions, part of the barrier would suddenly appear inside the territory of civilization. When this occurs, the outcome could only be described as a disaster. The reality in that area would collapse in on itself like a black hole, and all living matter dragged into the depths of the sea. In some instances, eyewitnesses even say they saw the door to subspace opening. They called this disaster the border collapse. For captains who often sailed the boundless sea, a collapsed border was a scarier thing than the turbulent storm. Thankfully this doesn't happen often. Lucretia spent most of her time in the border area, observing it, studying it, and trying to summarize the fog's movement to find out why it would suddenly collapse inward, something her father had done 100 years earlier. But to this day, no one has been able to unravel the secret of this curtain. What did my father discover back then? What did he hear? What caused him to suddenly decide to enter the fog in search of number 0? Lucretia withdrew her gaze towards the border. In the borderlands, one mustn't stare at the eternal curtain for long. Although there was no clear evidence that the dense fog had the properties of devouring the mind and influencing one's thinking, there's an inherent risk of staring at anything for long out at sea, especially when one's far away from civilization. God knows what would spread as a result of the gaze here. Unexpectedly, a melodious whistle broke the calm in the waters here. Lucretia followed the sound and saw some tiny silhouettes appearing on the edge of the thick wall of fog. It wouldn't be long before they made contact with the bright star at the pace they're moving. It was 3 ships after their shapes came into view, the latest steel models powered by a surging and powerful steam core. A chance encounter and not an attack, since they sounded the horn, a sign of goodwill and a greeting to those sailing in these waters. Mistress, Looney walked over and spoke with a dull voice coming from inside the clockwork maid, it's the patrolling fleet of the church. Visual confirmation indicates they're part of the flame bearers. Only the flame bearers and the storm church would be so close to the eternal curtain while on patrol. Lucretia sighed softly, a bunch of crazy rash fellas. Do you wish to respond? Looney asked. Honk our horn, Lucretia said softly, show them we're continuing the work of civilization. There were no customers in the antique shop today, except for a pair of unremarkable ornaments that were sold in the morning. No one has stepped into the store again. Nina was sitting at the counter with a textbook in hand and studying the subject of a mechanic. Meanwhile, Duncan had also been studying, curiously flipping through Nina's history textbook while casually making notes in his own notebook. This left only Shirley with nothing to do. She wanted to go home, but she didn't dare to go unless she offends the great shadow of subspace here. Then the girl tried to start up a conversation about the subject with Nina. Sadly, the illiterate girl didn't have a clue about the higher learning. For several times now, she's been pacing around in boredom. Is reading really that interesting? Of course it's interesting. Nina looked up, and the final exams are almost here, I have to hurry and review my books. Duncan also looked up at Shirley, if you're really bored, you can also find a book to read. I have a brief history of the city-state over here, do you want to read it? Shirley glanced at the few books in Duncan's hand, dropped her mouth, then flushed away in embarrassment. I don't know how to read. Duncan suddenly froze to a standstill, his eyes widening like a disapproving parent. Why are you so surprised? Shirley looked at the uncle and niece pair like she's being judged for something beyond her means. Moping like a hurt child, I've never been to school, is that so strange? I've been raised by a dog. Duncan was indeed a little surprised, but after seeing Shirley's reaction, he sighed at how difficult life must have been for an orphan. You don't know how to read words, yet you can calmly blend into a school. I really don't know whether you're overconfident or too reliant in dogs' ability to interfere with a person's perception. Dogs' interference ability is very reliable. Shirley immediately defended, It's just. The girl's face had gotten slightly red again as she struggled to form a proper retort without offending the other party. Of course, Duncan wouldn't miss this improvement in their conversation and spoke with a smile, see, you're already getting better. You're even able to argue in front of me now. Is that so bad? That's right, see how kind my uncle is. Nina, a silly girl who didn't understand anything here, also chimed in to make things worse, although he used to be very irritable for a while, but he's much better now. Shirley opened her mouth and found herself not knowing how to communicate with the uncle and niece in front of her. Seeing this, Duncan merely shook his head with a pleasant smile, but just when he wanted to say something more, a slightly familiar aura had come into his perception. Duncan was slightly stunned by the signal, and in the next second, he could tell who this aura was coming from. Vanna. The young inquisitor is approaching this antique shop, and it's fast. Chapter 140. 2 guests. According to Duncan's perception, Vanna's aura was rapidly approaching the antique shop and in a weird zigzagging line. What is an inquisitor from the upper city suddenly running down to this antique shop in the lower city? And the trajectory is so eccentric? Duncan subconsciously glanced at the gothic girl sitting opposite of himself. Did she come for Shirley? The Storm Church finally discovered that there was a wild summoner hiding in the city? Or is she coming for me instead? But I've been very careful in my actions thus far. They shouldn't be able to trace the events back to me. If there's anything that might cause a leak, it would be this body's identity as a sun cultist. That shouldn't be enough to alarm an inquisitor to personally make the trip, right? Many theories fluctuated in the ghost captain's heart, causing him to stop reading and get up to the door. "Mr. Duncan?" Something happened. Shirley was the first to notice the strange behavior and subconsciously asked. "Stay in the shop." Duncan glanced at Shirley, then back at the door before peeking through the glass front window. Finally, he understood why Vanna's aura was approaching so quickly. She had driven here with a car. A dark grey car powered by a steam engine had parked outside his shop with two fine ladies stepping out of the vehicle. First was the tall and imposing Vanna, and second was Heidi the psychiatrist. "Duncan." In that instant, Duncan realized he's been overthinking matters. This needs to be corrected immediately. Acting like an overly sensitive crackpot that's constantly worried about being caught was not a good thing. At the very least, not to this degree. "Mr. Duncan." The doctor was the first to wave at the man peering out the shop window. The corners of Duncan's mouth visibly twitched after the neighbors all looked over his way. It's already quite eye-catching to have the Inquisitor visit his store. He doesn't need the locals to think he's two-timing both ladies or something along those lines. "This is," he quickly ran out and asked with an astonished face like he wasn't expecting them. "Ah, you must have recognized her. There is no one in the city who doesn't know her. Let me introduce my friend, Miss Vanna Wayne." Heidi backhands her friend by the waist to push Vanna forward. "Today is her off day. That's why she's here with me. After hearing about the event at the museum, she wanted to come in person and meet you as well." "Friends?" Duncan's surprise this time had a bit of realism, which he didn't expect to have. "I really didn't expect that you would bring such a big person along." "Calling me a big person is a bit of a stretch, Mr. Duncan." Vanna seemed to have been silently assessing the store owner when she finally spoke up, but for Duncan, this was not the first time he's heard her voice. "Just treat me as a normal guest. As Heidi said, today is my off day, and I am here mainly to thank you for saving Heidi from the fire and to inquire about something." "Don't worry. This is not a formal inquiry." "Know something?" The expression on Duncan's face didn't give off any change as he turned to one side and beckoned the two special guests inside. "Then don't just stand there. Please come on in. Today the store is deserted, so it's great to have guests. Keep your cool, do not fret," Duncan whispers to Shirley, who was probing her head up from the table. Shirley blinked in confusion. "Calm down." In the next second, she knew why she had to calm down. The young Inquisitor, the apex of power in the Church of Pland, had stepped into her view. She's a petite dwarf compared to Vanna, so the visual oppression wasn't just noticeable, it's enormous. "Oh, wah, so tall." Shirley subconsciously blurted out these words. Vanna jerked to a halt, her eyes glancing at the petite girl with a strange expression as well. "Hello. Her name is Shirley," Duncan said casually, "she's helping out in my shop." "Oh right, Miss Heidi might have mentioned this to you, but she was also at the museum when the fire broke out." "Are you Shirley?" Vanna connected the description from the report to the girl. "She's indeed a cute little sister." Nina, who was reading a book next to the counter, had also heard the movement from her spot. First looking up in amazement at how tall Vanna was, then she quickly exclaimed after recognizing the female Inquisitor. "That's why I don't like going out with you," Heidi sighed and mumbled, "you attract attention just by standing there. I'm the main show today, you know. But I don't want to attract attention like this either." Vanna shot a deadpan face to her friend like she was troubled. "I've been trying to look as ordinary as I can today too." "Forget it, I'm used to it." Heidi sighed even harder and turned to greet the girls with the gifts she had brought along. "I don't know what you like, but I can't visit empty-handed, so these are my presents for the young ladies. My father also asked me to pass a gift from him to you as well, Mr. Duncan. He said you will like it since you are into history and the occult." "You're too polite. What we did is no more than a helping hand." Duncan may say that, but his hands were far more honest in how quickly he accepted the gifts. However, as soon as he opened the box and saw the thing inside, he became puzzled. "This is..." It was a tome, beautifully bound like you see in those museums. Any scholar with an eye would know how valuable this must be based on the beautiful floral lettering, "City-States and Gods." "This is a book from my father's collection. You will be hard-pressed to find a print like this in the market nowadays. The author is supposedly very famous from a century ago. I think the author was called Mr. Mardano Victor or something," Heidi said with a smile, "and he likes to write about the history of various city-states and how the gods and church affected society during the ages. My father said you will definitely like this gift." Duncan silently studied the exquisite tome and gradually formed a smile. Indeed, he's very pleased by this gift. Of course, do give my thanks to Mr. Morris for his kindness. After some courteous formality and chit-chat, Duncan went ahead and directly closed shop for the day. Business has been slow anyways, so the man figured it's better to clear out the area to entertain his guests. While Nina brought 2 chairs out for the ladies, Duncan had started to brew the best coffee in his cabinet. As for Shirley, the nervous girl pretended to be busy sorting out the shelves to reduce her existence. Let's get straight to the point. I heard that you have been plagued by nightmares during this period. You're also often falling into a trance? Heidi asks after pulling out her med kit. It's actually not a nightmare. It's just a continuous strange dream. Nina didn't expect Miss Heidi to be so professional and so quickly. I always dream that I am standing in a very high place, like a tower, and then under my feet are several streets that have been burned to ash. But nothing terrible was in it though. Stop. Heidi gestured for a halt with her palm out. Then opening the medical box, she recited the key points, so recurring scenes, a high place, a fire, and no scary things. You're mentally exhausted because of the frequent dreaming. Let me see. At first Nina didn't think much of the session, but after seeing the stuff inside Heidi's medical box, chisel, axe, saw, various potions, and sprays, her neck instantly shrunk back in fear. That. Miss Heidi, can I not treat it? In fact, I don't think I'm in that of a bad state. Duncan also saw the contents of Heidi's medical kit, which caused his eyebrows to jump. Forgive me, but is this really what is needed for a psychiatric treatment? The elegant and gentle-looking doctor in front of me is a psychiatrist or a veterinarian. Chapter 141. Honest and reliable Mr. Duncan. It turns out that in this world full of strange and supernatural things, the skill of spiritual healing was much more hardcore than Duncan had imagined. It's to the degree of exceeding the world's skill and went straight for craft. Fortunately, Heidi's box of things wasn't prepared for Nina. The psychiatrist could see the horror on this uncle and niece's faces, which brought a smile to her own, since this was one of the perks she had when doing her job. Fill this out first. She hands a printed form over to Nina. Breaking a sigh of relief, Nina visibly eases up. I thought these tools were for me. This is what I use for my job while working for the authorities and the church. Heidi grinned. I often have to deal with extremely bigoted and dangerous people whose brains are filled with heretical ideas. These tools are one of my means to pry open their minds. The more Duncan listened, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this. Likewise, Shirley, who was trying to reduce her sense of existence while unable to stop eavesdropping, subconsciously shrunk her neck back. She quickly hid further away while pretending to be dusting the shelves. So scary, it's so scary, this place is so scary. Mr. Duncan is scary as it is, why did an inquisitor decide to pop up here? And that Heidi, Shirley mutters to Dog using their mental connection. Dog's voice sounded equally as weak and frantic. How am I supposed to know why she's here? How could I have expected to be caught by a ghost captain on land? How do I know why an inquisitor is coming down here to be a guest? Who would believe any of this if told? I'm just a dark hound damn it. While secretly paying attention to the movement next to the counter, Shirley muttered some more with a sad face. Who can believe this? If you tell a fish they will die in a car accident one day, I bet they won't believe it either. Don't mention fish, I'm afraid of fish. Shirley was stunned, but asked anyways, when did you start being afraid of fishes? Stop talking to me for now. I don't want the Inquisitor to notice anything. Although in theory I'm hidden from her sight, I keep getting the feeling my abilities are out of touch when Mr. Duncan is around. Nodding in agreement, Shirley quickly put away her thoughts and hid herself behind the other end of the shelf cabinet. There's nobody around this area, so it's the perfect spot to be inconspicuous. At the same time, Nina had taken a look at the form placed into her hand. It's the typical routine of a psychological evaluation, which was no different from the forms that she usually filled out before taking occult classes at school or visiting museums. The difference here was that there were a few extra questions that were not often asked. While filling it out, she curiously asked, I heard you say your treatments are more professional, so I thought you wouldn't use this kind of form that ordinary doctors use. Filling out forms is just the basic part of psychometrics. What differentiates me from those half-buckets is that their diagnosis often ends after filling out the form. Heidi smiled as she removed the amethyst pendant from her neck and fiddled with it. Mine on the other hand has only just begun when you fill out the form. Vanna's gaze unconsciously fell on Heidi's crystal pendant there, eyes growing curious as well. I always see you wearing this new trinket recently, do you like it a lot? Apparently, Heidi got taken by surprise over the comment. Looking down at the pendant in her hand, she shook her head as if seemingly remembering something. Not really, it's just that it's rare for my father to bring me a gift. Guess what, Vanna, this pendant was bought by my father from this very store. She specifically emphasized the word buy, as if to forcibly deny that this was just a free giveaway. It is indeed a store product here. I hope this pendant brings you good luck. Duncan nods from the side to confirm the story. This got Vanna even more intrigued. From her view, this item was clearly an imitation, so it baffled her. How can someone as well learned in history as Morris fall for this? Thankfully the Inquisitor had more brains than to blurt that out before Duncan. Exactly then, Nina had finished checking the form and handed it back to Heidi. I finished filling it out. Can you see what the problem is? I've done reading it while you were filling the page out, including the small, subtle changes in your expression during the act. Heidi stored the paper and said bluntly, you have a psychological trauma for many years? Has a lot of recent stress in your life caused it to resurface? Your strange dream eased up in the past 2 days because of the stress letting up, or did it get shifted somewhere else? Nina couldn't help but widen her eyes due to how much the doctor picked up. Then subconsciously, the girl glanced in her uncle's direction, her face a little hesitant due to the subject. We need a quiet and private environment for further spiritual relief and release, Heidi said, looking up at Duncan. Of course, this will first require the consent of your guardian and Miss Nina's own cooperation. Go upstairs, Duncan nodded and looked at Nina, is that okay with you? I'm fine with that. Nina nodded very obediently and without objection. However, the tension in her eyes remained, which didn't go unnoticed by the doctor's keen observation. Don't worry, Nina, it's just a simple mental relaxation technique. You have nothing to worry about because there's nothing wrong with you. Only a little stress and anxiety that everyone has. Heidi gave off an aura of reassurance and confidence that easily elevated the tension. I don't think we will need any of my tools today. I'll start by asking you a few questions. Nina was completely relieved now. She nodded to Duncan before being led up to the second floor by Heidi. Finally, only Duncan and the Miss Inquisitor remained sitting across from each other at the counter while Shirley remained hidden behind the shelves. Today was the first time the ghost captain had met this lady in person after he left a mark on her by chance. He could perceive his mark growing stronger and stronger due to the close proximity, a sign that the flame inside Vanna's soul was being replenished. After realizing this, Duncan consciously controlled the growth of that imprint. He did not want this mark to be detected by the mysterious goddess behind her, which would cause him to lose this special node. While the ghost captain was curious about the status of a nun in this city, Vanna was actually also curious about this Mr. Duncan sitting across from herself. Without question, she was indeed here to accompany Heidi today. However, there's also another reason. There are too many suspicious points about the museum fire. Theoretically, it would be impossible to extinguish a fire that quickly. Heidi also saw a projection of a suspected sun fragment. Then there's Duncan, an ordinary person who rushed into a fire to save others without getting hurt in the slightest. Vanna didn't have tangible evidence to connect the clues together, but her intuition pointed toward this antique store. Mr. Duncan, Vanna broke the silence first with a calm expression, I have something I want to know about the fire in the museum, can I? Of course, Duncan nodded calmly, I was on the scene at the time and should be able to provide some information. Thank you for your cooperation, Vanna nodded slightly. When you rushed in to save everyone, the fire in the museum was still burning, right? That's right, Duncan nodded without hesitation because he didn't know how much information the Inquisitor in front of him had. A little bit of truth linked to some omitted details. There was a lot of fire, especially in the direction of the corridor leading to the main exhibition hall. Almost all of it was burning. But you ended up coming out unscathed, Vanna asked, can you tell me what happened after you entered the museum? Duncan showed a contemplating face, and after 2 or 3 seconds of silence, he said unsurely, I also think it's incredible that I can come out alive. But the fire in the museum suddenly died down, can you imagine that? It was not extinguished by the water gun outside, nor was it extinguished after the combustible material was burned, rather the fire itself just disappeared all of a sudden. Even the smoke was gone. He appeared amazed as he recited the lie in his voice, stretching out his hand to gesture here and there, this must be the blessing of the goddess, right? As soon as he finished that sentence, he heard a commotion from Shirley's side. It was the girl accidentally knocking down a wooden carving in the corner. Be careful. Duncan immediately turned his head and shouted like a real store owner, reminding his employees, the base of that thing has been dropped by me more than once, so it's just glue holding it together. Don't let it shatter. The goddess watches over everyone in the city-state. Vanna's expression subtly changed for the worse, her eyes meeting Duncan's. I can see that you really are an honest person. Duncan's expression was serious and calm. That is, of course, we can't be in this business unless we are honest. Chapter 142. Inquiry and Treatment. The expression on Duncan's face was very sincere, the kind that's filled with confidence and resoluteness that if I open the door to sell imitation fakes, then I will have you die clearly with this truth in mind. Vanna was obviously shocked by this level of calmness and remained stunned for the longest time before reacting. Your honesty is impressive indeed. Is there anything else you'd like to ask about that fire? Duncan didn't care about the strangeness in the other party's tone and bluntly asked with a relaxed expression, I heard afterward that the entire museum was blocked off that same day. Actually, we highly suspect that there are supernatural factors related to the museum fire. Vanna did not hide this from the man. In fact, she didn't need to because the news had already been spread publicly by City Hall, appealing to the citizens not to approach the museum square in the near future. For those living in planned, the existence of supernatural things wasn't a secret at all, only that some truths and details are omitted when deemed necessary by the authorities. The fire subsided very quickly, far beyond common means. Mr. Duncan, can you please recall what you experienced that day? Did you really not see or hear anything unusual after entering the museum? No, Duncan frowned. In fact, I didn't have the energy to pay attention to what was happening in the fire at all. I was just a normal person, not a trained guardian after all. Speaking of this, he paused and raised his eyebrows. Does the church suspect that a few of us who escaped from the fire may be related to the supernatural factor behind the fire? It's my personal suspicion. Vanna got all serious in her face. I beg your pardon, but it is my duty as an inquisitor to be wary of all uncontrolled transcendent dangers hidden in the city-state. I am not implying you are the main culprit behind the fire, but whether the common individual like it or not, supernatural powers can contaminate a soul regardless of their will or awareness. My main concern today in coming is your safety. I understand. That made Duncan more at ease and frank now. To be honest, he couldn't be angry, for the young inquisitor was only doing her duty. Then have you noticed anything unusual from your observation? Any clues? I didn't find anything. Vanna shook her head. There is no remnant of unwanted powers here, and the distribution of auras flowing inside and outside the building is quite normal. I think, you should be just some ordinary people who got mixed up with that event. Duncan thought about it and couldn't help but add, if not, why don't you check carefully again? What if there's a shadow hiding in some obscure spot and you didn't notice? This is for our safety after all. I have confidence in my judgment, Vanna said without waiting for Duncan to finish. Then straightening her chest with extra confidence, she firmly spoke, I have received the grace of the goddess, and my eyes are the most effective means of detection, especially during the day when no heretical power or shadow can escape my sight. Even the most adept evil gods and demons are unable to escape my eyes during these hours. As soon as Vanna's words came out of her mouth, she heard another loud bang, the signal that Shirley had finally dropped the carving at the cabinet and shattered it. I wanted to see if I could put it in a safer spot, Shirley meekly cried out from an out-of-sight place. Just spare those things for now. It's okay if you just wipe the windows. Duncan said helplessly, his hands spreading out like some pained boss lecturing a worker. Then turning back to Vanna. You're right, I guess there isn't anything more to investigate. This kid looks like a hairy one, Vanna said casually as she glanced up at Shirley's skirt that was sticking out of a corner, and she seems a little nervous. This is her first day at work today, Duncan said truthfully, not a formal clerk yet, but a friend of my niece coming here to learn and to subsidize her family's income. Children of the lower city must earn their keeps at a much younger age. Vanna nodded in agreement, thinking that this was normal. Then she seems to have remembered something else and landed her gaze on Duncan again. In addition, I want to confirm another thing. After you all left the museum, did you feel any discomfort or have a nightmare? Duncan didn't answer immediately because someone did have a nightmare. In fact, it wasn't just Shirley, but he too, because he had dived into that dream world to explore with the girl. Sure, Vanna was an upright lady with a positive image, but there was no way he could reveal this fact. In the eyes of the church and authorities, they're all heretics that must be burned at the stake. No, everything is fine, Duncan shook his head, but may I ask? What kind of nightmare will it be? If something similar happens to us in the past 2 days, I would like to confirm it as soon as possible and ask for help from the nearest church. It should have something to do with the flames, replied Vanna, and the scale is immense, with huge arcs erupting violently from a dark void. Considering the fact that you narrowly escaped from a near-death experience, it's likely you have suffered a short-term trauma in some way or form. The shadow may manifest itself in the form of your dreams. Ordinary folks cannot judge the difference, but as a transcendent, I advise you to seek help as soon as you dream of something similar. Duncan frowned. Erupting violently from the dark void, spectacular arcs of flame. It didn't sound like Nina's dream, nor was it Shirley's dream they experienced. If I had to connect it to something, her description is more like something I know of. The sun fragment? Duncan pondered for a moment, carefully adjusting the wording within the framework of an enthusiastic citizen. Let me get this down, so this thing, is it related to the sun cultists that's been plaguing the newspapers recently? Those cultists seem to be engaged with something related to the sun and such. I wouldn't put it past them to set the museum ablaze in their crazy rituals. Vanna didn't think much about the question since it's common knowledge the church was tracking down the suntists after the recent sewer rituals. Then nodding, we can't rule out this possibility, but knowing is your limit, do not inquire too much about the matter. It's dangerous for ordinary folks to dive deep into this topic. As a high-ranking member of the church, Vanna knew all too well the dangers that came with forbidden knowledge. Merely knowing was enough to open a channel for those evil gods to seep into their world. By then, the host would become nothing more than a walking bag of flesh to infect others regardless of one's will. Naturally, Duncan did not take the initiative to mention his original reporting behavior if the suntists to the church either. Merely through their conversation here, he was already able to discern the truth and confirm his guess about that being the sun fragment. Is that how a sun fragment is supposed to look? A huge arcing flame, erupting violently in the dark nothingness. This was completely different from what Duncan had in mind. In his original draft of imagination, something like a sun fragment, which was chased by the suntists, should be something similar to an anomaly, a tangible and physical object or item that could be wielded. Duncan tried hard to match the description to anything he knew from Earth. Eventually, he came to the conclusion it mostly resembled what he knew as a solar flare. The expression on his face did not change much there, but his thoughts were riding high in waves. Holy shit! A sun fragment is literally a slice of the sun. At the same time, in Nina's bedroom on the second floor, Heidi had completed her regular questioning and guidance of the patient. She has roughly confirmed that Nina's dream was not an ordinary nightmare or a continuous dream caused by pure mental stress, but whether this dream could be harmful requires further determination. We may need a short and moderate hypnotherapy. Heidi picked up the amethyst pendant in her hand and said to the girl in front of her with a gentle voice. Don't be nervous, just follow my guidance and answer some questions. Chapter 143. Hypnosis. Nina faintly gulped as she watched the crystal pendant swaying in Heidi's hand. Although the other party said to relax, this was her first time receiving hypnotherapy, therefore, it was always difficult to control her reaction. While her eyes were attracted by the swaying crystal, she also noticed that Heidi was wearing a seemingly simple stone bracelet on her wrist, which was woven together with tough silk rope and strung with many colorful stones. She also noticed many rune-like marks on the stones, something strange for a female trinket. Noticing Nina's gaze, Heidi jiggled her wrist with a smile. I am a student of the Truth Academy, following and serving the God of Wisdom, Lahem. Although I don't seem like it from the outside, but from a technical standpoint, I am a registered clergy. A clergy, not just a psychiatrist, but also a member of the Truth Academy? Nina has certainly heard of the Truth Academy since she's a student at one of their schools. Although its name sounds like an academy, but in fact, the real body of this academy was one of the 4 Orthodox churches in this world. Together with the Storm Church, the Death Church, and the Flame Bearers, these 4 organizations maintained the civilized order of the Deep Sea Age. But unlike the other 3 major churches, the Truth Academy did not have a strict faith system and was more inclined towards pure knowledge. They are the backbone of research and scientific progress, so they're the promoters of schools and universities instead of cathedrals and chapels. In addition, these scholars are by far the smallest in terms of numbers compared to the other 3 faiths, and the ones that do wear a marker that registered them as a true wisdom clergy was, to say, rarer than a diamond. At this moment, Heidi appeared glowing like a halo to Nina's eyes. This finally allowed the nervous student to ease up like a junior meeting a top honor graduate of the same school. Bluntly said, Nina went into full idle ogling mode. Of course, Heidi wouldn't miss the change in Nina's expression, but she didn't care about it. To the doctor, her status as an idol in the eye of her juniors didn't even register because that's how her brains worked. Continuing to fiddle with the crystal pendant in hand, she started to speak slowly, cooing with a hypnotic note, about your childhood. Just now, you mentioned your parents passing in an accident. Can you tell me about the details? The incident may have left a looming shadow over your heart. Actually, it's nothing I can't talk about. Nina thought and figured it was not worth hiding. I've told many people about this before, but everyone assumed I was hallucinating and mistaken as a child. 11 years ago, there was a factory leak in the 6th block, and many cultists destroyed the area before being arrested. Did you know that? Of course, Heidi nodded. I was only in my teens when it happened. Our family was staying near the crossroad when it occurred, and we happened to witness the first crowd of people flooding the streets and running over each other. Then do you remember a fire as well? Fire. Heidi tilted her head slightly and unconsciously stopped fiddling with the crystal pendant. What fire? See, you don't remember that fire either, but in my memory, a huge fire killed my parents. Yet, everyone says I am mistaken. Heidi silently listened to Nina's story until the end. Not once did she reject the version contrary to her own. Then with a faint nod, she took a good minute before continuing like she was also contemplating what to do next. So this should be the hidden shadow inside your heart. The fire you're so afraid of is the catalyst of your dreams. You've been suppressing the emotion, but you're afraid the flames will appear again and take away the people around you. This is the cause. Nina slowly nodded, not rejecting the assessment. Have you been under any pressure lately? Heidi asked, academically, in life? Recent pressures may have amplified the long-standing haze in your heart. Nina fell silent for a moment before she replied with some hesitation, maybe it's because my uncle's body has been unwell before. It's been getting worse and worse for a while, which worried me a lot. Speaking of this, she paused and quickly added, of course, his health is better now. I feel that I have also relaxed a lot, and I haven't had that strange dream in the past 2 days. Are you worried about your family's health? Heidi cooed thoughtfully, listening to the whispers of the now partially hypnotized girl across from herself. She didn't need to keep swaying the tool of her trade anymore because Nina had fallen down on the bed in a dreamy state. The crystal pendant was merely a distraction, while her words were the true source of the hypnosis. I can see that you have a hard life. You've kept the tension and anxiety in the back of your mind all by yourself. You don't want to burden those around you and ignored your own needs. But it's okay now. Relax and sleep. When you awake again, you will leave behind the stress in that dream and be refreshed. In a half-dreamy state, Nina's voice sounded softly. Thank you. Heidi grinned at getting some result. Then in order to further improve Nina's state of deep relaxation, she casually brought up another question. By the way, your uncle was not in good health before, right? What disease did he have? I just saw that Mr. Duncan seemed to be in good health. Nina was silent for a much longer time this round before she spoke softly. It's just that his body is weak. He is now totally fine. However, Heidi could no longer hear Nina's response. The moment she had asked the last question, the doctor was already lying at the end of Nina's bed, falling into a deeper dream than her own patient. On Heidi's right wrist, the hand-woven stone bracelet was faintly glowing due to one of the runic symbols activating. These symbols are often worn by the followers of the Truth Academy, representing the blessings from Lehem, the god of wisdom and foolishness. They may not have strong powers to fight the supernatural, but the scholars had other means, like using these runes carrying their god's power. After a few seconds of flickering, a red agate in the string of stones suddenly made a slight cracking sound and quickly disintegrated into dust before disappearing with the wind. After being left alone, Vanna continued asking Duncan several more questions. One to learn if she had missed any key details about the museum fire, the second to ensure Duncan hadn't been affected by the sun fragment. During the conversation, the rustiness and embarrassment of the first meeting gradually dissipated, and the scene's atmosphere became friendly and familiar. This allowed Duncan to sense the genuine concern of the female inquisitor sitting across from himself. It's not the feeling of an investigator trying to crack a case but the heartfelt emotion of caring for others. Whether this emotion was due to Heidi's connection or if it stretched to everyone in the city-state, his impression of the lady couldn't be any better despite their stance. Speaking of which, Miss Heidi and Nina have been up there for a while now, right? During the conversation, Duncan noticed the time and subconsciously glanced up at the stairs leading to the second floor. Indeed, Vanna also reacted to such a reminder and faintly frowned. Usually Heidi's treatment process is very fast. I don't think you can use Miss Heidi's usual treatment model as a standard. Physical hypnosis and kinetic anesthesia are very quick indeed, but I don't think she would go that path with my niece. The corner of Duncan's mouth visibly twitched at remembering those tools in the doc's med kit, but the two of them are taking quite a long time. Nothing will happen, right? Vanna shook her head. No, Heidi is a professional who has been strictly trained by the Truth Academy. She won't mess things up in a typical hypnotherapy and is mostly talking to Nina for treatment. I do admit she can be a bit eccentric when it comes to dealing with the paranoid cultist. You know, her attitude towards work is the same as someone going on holiday despite the criteria of her job. After saying the last bit, the Inquisitor suddenly got less confident about the matter and grew worried. Maybe it's best we go take a look ourselves. Duncan and Vanna both went up to the second floor together and came to Nina's room. But before they could knock on the door, their ears perked up on the same unexpected noise, two snoring sounds of the ladies inside. Chapter 144. Vanna's Vigilance. I'm so sorry, I don't know how, Heidi apologized with embarrassment. As a senior psychiatrist and a professional who could complete all her studies under the strict standards of the Truth Academy, her embarrassment at the moment was indescribable. Seriously, when Vanna woke her up, Heidi almost fell over backwards, believing her professional life was over. However, at this time, Nina, who was sitting on the bed and had just woken up, was also confused. She didn't know what happened at all, only looking at the doc in confusion due to all the apologizing. Uncle, what happened? Why is Miss Heidi? The psychiatrist hypnotized not just you but herself as well and fell asleep. Duncan sighed with a helpless note and pointed to the bed corner that was still imprinted with the shape of a certain lady in the room. Her drool ran down to the floorboard. Despite saying it with a straight face, the comment literally sent Heidi into a spiral of shame. Poor her. She couldn't even lift her head anymore. Under this awkward and chaotic atmosphere, only Vanna managed to maintain a serious face. She glanced around the room for the first time, looking for and sensing something. Eventually, she sets her eyes on Heidi. Are you really okay? How did you end up falling asleep yourself during a therapy session? Listening to her friend's serious tone, Heidi gradually returned to her senses and picked up on the hidden meaning. Immediately frowning, she tries to recall the last moment. I don't believe I have a problem. It should be due to all the workload recently. Perhaps the relaxing atmosphere affected me more than I thought just now. But the treatment is complete, right? Vanna still seemed a little uneasy and asked again. Oh, of course, Heidi nodded without hesitation, confident in her own work. I asked Miss Nina some questions, and it was after she answered that I fell asleep. Duncan noticed Vanna's solemn expression and couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong? No, just a little worry from me about Heidi's condition. She's never done something like this before. Vanna shook her head, but I suspect it's like she says, she's too tired due to the recent extra workload. Her day off did get ruined by the museum fire after all. When Nina heard this, she immediately apologized to Heidi out of reflex. I'm sorry, it seems that I took up your precious resting period. No, there's no need to apologize, Heidi quickly waved her hand, and if we think about it differently, I did get a good night's sleep here. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Vanna confirmed this by eyeing her friend up and down. Then turning to peer out the window for the color of the sky, it's getting late, I believe we should also take our leave before night arrives. Don't you need a break? Duncan expressed concern as the owner of the place. Miss Heidi still looks a little tired. I'm much better, Heidi corked a flushed smile when she heard this. It's not safe to stay outside at night. I have to get home before the sun goes down, otherwise my father will be worried about me. Hearing this reason, Duncan didn't try to keep the ladies around. He first helped Nina out of bed, then turned to face the two guests. Then I'll see you two out. Keeping his promise, he sent Heidi and Vanna to the front door, where he saw the looming evening sun getting ready to rest for the day. Vanna started the steam core of the vehicle she drove over with. Apparently, the engine needed preheating like a boiler before it would properly run, which intrigued Duncan. However, before the ghost captain could inspect the machinery, Heidi had gotten closer and whispered a series of concerns. You are now a very competent guardian, but you seem to have neglected to take care of Nina for a while before. Her mental tension and anxiety arose from this reason, said the psychiatrist sincerely and directly. Of course, now that her condition has been greatly relieved after this counseling, the situation will get better. But even the best treatment needs to be consolidated, and the best psychological healing can only come from the care of loved ones. Nina had mental tension and anxiety? And for some time too? Was it before I took possession of this shell? Duncan accepted this and nodded back to the doctor. He's sincere and thankful for the help. Thank you for coming today. I was indeed in a bad state for a while and neglected her health. Actually, I should be discussing this with you in further detail after the treatment. Sadly, today doesn't seem to be right timing. Heidi sighed and took half a step back. I will sort out the findings I discovered and write it all down in a letter. It will also include the follow-up suggestions for her care. The two special guests finally took their leave and left. Watching the eye-catching car that's not commonly seen in the lower city drift away in the orange-colored street of the evening, Duncan exhaled a long deep breath he's been holding in. Out of his expectations, the first face-to-face encounter with the church went far more smoothly and peacefully than he could imagine. And after Vanna and the two left, Shirley finally came out from the corner of the first floor. The girl looked nervously in the direction of the door, only daring to come up after seeing Duncan and Nina return. Are they really gone? Yes, they're gone, they're gone. Duncan glanced at Shirley, his tone sounding helpless at how cowardly this girl had gotten. Also, your behavior is too obvious. What are you thinking by hiding the entire time? To draw attention and arouse suspicion? Thank goodness the Inquisitor didn't overthink the matter. Because I'm scared. That's the Inquisitor. The strongest fighting force working under the church in this city. Shirley's eyes popped as if unable to comprehend how Duncan could remain so calm and unfazed. The highest-ranking clergy can order the guardians and patrols on a whim. If she gets even the slightest whiff of dog scent, she can have the entire city swamped down on our heads in an instant. Speaking of this, she paused and sighed again. Of course, it is normal that you don't understand my mentality. In the eyes of an existence like you, the Inquisitor is probably not much different from the priest in the community chapel. Nina looked at Shirley, then turned her head in the direction where Vanna and Heidi had left. She frowned at the strange conversation. Shirley, will you really be arrested by the church? You obviously didn't do anything bad, and Lady Heidi and Vanna are also very good people. It doesn't matter if I do bad things or not, Shirley sighed. The church won't arrest all of the wild transcendents because there are always going to be those exposed to the supernatural for various strange reasons. However, that doesn't mean they won't keep tabs on these wild ones like me after discovering my existence. I don't want to lose my freedom. Nina frowned and couldn't grasp Shirley's logic. To her, reporting to the authorities was normal, even though she hadn't done it herself. Nina, how are you now? Duncan asks from the side, interrupting the thoughtful girl. Me? I'm fine, Nina answered immediately. I think Miss Heidi's treatment is quite effective. After chatting with her for a while and taking a little nap, I feel much more relaxed. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Duncan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Walking towards the stairs, he only then noticed Shirley, who seemed to react suddenly by glancing out the window. I had wanted to go home today, she cries with a sad note. Keep that idea as a thought only. Duncan didn't look back. Do you really plan to fight with the guardians of the church at night? Nina also chuckled and stepped forward to pat Shirley on the shoulder. Just stay here for another night. We can even take this chance to chat at night. On the way back to the upper city, Vanna held the steering wheel firmly while Heidi yawned in the passenger seat. That nap was so good, Heidi yawned again and said casually, so, how did things go on your end? Did the store owner show anything wrong with him? There is nothing out of the ordinary, Vanna replied while keeping an eye on the road ahead. The store owner is just an ordinary person. The same goes for that little girl named Shirley. I couldn't sense anything from the shop or the presence of supernatural power or will. They should be fine, and it's you I'm worried about. Did you discover anything while talking to Nina? Everything is normal on my end too, Heidi nodded as well. She then raised her hand to stroke the crystal pendant that was hanging around her neck and noticed that one of the beads around her bracelet had gone missing, but Nina mentioned something when she was under my hypnosis. It's a little weird. Weird? What do you mean? She mentioned a fire when she was a child, a fire related to the factory leak 11 years ago, Heidi said casually. But you know it too, there wasn't anything 11 years ago. As soon as she was halfway through speaking, a sharp breaking screech accompanied by the vibration of the body interrupted her words. Vanna had stomped on the brake and turned to face her friend with wide eyes. Fire. Nina said she remembered a fire 11 years ago. Yes, Heidi was a little stunned by the strong response. why are you making such a huge reaction? Vanna didn't speak for a while, only her face showing the swirling emotions running inside. Heidi naturally sensed the change and got worried. Do you want to turn around and go back now? We can ask. No, Vanna shook her head abruptly after pondering the idea. The car started again, and in the darkening sky, the scenery on both sides of the neighborhood gradually accelerated and receded away. I know you're confused and curious, but until I say more, don't mention this to anyone. I need to confirm something first. Vanna paused for a moment and then murmured as if she were talking to herself, perhaps, we came in a bit of a hurry today. Chapter 145. Heidi and her family. Heidi wisely didn't pursue the matter. The doctor knew she was different from Vanna. Although they're both clergy in name and even had a registered certification from the Truth Academy, she was better at research than confronting those dangerous forces head-on. Sure, this technically fell into her field of specialty, but her work was all conducted under controlled conditions. Unfortunately, that wasn't it. Vanna, on the other hand, was well suited for this matter. She's been confronting the heretics for many years. She knows the ins and outs of what's permissible during tense situations. If Vanna says not to ask, then you don't ask. Towards the last stretch before home, Heidi finally threw out a question she assumed safe. Is there a problem with that antique shop? Everything is fine in the antique shop. Vanna controlled the car to slow down, her face still thoughtful, but in our city-state, something abnormal may be taking place. The sky had entirely darkened by then, and the bells and whistles that alternate between day and night had started to ring from the central steam core. It's also the signal for the street lamps to come on. When Heidi arrived outside her home, Vanna's car had already started to depart and was quickly out of earshot. Unlike her friend, that's limited by the curfew, the Inquisitor doesn't rest at night. Not only did Vanna have to make another trip down to the cordoned-off museum and meet the guardians, but she also had to return to the main cathedral for paperwork. Even on her days off, Vanna's never truly resting. Heidi sighed again at recalling her own day being ruined. But a sigh was a sigh. She was not going to wait to enter her home. With a click of the lock, the doctor entered the spacious living room that was lit with electric bulbs at the ceiling. It's quiet as usual, and the day maid had retired to her own place after finishing the dishes. Bluntly said, the vast house seemed a little deserted right now. But Heidi has been used to this. Her father was someone that's hard to pull out of the study once he's invested, and her mother's health hadn't been good, so expecting a warm welcome was out of the question. Even so, that doesn't mean there's no human scent in this big house. Their family relationship has always been good, in fact. Changing out of her coat and storing away the med kit, she glanced around and found the study room to be lit. Her father was likely reading something. Without disturbing the master of the house, Heidi came to her parents' bedroom and knocked on the door. I'm back, are you inside? Her mother's voice came from the other side of the door with a sense of helplessness and a little pretended anger. Why did you come back so late tonight? Heidi stuck out her tongue at the door and quickly sorted out her expression. Then pushing it open, she strolled inside while muttering her excuse. I went out with Vanna so you don't have to keep worrying about me. She can easily best the entire city with one hand behind her back. The lighting in the room was dim here because strong lighting would irritate her mother's eyes, which had been in poor condition after being injured by chemical fumes from the factory leak 11 years ago. Heidi swiftly adjusted to the dim lighting and saw her mother sitting on the head of the bed. It's a very kind old lady sitting there in a pair of soft pajamas and weaving a unique craft of planned. You're always running around with Vanna. Sooner or later, you won't be able to marry like her. I know it, you can't fool me. She's been running to the marriage center every weekend, hoping to get paired with a man that fits her requirements. The church has been getting complaints every day because of that. The expression on Heidi's face visibly stiffened. Don't say that. Vanna is an inquisitor now. So what if she's the inquisitor? She's still the same lass that's been eating at our house for several years. It's all because of her uncle after he became the city admin. All that man cares about is the city's affairs. That's why Vanna didn't get the right upbringing of a proper lady. The old mother babbled on and on as usual, her hand gesturing never once stalling. If I were Vanna's uncle, I would have run to the church and demand they remove the oath placed on his niece. Most nuns only make one oath during the baptism ceremony. How could Vanna do 3 big ones? It's all because of those 3 oaths that she can't marry anyone even at this age. Listening to her mother's string of moaning and ranting, Heidi could only chuckle with embarrassment. Finally, after the old lady managed to catch her breath and stop for a bit, the daughter knew it was her chance to change the topic. You're almost finished with the weaving. Yes and no. I've weaved and disassembled it several times already. It's always something that I can't get right. The old mother smiled, showing Heidi her splendid ribbon woven with fine silk. The intricate workmanship was embellished with colorful stones and beads, a gift one wouldn't find in just any shop, for it's rumored to ward off evil spirits. I wonder if I can find a good young man for you once I'm finished. Heidi glanced at the nearly completed knotted ribbon and cautiously suggested, if not, why don't you dismantle it again? Maybe it'll be time by then. You're upsetting me on purpose. Heidi quickly changed stance and skedaddled out of there, all the while her mother's nagging chant continued to echo out from the rear. She's used to having her mother press for marriage, so it's nothing new. Nimbly closing the door before leaving, the doctor was ready to grab something from the kitchen when she bumped into her father in the hallway. I heard the sound of you coming home earlier. Did you upset your mother again? Morris asks, his elegant demeanor of a gentleman showing again. Heidi quickly waved her hand. No, just some small talk. And about my gift, did you hand it to Mr. Duncan? I delivered it. Mr. Duncan is very happy. Heidi nodded and then couldn't help but cast a peek at her father across the hallway, but I really didn't expect that you would be willing to give away your beloved collection. It's just a collection. He did save your life after all, Morris lightly states. In fact, I don't even think it's enough. I'll have to go back in 2 days to thank him. The reference promptly caused Heidi to flush with embarrassment due to the reminder of giving Nina hypnotherapy today. Is there really a need to be so formal? It's not a matter of being formal or not. Mr. Duncan saved your life, and I am not only your father but also Nina's teacher. What's more, Mr. Duncan is also an antique dealer who is eager to learn. From a social point of view, this relationship is worth nurturing, Morris casually explained. I like the word that Mr. Duncan often says, it's a kind of fate. Okay, your idea makes sense, it makes perfect sense. Heidi suddenly had a headache coming after hearing her father's reasoning. To her, socializing has never been a skill of hers, and now she's being stuffed with a bunch of social etiquettes that were of no use in the therapy room. Then at least keep your visit to just a visit, don't buy random things again, okay? It depends on whether there are any items that appeal to me, Morris said casually. Then he thought for a moment and asked as if the question only came to him now, so, did you go with Vanna today? Yes, she happened to be off today. We took her car. Morris mused for a second like he's hesitating on his next words. I get the feeling you're getting very close to Vanna. Am I? I've been close to her for many years, haven't I? Heidi felt that the question was a little inexplicable and random. We've known each other since childhood. No, I'm just... The old gentleman gulped and recalled the quote from Mr. Duncan during his last visit, it's also possible for an all-girls school. Father. Heidi made a weird look, unable to comprehend the bizarre behavior of her father. Forget what I said. Morris jolted back to attention, realizing how outrageous his inner fantasy was behaving. Quickly changing the topic to avoid any misunderstanding, the corner of his gaze suddenly fell upon Heidi's wrist. On the bracelet, which represents the protection of Lehem, the god of wisdom, a red agate was missing. The old man's expression instantly got paler. However, as a well-learned scholar, he knows better than to panic in this situation. Forcibly controlling his mood, he calmly asks again like it's a casual question, Heidi, did you accidentally drop a bead from your bracelet? I notice there's an open spot on the string. My bracelet. Heidi blinked, then raised her wrist and took a look for herself. Isn't it supposed to be like this? I thought it was always missing one. Always missing one? Morris pressed his heavy panting down. Right now, there's a surge of hard emotions overwhelming his mind, for the worst possible outcome had just come true. By the way, you only went to that antique shop today, right? He asks again with his usual tone, trying hard to get any information he could without alarming anyone, friend or foe. Chapter 146. Ashes. Heidi didn't notice anything unusual in her father's tone. Yes, she nodded calmly, me and Vanna went to Mr. Duncan's antique shop today. I managed to have a nice chat with him and performed hypnotherapy for Nina. We returned right afterward. The doctor hesitated briefly at the end, wondering whether to tell her father about the fire she had heard from Nina and Vanna's strange reaction over it. However, after recalling her friend's abnormally serious expression in the car, the lady halted this idea. There may be dangerous hidden forces involved behind this incident, and it may be so serious that if she speaks of it, it may attract prying eyes. Although her father was the same as herself, he was also a follower of truth who serves the god of wisdom. They're both more of a scholar than a true transcendent fighter. It's not good for a person of learning to deal with those dangerous things directly. Morris still had a gentle and calm expression on his face when he nodded slightly. Then, speaking casually like it's not intended, "So you stayed over there for quite a while, did you lose track of time by chatting with Mr. Duncan? See, did I not say he's a person thirsty for knowledge?" "Oh, that's not it." Heidi's face suddenly grew a shade of blushed red. "It's just that I wasted a little time when I hypnotized Nina." "When hypnotizing Nina?" Morris heard his student's name and timely raised an eyebrow. "Did it not go well? Is her mental state that terrible? Was it affected by the previous fire at the museum?" Heidi couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard her father's long series of questions. "You really care about that student of yours?" "Don't worry, she's doing well. That girl was just a little anxious, and after my counseling, she's completely fine and won't be affected during the final exams. The delay I'm referring to is about something else." Morris now sounded curious. "Oh. Aha, maybe I'm a little too tired lately." Heidi dryly laughed with more embarrassment. "I fell asleep as well when hypnotizing her and slept until the evening." "You fell into a deep sleep yourself while hypnotizing Nina?" Morris's expression finally changed slightly, but he quickly regained control. "As per his protocol, it's not like you. Everyone can be negligent at times, not to mention I have been deprived of a proper vacation in a long while." Heidi waved her hand impatiently. "Aya, don't ask, I'm already an adult. You and mother are always like this when I come back late. I'm not a kid anymore, you know. There's no need to always act so worried." Morris kept staring at his daughter for several seconds more before breaking out his usual polite laugh of a scholar. Of course, I won't keep asking like this the next time. Come, dinner is already waiting for you in the kitchen. Hurry and go warm it up. I still have to go see your mother." "Okay." Heidi nodded and scurried for the kitchen, only to swing her head around before the hall corner. "By the way, are you planning to visit the antique shop later?" "Yes." Morris was already standing in the doorway of the bedroom, the dim light from the wall of the corridor casting a mottled shadow on his old face. "Is there something wrong?" "I left in a hurry today, so I didn't get to discuss things properly with Mr. Duncan. If you're going to visit, help me pass on a letter of assessment to him about Nina, okay?" "No problem." Morris nodded, and then, as if speaking to himself, he muttered softly, "I definitely need to visit again." Heidi had left, but the grey-haired old historian remained standing quietly at the doorway. He seemed to be deep in thought, and after nearly a dozen seconds, he finally exhaled a long soft sigh and pushed open the dull wooden door. The bedroom was still dimly lit, with only a small wall lamp to act as the light source. Morris carefully turned the lock behind himself, ensuring no one could come inside during this moment. "Beloved, are you okay?" He slowly paced over to the bedside and softly asked the pile of wriggling ashes with a human-shaped outline. As if to respond, a subtle static buzz came from the blurred ashen human outline, constantly floating and wriggling as it did so. "Yes, how beautiful. Your craft has always been very good," Morris replied in a small murmur and praised his wife's weaving skills as he watched the nearly completed ornamental ribbon. "The one you made for me is still hanging in my study room." For the next while, no words were exchanged, only a silence that would drive any occupant into a discomfort daze. Eventually, after a few minutes of this awkwardness, Morris broke it and spoke his woes. "Heidi went out today. When she returned, I saw that one of the red agates on the bracelet was gone." The ash on the bed suddenly came to a frozen standstill, followed by a low static buzzing of a troubled squirming. "It's not certain what happened exactly. If it was a protection from Lord Lehem, then it could only mean Heidi encountered a danger that could penetrate her inner sanity," Morris slowly explained his reasoning. "But from the way things look, I suspect she only passed by something without being aware of it. The bracelet likely activated without intention." Morris abruptly stopped and listened to the static buzzing that cut in. Yes, I reminded Heidi about her bracelet. But when she saw the problem, she assumed the agate was always missing in the first place." Morris nodded in agreement with the ash as it wriggled around. "It's a self-protective measure, perhaps from her mind or the blessing of Lehem himself. In any case, this protection prevented her from learning about something." Another burst of static buzzing came from his wife's ashen form, this time more agitated and frantic. "Me? I want to investigate, of course. I must find out for myself what's going on. The last sentence brought an uncomfortable silence to the ash on the bed. Morris shook his head. I understand, my love. There may be a little risk involved with my decision, but this is our daughter. I have to go. Don't worry, I will pray for divination in advance. In fact, I had already visited that antique shop before and met the owner. The man is diligent, and his niece is a studious child and one of my students at school. There was no malicious evil hovering in there. So, if the risk factor was in the shop today when Heidi visited, then the owner of that shop could also be threatened. My students live there. As a teacher and servant to the God of wisdom, I must. Morris stated in a wistful voice that was so full of emotions that it hurt. Then the pair listened to each other's suggestions and various ideas on what to do. No, we can't alarm the cathedral about this matter. While they may be more effective, their overly aggressive style could also hurt my student. The priority of suppressing heresy and eradicating evil is too high for the guardians of the church, and... Speaking of this, Moristan let out a soft sigh before continuing, and, I really don't want to attract the attention of the cathedral, after all. I am a heretical accomplice who has been shaken in my belief. His voice fell into a depressing low, those eyes never leaving the mass of ash that was his wife, who died 11 years ago in the fire. In response, the human-shaped ash slowly rose upward and reached out, forming a tentacle-like form that's supposed to be an arm to gently brush the old gent's face. I know. Morris lowered his head and spoke in a confessing manner, I am a man whose faith has wavered. I'm a coward who refuses to fully fall into degeneration. Lahem gave me the eyes to see through delusions, but I closed them on my own will to make an unrealistic wish come true. I wanted to keep you in this world, but couldn't fully deceive myself. Instead, I forced you and I into this shameful situation. He raised his head and gently gripped the fluttering wisp of ash, only to have his fingers bypass the dust. I wish I knew nothing like Heidi. This way, I could at least see you again, touch you again. I haven't been able to see how you look for 11 years now. This time, only a soft rubbing of particles came from the ash, the version of the woman weeping. I understand. All this will eventually end, after all, every show has an ending at some point. No matter what it is that responded to my wish, it will eventually come collect its price. I am ready for that. When it comes, I will ensure my clean disappearance from this world. Even if it's a shadow of subspace, I won't allow it to invade reality through this wish. Morris raised his head and stared at the silhouette of ash in the dim light. But until that day comes, just stay with me for a while longer. Chapter 147. Appeared in the real world. Uncle Duncan, I'm going to school. Amidst the cheerful greeting, Nina sprinted down the stairs, turned around and waved in the direction of the second floor before going towards the main doorway. The off days are over, and today was another day to go to school again. But before she reached the door, Nina suddenly stopped, noticing a shaking, shivering figure hiding behind a shelf not far away. It's Shirley, who came out of hiding. Ah, Shirley, Nina stood there happily and beckoned to the girl, I was wondering where you were. Do you want to go together? Together? Shirley blinked in confusion, where together? School, of course, law. Today is, Nina said subconsciously, only to realize her blunder halfway through. Making a slightly embarrassed expression, ah, sorry, I forgot. Shirley wasn't her classmate nor attended the school, and the pleasant experience of spending time on campus was just an act. Nina knew it herself, yet the girl would still occasionally forget this fact. The expression on Shirley's face also became weird for a while, and her eyes showed an apology again. However, she quickly recovered and shook her head slightly, I won't go with you. My investigative activities have been completed at that school. I guess so, Nina pursed her lips, quickly returning to her usual smile, sorry, I forgot. So I'll go first. Shirley nodded, but then remembering something, she added, by the way, Nina, I'm going home today. Going home? Nina was stunned for a moment. It seems that in the span of only 2 days, she has taken Shirley as a member of this place for granted. Therefore, when the young lady heard this news, she had to take a good moment to process it. Are you not staying here anymore? I have to go home. My stay here had always been temporary, Shirley waved her hand, saying what she had long wanted to say. I told Mr. Duncan too, and he agreed. Nina didn't say anything for a while, acting like she's fallen into a shocked daze. Eventually, after a few seconds of spluttering, she managed to come out of it, that, will you come back in the future? As long as it is possible, I really don't want to come in the future. If possible, I want to steal a boat ticket and hide over at the Frost City State. The idea of running away flashed within Shirley's mind, but then she seemed to sense a gaze falling on her body from the second floor. Shrinking her neck, she quickly corrected her train of thought, I will come and find you if there's an opening in the future. My home isn't far away anyways, ha ha ha. Nina tilted her head, finding the behavior strange. Nevertheless, she quickly dropped the notion and got all happy again. To her, it's good enough with the promise. Waving her hand cheerfully, she turned and ran out the front entrance, disappearing from view after turning around the street corner. Shirley watched the other girl zooming off with a sort of daze at how quickly the attitude changed. Then suddenly, her instincts brought her back to attention after noticing the certain figure standing at the stairs behind herself. Cap. Good morning, Mr. Duncan. She jerked to rigid attention, greeting the owner of the shop with a rarely used polite greeting in her repertoire. You're much more polite now. This is what a girl your age should look like, Duncan said lightly, slowly walking down the stairs as he did so. Did you finish explaining it to Nina yet? Are you going home today? Yes. I explained it to her clearly. Shirley lowered her head, her voice not daring to be too loud. You also agreed, I can leave today. Why are you nervous again? Yesterday you were fine. Do you reset your tension every morning or something? Duncan shook his head with a helpless smile and stepped forward to pat Shirley's slightly thin shoulder. Relax, I never said that I wanted to imprison you somewhere. I invited you to be a guest here so you can naturally go back when you want to go back. Of course, you can also come here anytime you like. I know, Shirley nodded repeatedly, then deflated in a frustrated manner. Truth is, I am not that nervous inside like you think. This is all Dog's doing. Whenever you get too close to me, he will instinctively tense up and transmit the emotion to me. Oh Dog. Well then, guess there's no way around it then. Perhaps it's due to a shadow demon's keener sense of perception. Duncan shrugged and looked down at the petite girl, but why don't you think about it? You can really stay here if you like. The place where you and Dog is living sounds to me a bit rudimentary and unsafe at night. A subspace shadow claiming his lair was a safer place to live was simply unfathomable, borderline outrageous even. In the end, Shirley could only start giggling like an idiot after losing her vocabulary. That. Forget what I said then, I'm just mentioning it to you. Don't get riled up over it. Duncan knew his words alone wouldn't be able to change the girl's mind, especially with Dog's emotions being so negative. If you want to leave then go ahead. You already know how to contact me anyways. Be sure to call me whenever you find new clues about these scientists. Shirley nodded silently. After 2 dreamlike days of this life, she finally got permission to leave here, got the chance to escape this terrifying being, but when this opportunity really appeared, she suddenly found herself at a loss. Chatting and frolicking with a friend, living under the care of an elder, warm bedroom, bright lights, delicious food, and a peaceful life without fear of nightmares or hiding from the guardians. Now, she's allowed to leave. Yet, for some reason, she got this ridiculous idea that the bright world which she sought was having its door closed to her again. Our lives are going back on track, Shirley. In the midst of the spiritual connection, she suddenly heard Dog's low muttering. Yes, it's time to get back on track, Shirley muttered softly in her mind. Then she looked up and wanted to say goodbye to Mr. Duncan to find the man's expression getting serious. In the dark, Duncan had sensed a flash of aura in the distance. This signal was one of the marks he left behind. Mr. Duncan? Shirley nervously asks. I sensed an aura, Duncan spoke softly without waiting for Shirley to finish. He stared off into the direction, it seems to be coming from that direction. Shirley didn't react at once. An aura. It's the small fire I left for that little bug. Duncan lowered his head slightly and looked into Shirley's eyes. Do you remember the umbrella freak who attacked you on the edge of your dreams? Shirley was stunned for a moment, and her eyes widened suddenly. Is it the piece you sent home? But wasn't that in the dream world? Yes, it was an attacker who appeared in the dream world. Duncan's tone grew meaningful, but now I perceived that mark in the real world. Shirley's eyes widened, and she suddenly thought of what Mr. Duncan had said to herself in that nightmare. Perhaps it wasn't just a dream. Shirley, Duncan's voice came suddenly, interrupting the girl's memory. Before you go home, do you want to take another adventure with me? Of course, if you don't. I do. Shirley replied immediately without waiting for the other party to finish speaking. Her attitude was so firm that even she was startled. Then, as if to ease the embarrassment, she explained, that thing appeared on the street after the fire, it must have something to do with the event 11 years ago. Duncan pressed Shirley's shoulder, then we'll go together. But how do we get there? Shirley took a soft breath, can you be sure of the exact location of that thing? We're not going to take the bus like last time again, right? Duncan smiled and shook his head, I have a more convenient mode of transportation now. Shirley was stunned for a moment. But just as she was about to ask what kind of convenient transportation method, a small shadow suddenly swooped down from the staircase of the second floor and perched itself on the man's shoulder. To the Urxian Bridge, walk Chinjua Avenue. Big seat. There's a big seat in the back. Melon seed snack and mineral water. Keep your feet on your side. Shirley nearly fell over backward after hearing that sharp chirpy rambling. Then after a quick stumble, she finally recognized who it was, the strange dove that could eat French fries the size of herself in one meal. Under the girl's shocked gaze, AI circled in the air again, unleashed the burning green flame around herself, and transformed into her undead skeletal form. Shirley. She rigidly turned to face the man, only to be silenced by the flash that took her by surprise in the next. Under AI's express delivery service and belt-buckling yapping, the tiny vortex of flame dashed out of the antique shop and flew off into the distance. Chapter 148. Superimposing. A swift shadow swept through the old and dirty streets of the lower city, through the pipes and pressure relief structures crisscrossing the factory cluster, through the desolate stations and deserted streets, and finally into a narrow alley. The green flames bloomed, spreading wantonly in the air like a door until they swelled big enough to allow Duncan to step through the portal. She was promptly followed by Shirley, who was still a little blindsided by what's occurred. Duncan glanced back at the girl behind him, looking up and down before he spoke in a deep voice, how does it feel? Is there any discomfort? I'm okay. Shirley was still dizzy, but this dizziness was more of a disorientation caused by being abruptly carried by the big boss than physical discomfort. She looked up at AI, who had returned to the form of a white dove and landed on Duncan's shoulder. After a long time, she suddenly used her spiritual contact to communicate with Dog hiding in her soul. Dog, can you beat this dove? Don't ask, even if you ask, I can't beat it. Dog's voice sounded muffled, forget the bird raised by this big boss, even the fish stew is out of my league. Shirley was stunned, why did you suddenly mention fish stew? Because I can see that there is probably nothing in line with common sense around this being. Duncan didn't know that Shirley was muttering to Dog in secret. First confirming there was nothing wrong with the girl using the mark he placed on her, the man eventually sighed in relief after confirming she was all right. He didn't use the girl as a test subject. In fact, he's already tested the transportation with various live animals beforehand, all of which were perfectly fine afterward. Even so, he didn't want to wantonly ignore Shirley's health. Once done with the health check, Duncan shifted his attention to the surrounding environment. At the end of the street, he could vaguely see the dilapidated streetscape. The plumbing facilities that have been in disrepair crisscrossed along the houses on both sides, and some of the pipes have tiny steam coming out of their connections. It's hissing and leaking. This was a common sight in many parts of the lower city. But Shirley still recognized this place right away. This is the 6th block. Her eyes widened in some surprise. Mr. Duncan, did you sense that mark here? That's right, Block 6, we're back here again, but, Duncan exhaled, then frowned slightly, but the imprint faded a minute ago. Faded? Is it extinguished? Shirley asked with a look of surprise, but Duncan didn't answer, only staring thoughtfully in a certain direction. In Shirley's dream, he had implanted a cluster of flames into the remaining blob of the attacker. The order was to return to its main body. Then soon after, the connection ended until now with the mark reappearing in the real world. If there are many coincidences, then it's no longer a coincidence. Nina's dream, Shirley's nightmare, the mark appearing at the 6th block, all these clues pointed to the invisible curtain here. There must have been something they overlooked the last time they visited. Narrowing his eyes, Duncan didn't believe the flame he had left behind had been extinguished. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location, the faint feedback told him it was still burning. Since the flame was still burning and growing, it meant that its mission wasn't over, it was still chasing, devouring, and assimilating the attacker. Perhaps, it may have even grown into a huge fire outside of reality. He wanted to find this gap that was out of his view, the gap that seemingly connected dreams and reality. That abandoned factory is in the other direction. Halfway through, Shirley raised her arm and pointed to a large building in the distance. We're not going to that factory, Duncan said quickly, let's go this way. Oh, Shirley answered, jogging her short legs to keep up with Duncan. The withered and yellow leaves drifted with the wind and fell at Shirley's feet. As she stepped on the fallen leaves, she heard a slight crackling sound that was similar to a burning ember. Around them were nothing but ordinary streets. The old houses lined up along the sides, standing in the wind and facing indifferently at the uninvited guests who intruded here. But then, Shirley noticed something was wrong. There was no pedestrians on the street. The sixth block was indeed deserted compared to the other parts of the city. In fact, it's borderline listless, cold, and withdrawn. But by no means should it be like this without a single soul in sight. A very uncomfortable feeling permeated from the bottom of her heart. This gave Shirley the exact same sensation of being trapped inside her nightmare again. Out of a desire for protection, she subconsciously got closer to Duncan until she accidentally bumped nose first into the man's waist. In the next second, Shirley drew up the full text of curse words in her dictionary. It seems that we have arrived. Duncan's calm voice interrupted the girl's momentary crankiness. I'm very, very sorry. I really didn't mean to, please. Wah. Shirley subconsciously popped up a string of begging mercy when she came back to attention, only to realize they had stopped before an abandoned building. It was a chapel. A community church, which could be found everywhere in the city-state of Planned, stood at the end of the path. It has all the hallmarks of the Storm Church, an elongated spiraling structure with black roof tiles and white stone bricks. However, the hanging vines and decaying dirty attachments told a story of abandonment. It was once a sacred building, but now the smell of decay and forgottenness filled every crack in its brickwork. This is the church mentioned by the old man near the intersection last time. Shirley recalled the last time she visited this place. I remember he said there was a nun living here, but that nun was often not in the church. It's not a frequent absence that can be explained by the level of ruin like this, Duncan said casually, striding toward the church gates. It's not so much that the nun goes out often, but that this place seems to have been forgotten for 11 years. Shirley watched as the other party walked towards the church, instinctively resisting the building and not wanting to follow. However, she eventually followed suit after overcoming the momentary hesitation. The next moment, Duncan pushed open the half-covered church door to reveal the scene inside. Warm and bright candle light fell into Shirley's eyes, and the clean chapel was brightly lit, unlike the forsaken appearance outside. At the end of the neatly arranged benches, the statue of the goddess of storms, Gamana, stood quietly in the light. A nun kneeling in prayer had stood up after hearing the noise. It has been a long time since anyone visited this church, the nun smiles warmly with arms spread open. Oh! It looks like this is indeed the spot, Duncan said softly with a calm expression as he observed the smiling nun in front. The gap in the curtain. He blinked. In his eyes, the smiling nun maintained a living appearance at one moment but turned into a bunch of humanoid wriggling ashes at the next. Meanwhile, the church behind her showed a strange superposition state. The flames were burning on the intact benches, ashes and sparks drifted from the roof, and the fire scene had interlaced with this calm reality. It was as if two very different realities had been forcibly merged in this church. Chapter 149. Behind the curtain. This gave Duncan a feeling that two diametrically different histories had once existed here at the church. The inside remained frozen in the past while the outside continued to move forward with time. It was neither destroyed nor survived that fire. So, does the nun here know anything? It's been a long time since anyone visited this church, the nun in a black priest's robe repeated softly. She raised her head with a smile, but her gaze seemed to pass through Shirley and Duncan. Where do you come from? Unfamiliar faces, you are not residents here. In front of the bright and warm scene, Shirley shrank her neck back the nun's smiling gaze. She felt a chill for some reason and whispered nervously to Duncan, why do I think this place is weird? It looks so dilapidated from the outside, but the inside. Duncan didn't answer, just casually patting Shirley's shoulder. Based on the girl's reaction, he had guessed that the other party could only see one side of the picture and didn't see the other. In this case, it's difficult to explain his findings. Of course, there was Dog, who had a better perception of reality, but until he figured out the nun's identity and threat meter, it was best to keep Shirley from summoning the Dark Hound. "We're passing through only," Duncan said calmly to the nun with an unchanging expression, just like a normal visitor to the church. "Have you been here all this time?" "Me? I have been living in this church," the nun nodded lightly. "I have been praying here, praying to the great existence." But the people on the block said that the nun in the church hadn't returned for a long time, Duncan added, observing the nun's reaction in front of him. "They said that the church was neglected and seemed abandoned." The nun listened quietly to Duncan's words, but there was no violent reaction, as if her heart had eternally fallen to rest. "Oh yes, but I've always been here." Probably they forgot the day of prayer and thought that the church was not open. Duncan did not comment, but he's got enough to confirm the problem stretched far beyond the church, but to the entire 6th block. This deserted church was deep in the neighborhood. Just from the appearance alone, it has been abandoned for more than 10 years. For ordinary people in this world, churches are not only a place of spiritual solace but also a functional facility for maintaining regional security, defending against evil forces after nightfall, and healing for many civilians after suffering from mental problems or nightmares. Such a critical facility has been abandoned for 11 years. Yet the residents of the 6th block did not feel the need to report this. Imagine if a community has been cut off from water and electricity for 11 years, but the locals do not find anything wrong with it. Then when outsiders speak about the matter, they would only comment about it being strange. Now, how freaky does that sound? As for the nun in this church, Duncan still had no idea what sort of intention this humanoid Ash had in mind. Was she dangerous? At least from the conversation thus far, it's not hostile. In fact, it's so far off that it's strange. It's like the nun had fallen into a state of derision. He confirmed this by asking several questions back to back and got the same answer repeatedly. "She's sane but not much. Do you want to pray? Or do you need help with calming your mind and driving away evil spirits?" the nun asked with a smile and a soft voice. "Thank you, but there's no need." Duncan shook his head, then looked around, and asked casually, "By the way, where are the guards of this church?" Every church should have guards, even the smallest community church in the ghetto does to deal with general threats. "The guardians, they are resting in the church, and they won't show up until after nightfall." The nun's smile remained unchanged. "Are you looking for the guardians for something?" Duncan didn't answer, but his gaze slowly swept over the benches beside the nun. In his field of vision, the phantoms of the fire burned everything, and the ashes and ruins were superimposed on the brightly lit church like overlapping films. In the other dimension of that superposition, there was no shortage of scorched bodies. "Are the guards resting there?" Duncan raised his hand and pointed not far away, but in Shirley's eyes, there were only 2 rows of empty benches. The nun froze for a moment, looked in the direction of Duncan's finger, and only spoke after a moment of delay, "SHH. They're sleeping." Duncan hummed and continued asking, "Can we look around?" "Of course, the church is open for visits," the nun nodded lightly. "Please take care of yourself then. I will continue to pray here. If you need anything, do call me." After saying this, the strange nun actually turned around and walked towards the statue of the sacred goddess not far away, completely leaving Duncan and Shirley to their own bidding. It wasn't until the nun left that Shirley, who had been nervous the entire time, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't care less about being afraid of Duncan at this time because the ubiquitous weird atmosphere in the church had already made Dog restless and agitated. A strange sense of tension was directly passing into her mind through the spiritual connection, making her subconsciously move closer to Duncan. What the hell is going on with this place? Why does this nun feel so creepy? She obviously looks normal, but nothing seems to be normal. "There seem to be 2 churches here," Duncan explained simply. "One has burned down, and the other is still intact. They are superimposed on this time and space together, and the nun in the church, she's neither dead nor alive." Shirley was stunned, and after half a minute, she whispered in confusion and astonishment, "What do you mean?" Duncan glanced at her. "When we get back, you better read some books. If you don't know how I can teach you." Without waiting for Shirley's answer, he marched straight for the depths of the chapel. As the nun said, the church was open for visits, so of course he will visit at will. Shirley blinked in shock but quickly hurried after seeing the man leaving her behind. They bypassed the benches and swung around the goddess statue. During of which, the praying nun never once raised her head like a devoted servant of God. It's as if she's completely forgotten the visitors here, maintaining the same posture of 11 years. This caused Duncan to pay closer attention though. He watched the humanoid ash wriggling around as the tiny embers fell from the domed roof, just like fallen leaves from a tree. Then, a spark jolted in his heart out of the blue, causing him to flick his head up at the statue and blink. The icon of the storm goddess, there's a rift at the head. In this brief moment, Duncan finally caught a glimpse of the truth behind this superimposed fractured world. Through the rift in the head of this sacred statue, there's a faint light coming through. It's chaotic, mad even, just like a terrifying slit of a mad god's pupil peering through from the void. Whatever holy aura that lingered in the statue had long disappeared, replaced by the dark, vile powers of whatever evil that lurked here. In the next second, the terrifying scene disappeared without a trace, and the icon of Gamana continued to stand quietly on the pedestal, her majestic image exuding the reassuring glow of a goddess. Are you going to pray to the goddess? The nun, who was kneeling and praying, suddenly opened her eyes and asked the man. Chapter 150. The Secret in the Underground Sanctuary. Are you going to pray to the goddess? Truth be told, in this instant, Duncan's instinctive reaction was that there was something wrong with the storm goddess Gamana. The cause must be because of the sinister side of the god, which led to this terrifying shadow taking hold inside the city-state. This distortion was the evidence. But the next second, he had another suspicion: if there was really something wrong with the storm goddess Gamana, then why were the other churches in the city normal? It wasn't that he had seen other storm churches, there were community churches near the antique shop and churches next to the original maritime museum. Even if he hadn't gone in to check it out, he had wandered around the neighborhood, and the aura released by those churches. It was obviously different from this eerie church in front of him. He also had contact with other clergies, including the most low-level priests and guardians, as well as the inquisitor like Vanna, who was at the apex of the city-state. From what he could tell, these people who served the goddess of the storm were all normal, even more determined and clear-thinking than most. He ignored the nun and looked up at the statue. After the glimpse just now, the strange rift in the head of the statue did not appear again. Even in the other picture of the church, the spot was nothing more than a charred mess. He couldn't find any evidence of that rift anywhere again. Duncan frowned. The weirdness of this church was obviously a special case. Assuming the fault didn't lie with the storm goddess herself, then what he saw could only be interpreted as an evil force trying to use this chapel as a node to invade reality. But what exactly is that? The shape of that rift seems to have nothing to do with the evil sun god, and it is completely unrelated to the sun fragment. If I had to say it. The swirling chaotic light reminds me of the bottom levels of the vanished. Are you going to pray to the goddess? The nun's voice came again. She was neither impatient nor urging, but as if some keyword was triggered, she began to repeat this question over and over again when Duncan and Shirley stood beside the statue. Shirley seemed a little overwhelmed and instinctively looked to Duncan, who finally responded at this moment, "Are you praying to your goddess?" This should be an unquestionable question, and any normal believer would give a clear and affirmative answer at this point. Yet, the nun's reaction made Shirley's eyes widen in shock. I don't know," the nun shook her head calmly as if she didn't feel anything wrong with her response. "I'm just praying, and he told me to pray here." Duncan immediately frowned. Who is he? The great existence, the nun smiled. Shirley felt a chill running down her back due to the nun's gentle smile. "I don't pray to any gods," Duncan said lightly, quietly pulling Shirley back half a step from the range of the prayer table, "including the goddess from your mouth." "Oh, that's a shame." The nun sighed softly, then bowed her head again, ignoring Duncan and Shirley. Duncan stared at the wriggling mass of humanoid ash for a few seconds, confirmed that the ash had stopped paying them heed before turning elsewhere. The chapel was limited in size and had few areas to hide, except for the main hall dedicated to prayers and service. There were only a few rooms connected to the main hall aside from the underground crypt. Duncan first took Shirley to check the surrounding rooms but found nothing worth caring about. Finally, they came before a staircase to the basement at the end of a corridor outside the main hall. "Are we really going down there?" Looking at the dark stairs in front of her, Shirley was obviously a little uneasy and glanced backward at the brightly lit hall. Will that strange nun suddenly charge over? That nun is obviously trapped in the main hall and can't get too far from the statue. Duncan shook his head. "But if she does charge over, then we can only fight back. That thing can hardly be called a living being anymore." Shirley gulped. She was usually very bold and courageous, but no matter how bold she was, this was the first time she had ran to a chapel of the Storm Church and did something so exciting. It's more than what her heart could accommodate. But she knew better than to refuse. She still had no idea which was more dangerous, a nun who had mutated from a mortal or a shadow from subspace. At this time, Duncan suddenly said something again, which made Shirley's hard-earned determination to sway again. By the way, summon dog out. Shirley's eyes widened instantly. Hey! Summon dog? In the Church of the Storm Goddess. I'm afraid this is no longer the Storm Goddess's territory. Duncan shook his head. It's hard to say what exactly is in charge of this place now, but don't worry about summoning dog. You see? Even though I am standing here, nothing is happening to me. In fact, I suspect this church is more suited for dog than anywhere else in the city right now. When Shirley thought about it, she felt that this was quite a reasonable theory. Of course, the main reason was that she did not dare to disagree, so she obediently raised her right arm and summoned her partner out into the real world. Pitch-black flames swirled upwards like smoke, forming and taking on the shape of a dark hound in an instant. As soon as the summoning process was over, Dog skillfully bowed under Duncan's feet, his skeletal tail wagging at a Mark 5 speed of a fan. Greetings, you're great. Okay, you don't have to perform this set every time. Duncan interrupted the undead hound and waved him off. It's bad enough he had to deal with a noisy goat head back on the vanished, he doesn't need another on land. You should be able to feel it too already. Take a look. Tell me what you see in this church with that eye of yours. Dog properly got up from the ground and turned to peer down the dark staircase leading to the crypts. It's really an evil place, the hound's voice was hoarse and low, it's dizzy to even look at it. After speaking this, he paused as if making a further judgment. Then turning back to face Duncan, he explained his findings. It's somewhat similar to the situation of the abandoned factory from before, but it's much more distorted here. I'm afraid the distortion is already approaching the threshold of what reality can bear. There's no mistaking it. The source of the veiled curtain must be here. So the distortion is already approaching the threshold of the real world. No wonder I can observe it directly with my eyes too. Duncan nodded nonchalantly, and his gaze fell on the stairs up ahead. The entire church has been checked. Now all that remains is the basement. According to the layout of most storm churches in the city, the area is what the clergies call the underground church. I'm starting to get excited. Dog shook his ugly head, the chains around his neck rattling. For the first time in my life, I broke into the forbidden land of the storm church. I wonder what's down there. Shirley shot a weird look at Dog's drooling expression. Can you stop acting like a person who's ready to break into the women's bathroom? Dog. Duncan ignored the combination of these two. He had already bypassed Dog and started going down the stairs. Eventually, he came to an entrance, which should lead into the underground sanctuary. As a small community church, the so-called underground church here was nothing more than a spacious crypt, and the door to the underground area was an oak door reinforced with steel frames and sacred runes. Duncan placed his hand on the door, pushed it slightly, and found that it was not locked. However, when he continued to drive forward, he felt some resistance, like something had blocked it from the other side. There's something across the door. Duncan stepped back slightly, observing the dark oak door in front of him. For some reason, when he came to the door of the underground sanctuary, the strange superimposition scene subsided, and all he saw in front of him was this door. It seems that the two branches of reality have completed their convergence here, leaving only the one reality as the truth. Do you want to smash the door open? Shirley followed from behind. She had already picked up the chain in her hand with Dog ready by her side. Specifically, the pair had taken on the meteor hammer stance like they used on the Suntists during that gathering. You may spoil the clues. Duncan stopped the dog-wielding girl who was about to use traditional arts to solve the problem. Instead, he put a hand on the rune-strewn door and ignited a small flame between his fingers to follow the grooves. Theoretically, this door should be some sort of supernatural item. In the next second, the blessed temple door had turned into firewood for the ghost fire. With the green flame burning rapidly, the gate faithfully carried out the master's order. It burned itself. And as the door was wiped out, the thing that was against the door on the opposite side had revealed itself to the party by falling to the ground with a plop. It was a nun in a black gown, scarred, still holding a sword in her hand, and glaring angrily at something in the darkness even though she had died. Shirley saw the other party's face clearly, and a chill instantly rose from the bottom of her heart. Wah! That nun we saw just now.